It's our qualification day here at the Esports World Cup presenting Valorant. We already sent 4 teams home. 4 more will go home, and 4 will join the 4 qualified teams. That's
a lot
presenting number 4s here, but it is day number 3. Digon here alongside Baby Bay, Big Time, and Kukuka. And y'all, we got to show Big Time what Monsters Inc. was, because he did not know. He only knew what Monsters University was. Big Time, how's it feel now knowing and being a little bit more cultured in the world of pop
It's
culture?
good. I feel educated now.
No, but he
I
still hasn't finished it. You don't know the best part about the movie. Seriously, it's a 10 out of 10. If you haven't seen it, go watch it.
It's been eye-opening, almost as eye-opening as some of these fantastic Valorant games.
That's right. We have some of the fantastic Valorant plays here presented by Kadia as we take a look at some of them from yesterday. Yesterday was elimination day for the teams that lost in day number 1. And in those games, we had huge moments here, Baby Bay, especially in our A-stream games.
Yeah, I mean, G2 getting eliminated by BLG. It was really close, though, right? It came down to the wire, but I think BLG with YZ and, I mean, Neff just took him over the edge, man. I mean, Neff is such a great IGL, and he was awesome when he was up here with you guys.
Yeah, he gave some really great answers in that interview. Incredibly insightful. It's so clear to see why he's such a strong leader.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday, I think we were treated. Every single match went to the decider. Every single team fought until their last breath to stay in the tournament. We had some key crashes, which in my opinion was super cool, and I think that the teams enjoyed it as well. So I'm ready to see some more today.
Yeah, well, BLG and EDG both victorious over their America's partners here, but still job not done yet. However, we did get to see some of the hugest pop-off moments in our Crunchyroll top reactions. Now, this included the aforementioned key crushing, and one of the coolest parts in all of esports. You present your key on the tablet in front while you play, and you have the opportunity to crush their hopes in a physical manifestation.
And again, when it actually popped and it just completely got detonated, I mean, that is like, it's almost scary. It like picks you off guard. You get shocked a second.
Yeah, I have to say, they did not prepare us for how visceral that was. We had a demonstration, and it just bent slightly. I was not expecting the whole thing to
I like it more when it
like
breaks.
that.
I think, but that's the effect, right? You do not expect that it's going to break. It's like, oh, it actually broke. But I love to see the energy that we got on stage. I think that BLG, Billy are doing the best job in doing so. Either if it's just like standing up, doing a Lysor and just staring at your enemy, or when we get the full action, I love what they're bringing onto the stage. And I really like that it's both them and EDG. You know, yesterday I was saying with EDG a bit out of the picture for internationals as we've seen this year, Wolves having the run that they had in Toronto, I really think that this could be Billy's moment to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've just been going from strength to strength. I think they still have some things to tidy up from that G2 game, and they are not, you know, quite safe yet. Today is a massive day. You are win and you are in the playoffs, lose and you're going home.
Well, one of the cool parts about this tournament is that we've had so many teams, and to be able to do the coverage, we have both A stream here and B stream as well with some of the big matches. Standing by right now, we have an interviewer covering that.
Hi, Victoria here, and I'm joined by Avril, and I'm finally visiting the B stream. Very exciting times. And yesterday we had their first day of eliminations. Was it a little bit emotional, exciting for you guys over here?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because we have some fan favorites, I think, already in elimination contention. Like Sentinels being down low bracket was a bit of a surprise, I think, for most of the fans.
Yeah.
Certainly for us, I had them very highly picked as a potential favorite for the tournament, considering G2's roster situation. The next best NA team, the hope of NA to me, had been Sentinel. So to see them that early in the lower bracket was a surprise.
Yeah, we had something a little bit similar happening yesterday on the A stream. It was a great day for all the Chinese teams, not so great for the Americas, but all 4 games yesterday went the distance in a 2-1 scoreline. Our very first one, we had BLG versus G2. G2 had a sub in, but they played really well, and they pushed it as far as they could, but BLG ended up closing it out. And how was the first game for you guys?
I think we had the opposite of what you guys experienced on A stream, because you guys had sort of the wins for the Chinese teams.
Yeah.
On B stream, it was the 2 Chinese teams being eliminated. So She Like Gaming, Titan Esports. She Like Gaming, I think they came through in a big way, though. They really did come to this tournament with almost similar-ish issues in terms of the roster. No Man, I believe he couldn't make the event, so their coach Havoya had to step in. So a kind of sort of similar situation to G2. But Havoya played super well. You know, for a coach, a lot of people were concerned, is this guy going to be able to hold his own in the servers in terms of his own mechanics? And then after the game, one of the players from Sentinels took to Twitter and said, you know what, Havo could still play today. So he actually performed super well. Standout to me was Happyway on the Sentinel, though, played out of his mind. The last two maps in that series of B03 were really, really competitive from Shila Gaming.
All right, yeah, and on the A stream for our second match, again, with another American and Chinese team, we had 100 Thieves facing the former champions, EDG. Really exciting. 100 Thieves started great on the first half of Haven, but then Kong, he got activated. And you know what happens when you get activated. It gets really scary. The 100 Thieves ended up dropping Sunset after that, and EDG closes it out on Ascent. Really heartbreaking for 100 Thieves there, but EDG continues on. And how about your second match?
Titan Esports put up a really, really good fight. In fact, it was a difficult game to call because Heretics had kind of struggled recently. They haven't been really winning a lot of international events. Question marks about the team's performance. Losing, I think, was 4-13 against NRG on day one was very shocking to Heretics fans and the team, I'm sure. And so it took a lot for Heretics to come and bounce back in. Insane game for Rians and Woot coming in to be able to save the day. That second map of Haven went into the OT after Titan win the first map. So that could have been a Titan 2-0, which would have been pretty disastrous for EMEA and Heretics. But Heretics brought that one back around. They win the series ultimately. Map 3 actually was quite convincing for Heretics. And it's good for them to be able to build their confidence again, because I believe it was Boo afterwards said it had been 300-something days since they'd won an international match, which basically means they hadn't won against an international team since champs last year. So it's time for them to break that curse. They've broken it now, and I'm ready to see how far they can take it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's the recap for yesterday, and we're going to have more elimination matches today.
Thank you very much for the update, y'all. And now we have a special guest here on the pre-show for Esports World Cup. Joining us is the head of esports for Carmine Corp, the Blue Wall, is Clement Lapara. Now, welcome to the desk.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Now, when people think of the Blue Wall and think of KC, they might think of just Kometo right off the bat. So why don't you introduce your role and what you do in the operations of one of the biggest organizations in the world?
So my role is to help the board define the strategy of the club, which titles we go in which region do we go in, and then to apply it and find the right people to do so and try to win as much as we can in every possible game.
That is the hope there. Now, what are some of the titles that you have here beyond Valorant? Because we know that KC is invested in many different titles.
We will be there on Rocket League. We're still in contention to be there in Street Fighter. We dropped the ball on League of Legends, to be honest. We were really hoping to be there, but we misplayed our semifinals. And we had a very unfortunate situation with the qualifier of TFT, where my two players who are cousins, and one of them is world champion, the other one is European champion, so it's a funny family story. But they had a wedding planned for 6 months before that, so we couldn't ask them to drop everything for EWC, but everyone was really sad about it.
Definitely not the easiest decision, but I think it's very human of you to be able to understand, like, hey, it's a wedding, totally get it. Now, you're one of the few organizations that set up with multiple different titles. What do you think of the idea of the Esports World Cup that brings multiple different game titles together for an ultimate prize?
That's very cool, actually. It has a feeling of Olympic Games, and so I understand people are trying so hard to perform in here. For us, as you may know, besides purchase of the LEC slot, we are fully bootstrap company, so fielding 20+ team like some other clubs can do is not something we are able to do yet, but we'll see in the coming year. As we are very competitive, and being world champions of something is very important to us, so we will try our best to grow up and maybe perform more games.
I want to circle back to Valorant here, because you have an Egyptian player, Aves, who's representing the MENA region, and I just want to know what kind of impact he has had on KC here at EWC.
So he's not our first Egyptian person in the club, actually. Zish, our assistant coach, who also subbed in 2023 for the one who have good memories, is Egyptian as well. He has a good impact. He is full of life. Like he's a bit of the beat maker of the team. Like when he's loud and yelling and getting his groove, where you can be sure will be performing. And since he's still a very young player, it's his first year at this level. He can shut down a bit, so we're working on that. It's a rookie year, so we're patient and we help him develop, but it's a gem. He has insane talent.
Yeah. I wanted to ask, so for me, one of the coolest things about EWC is, of course, you're able to put opponents' crushed keys into your trophy. So if it was entirely up to you, whose key would you like to put in there if you won Valorant here?
Yeah, and I love this question because this isn't just a player question. This is also, an organizational question when we have the opportunity to ask you here.
The thing is, like, our harshest rival didn't make it in EMEA, like Vitality, Dental Mates, and Koi. Like, those are the three teams where fans are getting crazy. I'd say G2, but it's more like a league rivalry, but we beat them there, so we'd be happy. Obviously, if we can get our revenge on PRX, that would be insane. And they are a team we respect a ton, and their coach speaks French, so we have interaction with them, and that would be a funny banter to have. Also, meaning beating PRX, so I would take every day of the week.
There would be something very cool about having the Masters Champions key crushed into your trophy. Absolutely.
Well, I'm glad you were talking about, local teams like Vitality and whatever. I wanted to ask you, what are you planning for Champs Paris? What is Carmine Corp planning? Anything special going on?
We need to be there first. It's because VCT EMEA is very stacked this year. Like the level is insanely close, so hopefully we'll be there because we managed to qualify here. So no, we're not there. As you may know, group stage is in our home arena, so it means a whole lot to us. So if we qualify, it will be like you can expect insanity from our fans, and we will match it obviously on the side, but. No disclosure yet.
All right, well, Clement Lepard, thank you so much for spending the time with us, head of esports here over at Carmine Corp. Now, if they lose, their key gets crushed. We did ask which keys that he would in case they won, and we have a report standing by right now with the current status of the keys. Take it away.
Hey, Victoria here, once again joined by Ian Chambers, and now a lot has changed since the first 2 days of this event. We have the key wall and we have some crushed keys, Ian. Shall we have a quick look?
I actually admitted yesterday on the broadcast that this is actually my favorite part of the tournament. It's a bit cruel and it's a bit mean of me, but the key crushing is just so cool. And we witnessed it yesterday. I was actually stood next to YZ of BLG when we saw the first key crushed of EWC this year. That was, of course, G2 Esports, the first team to exit the tournament. And what's really cool is you saw it, but I saw it like right there, right in front of me, is last year, the keys when they were crushed, it was almost a contortion of the key.
Yeah.
Whereas this year, like we always say, it's about the dreams being shattered. The keys are well and truly shattering out up there. It's amazing.
Yeah, all three of them here have been completely shattered here. Tech, Titan Esports Club, we are going to start the day on a really positive note by crushing their key as well. But Ian, now we can finally see what's inside. And everyone's been asking me, because we've been up close, they're like, what's inside? What is this made of?
Yeah.
It's heavy, it's dense.
It's really heavy, and it is actually heavier than it looks as well. This is premium material, and it is all made from metal and gold, and that includes like the inside of it as well. It's like a mixture of the both, and that is why it creates, I guess, that shattering effect out there. It's fragile, but it's strong at the same time. So that's what gives the effect.
Exactly. And now this is pretty incredible. We're going to see more keys being crushed, and the question is, which key do you think is going to be crushed next?
That's the question, y'all. Which one do you think is going to be crushed next? Let's start with you, Baby Bay.
Just say it. I won't hate you, Dre. You can say it.
Casey?
You can say it. No, I think he has a point. Okay? He has a point. The same way that I defended BBL with everything that I had, I think that KC have something to prove. BLG are coming in very strong, but hey, there's always a little bit of tiredness coming out of those long matches.
All right, I'll put you on the spot big time. Whose key's going to get crushed between DRX and Sand City?
The Sentinels. Well,
All right.
it's not even a question. It's not even a question.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Rob is watching. You cannot do that today.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Rob.
It's the short one over here. That's the one that you need to find.
one.
You know what's not going to be short and will crush it? Today's opening ceremony for the Esports World Cup. It is a huge, deeply planned festival with Mr. Post Malone. Posty's going to be here as well later on. It all starts tonight, 9 p.m. local time, with the opening ceremony kicking off at 10 p.m. local time. Going to be a huge event. Many guests, many surprises, and many stories being told within that opening ceremony. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah.
I hope I'm going to be there. I hope we're all going to be there. I think we want to get in there any way we can.
Honestly, describe your perfect day. We wake up, we come here to this amazing venue, we play we watch some Valorant, we get some keys crushed, and then we go to watch Post Malone.
That would be the perfect day. Well,
Yeah.
you know what? We did get to see some keys crushed in Group A as we take a look at that bracket, and it was the back-to-back VCT America's champion not getting the opportunity to defend here at the Esports World Cup. G2 falling to Billy Gaming 2-1, and that sets us up for Karmine Corp against Billy to join Paper Rex in the knockout bracket big time.
Yeah, I mean, I think G2 have a bit of a different situation, of course. They were playing with that sub, but this is an absolute disappointment from them. They would have felt like they could be better than Billy, but absolutely not. The key absolutely decimated there. And yeah, you can just see the joy on the face right there. Look at that. Look at
Of
the
Ian's face,
glee.
especially.
He's having a great time.
All right, if you liked that, we've got 3 more groups of crushed keys and crushed dreams for you. Here in Group B, it was the reigning VCT China champions also falling out to Sentinels after a long, hard-fought battle.
Yeah, hard fought to say the least. I mean, the coach Yoba was going in. He was actually anti-stratting the living heck out of Sentinels, and it was down to the wire, man. At some point, I was looking like XLG were up in rounds. They went pistol, they went bonus. I was like, dude, are they gonna do it?
Yeah, I was watching that third map and everything. Jesus. Yeah, I think that as we were saying, it came down to the wire. We saw Sentinels that was struggling a little bit. Bank had an amazing performance on that last map. It was really enjoyable to watch because everything was so close, and Group C was no different.
No, definitely was not. Matches were close against all odds. Again, Titan Esports Club came in ranked probably the lowest in our power rankings and gave a run against Los Niños, and a huge scare. They were up 1-0 first. Los Niños able to battle back, and now will do battle against RRQ champs of Pacific.
And this was extremely close to be a 2-0 for the side of Titan Esports. It was crazy. It had to go into an overtime, and crazy plays from Team Heretics to even get it to that point, even though they had the lead for quite a while. So Heretics not done just yet, but almost there.
It's like the most satisfying thing of all time. The second map is that was the highlight. It could have been a 2-0. Heretics were up 11-7.
Those are the toughest losses, I believe.
And yeah, it's the worst feeling ever because you go back and you're like, we could have won that. The fake comeback is terrible.
And the surprise of that group, NRG already qualified, the only North American team to qualify. Speaking of North American teams, they are the last one standing as 100 Thieves. They are the last one that is already in. Sentinels have the opportunity, but 100 Thieves, they put a valiant effort forward in the group of death against EDG, the reigning world champs, but you could see the smile on nobody's face. He knew exactly what was coming after they won 2-1.
Yeah, for me, the story there wasn't necessarily 100 Thieves being as bad as everybody thought they might be. I think this was an EDG step up. We saw Kong really manage to light up. We saw him bring that Waylay out and try new things. So they're still looking to carry on and make it through the playoffs.
And I just love the energy that we saw out of that entire EDG squad. It was something
Energy,
that
we're not saying energy until tomorrow. Jerry, please, learn the schedule.
But yeah, I like seeing the vibes that they had on the team because it's like what you said earlier in the show. We've been missing that.
Yeah, well, we're going to have a lot of energy coming from these two individuals that have the call. It's time for our caster check-in on who their match of the day is.
We're here for the Saudi National Bank match of the day. Now, Tom, you were telling me earlier you're very excited for Gen.G versus EDG. Tell the people why.
Well, it's a match we've already seen during the opening matches, the early stages of the tournament, but realistically, I think EDG had a huge bounce back yesterday when they played against 100 Thieves. I think they're going to be in better form, and Kong versus Texture. Like, what is not to love about that matchup? It's going to be a banger, but we have a lot of good games coming through today.
We absolutely do. Plenty more action before that match, the second match of our day. To tell you about the rest of the matchups, let's throw it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. Great to see that shining, beautiful head get a little bit of a
Under
tan
the
there,
sun.
I hope he had some SPF 50 on there because that was a very, very bright light. And speaking of bright lights, we've got two teams ready for them right now. It is Karmine Corp against Billy Gaming for that spot in the knockout round. Let's take a look at Karmine Corp right now as this squad just had head of esports come on in. We're maybe not expecting to be here a month ago. Now
Hello and welcome to Day 3 of the Esports World Cup 2025 Valorant. We've progressed 4 teams into the playoffs and eliminated 4 teams, crushing their keys and their dreams in this competition. And today, we will basically decide who else will be eliminated and who else will progress. And I have been joined by a man who is probably as dismayed as me to see 4 Pacific teams in the qualification game and only 1 make it through. Welcome to the desk, Seth.
It's been a little bit of a rough road so far, but it's okay. You know, nothing comes for free. Gen.G, when they won their trophy, they had to go through the ringer, had to play the most amount of Valorant. When T1 won their trophy, they had to beat every single first seed. So for DRX, there's still an opportunity here.
And look, for you, Kev, you know better than anyone that the toughest battles only make you stronger.
And didn't Sentinels have a tough battle yesterday? I mean, look, this is still the team that most would look towards as NA's hope. NRG, of course, already made it through, impressing everyone, myself included, I think everyone on this desk. But really, NA's hope, given that G2 is gone. 100 Thieves, we knew they had some capabilities, but obviously falling to a strong-looking EDG.
Yeah.
Sentinels, I mean, this is your next best NA team, and yesterday was a little shaky from them.
Absolutely. Look, we're already talking about some of the games that we've had previously yesterday, so we'll bring up some of those highlights as well as we talk through everything. And we do, of course, have you here on the stream, Seth, so you can chat to us a little bit about some of the games you've seen over there on the A stream that we haven't been able to see as much.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been nothing but entertainment over there. It's been non-stop chaos. You know, a little bit upset with Gen.G not being able to get the job done versus Fnatic. So that's something that
they were ahead. They were up. They were up so good.
Twice in a row that they've done this now. We did it over Toronto. We're doing it again here at EWC apparently. But no, I mean, it's been great so far.
Yeah, and what was the highlight from you yesterday, Kev? You got a bit of an early mark, so you got to kick your feet up and relax. I'm sure you're feeling very well rested coming into today.
I think the highlight really was that, you know, maybe we were wrong about Match of the Day a little bit yesterday because we obviously look at the Titan Heretics game, but honestly the Shilai Gaming Sentinels rematch ended up being a bit of a banger because Shilai stepped up. Havoya, their coach, honestly has still got the chops to play because mechanics were still sharp. But more importantly, despite not seeing Raga, some of the other members of the team really came through and had a star-studded performance. Happyway has to be the player to talk about, but Viva as well had some beautiful moments. Really, they came in a situation which wasn't ideal for them, not having no man available for this event coming to the roster, having to have their step coach in, and still take Sentinels to 3 maps, and even be in a situation, and I think a circumstance where maybe they could have even beaten Sentinels.
Look, we've only eliminated Chinese teams and North American teams thus far, but I think the Chinese teams yesterday, at least on the B stream, surpassed expectations. We already talked about the XLG game, playing with the coach stand-in, but Titan as well definitely could have taken out Heretics yesterday. And you know, you've even been over at some of the international events as well and seen the run of some of these Chinese teams. They just keep overperforming when it comes to the international events.
No, they really do. And I think that for most people looking at the qualifications, you know, as those were getting ready to drum up for EWC, most people wouldn't have tech on their radar. You'd be looking at those other squads that were over at international competition, DRG, Wolves, etc. But Tech, yeah, able to go on a run to make it here to this tournament and still put up a very strong performance. And I think that was, yesterday was very much a day of just surprises, I suppose, because similarly, G2 to XLG in a rough position, able to make a very solid go of it, but ultimately falling short.
And Titan are the type of team that, you know, they beat good teams coming into this one, including Wolves, so they already had a bit of a resurgence. We're hoping for the best for the team, but still, in this level of international competition, there are a lot of other really, really great teams here. Personally, I'm a little happy that Heretics were able to break the curse. You saw on Twitter afterwards, Bruce saying, you know, it's been 300+ days since the last one international match, which means they hadn't won any internationals since Champions. So it's a long, long break for them, and they finally shattered that curse and maybe some momentum now building forward for the team.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I think as well, it's good to see, you know, some of the EMEA teams like BBL. Heretics is going to continue on here as well. We do have a good little mix of regions in this event, so you get a couple of the different storylines in that regard. I think I'm looking forward to these games today because we will see if we're going to get some more EMEA teams moving on. There are still a few North American teams kicking around. I mean, our first game is going to be Sentinels and DRX. We got to see Sentinels play yesterday against XLG. I thought both of the games yesterday for Heretics and Sentinels, I mean, these are international names. These are both teams that are second in their respective regions and already have a lot of international experience going up against some less experienced Chinese up-and-coming teams, and they were both more close than they needed to be.
I mean, I have nothing else to add because I think you just hit the nail on the head right there. I mean, a lot of these matches have been not as lopsided, not as one-sided as we might have anticipated. And it just goes to show, I think, how badly everybody wants to stick around here because the teams haven't been in town for very long. And to just come in, play a couple series, and then have to dip out, that's always going to be a bad feeling. Yes, you're walking away with some prize pool, but the longer you stay, the more that scales up. It's an exponential growth that you get with every single win.
Not to mention the fact, if you win this qualification game, a lot of 4 teams have already qualified. You do get 200 club championship points. So rather than getting nothing, I mean, for the orgs overall, that's going to be at least something to walk away with for the first competition. You can kind of say to yourself, look, we've got a couple of stronger teams in other games. We can look towards maybe trying to pick up some better placing there if you do go up early in that single elim playoff bracket. The other thing that I've been noticing in this tournament, as was expected from a lot of people, this is running concurrently to a lot of other international events as well as, the regular season coming up, is that you've had some teams that haven't had as many opportunities, like your NRGs, be able to actually make some better placements, Kev.
It's the tournament of the underdogs. Really impressed with both NRG and BBL. Of course, I looked over the EWC NA qualifiers. I got a bit of an early preview of this new look NRG with Scuba and with Bonker, and I already got a feeling that, okay, well, they're beating North American teams that they've been losing to domestically and looking convincing while they're doing so, taking down MIBR on their pathway through 100 Thieves included in that as well, but even in the other bracket that wasn't broadcast, teams like Cloud9. So for a team like that to have that kind of turnaround, now being one of maybe the best looking NA team given Sentinel struggles yesterday, that's a good look for new NRG moving forward, and a team that's hungry because they missed out on Masters. This really is their international now, given that they didn't get to go to Toronto. And for BBL, same thing. Fell short barely to Team Liquid, got the revenge against Team Liquid in the qualifiers, and now beating 2 Titans on their pathway through to playoffs in top 8.
Let's take a look at the schedule for today. First of all, we do have Sentinels taking on DRX, and later on it's going to be RRQ and Team Heretics. So a second chance, Seth, for some of these specific teams to make up for not qualifying through the initial qualification match, but these are not the teams that you wanted to be going up against in the qualification games.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, both of these teams, Sentinels and Heretics, if they're toggled on, they're going to be absolutely incredible in the lobbies. We know what they're capable of. Heretics in particular, given their runs in the past several internationals, not this year, but previous to that. This is a scary team, and we were starting to see the glimmers of that returning yesterday with them winning. And sometimes it's just that one hurdle, that one blockade, that wall that's in your way. And as soon as you're able to hop that, you're right back. So for Heretics, I'm hoping to see a return to form for them, but not to the extent where they can take down RRQ. So that's my personal bias going out for that second series because I'm not going to be casting it, so it's fine.
100%, 100%. Look, let's flick through some of the groups really quickly here and just go through the matches, some of which we've already discussed, Kev, but of course there will be the A stream as well to chat through some of the games that we've got going on there as well, so we can see Carmine Core taking on Billy here in Group A.
Maybe a bit of a sketchy looking pearl coming through from Billy in that lower bracket game versus G2, but of course we understood that G2 were going to have their roster issues coming into this one. They did the best they could, so credit to them. Billy for a while now, maybe in the past day, certainly looking at EDG kind of fumbling a little bit in their bracket early on before they came through. Billy were kind of looking like the hope of China because She Like Gaming didn't do that well on the first day. Titan Esports didn't look that good on the first day either, and obviously probably come into this one with fairly low expectations for most of us and perhaps the fans as well. But honestly, China need a winning team at the moment because if you look at the teams that have actually qualified to top 8 for playoffs here, it's 2 EMEA teams, 1 Pacific team, 1 NA team, 0 Chinese teams so far.
I mean, it's back to EDG BLG. It feels like we're at Champs 23 all over again here. Maybe we can get that rematch of BLG versus NRG now that they're back at an international together. So that's something to be hopeful for in the future. But yeah, to try to sell this one. I mean, BBL, I knew that they were good. Obviously, only dropping series to Liquid as well as Heretics back over in EMEA, but they have been looking electric, and Yampi, I think, is really coming to his own as the IGL for the squad.
He was buzzing. He was so pleased with the win, and that's what this event is all about, having some of these teams that don't have as many opportunities to qualify for these international events. They weren't able to get Liquid off their back until the EWC qualifier. They did fantastically in this event. I'm really looking forward to seeing them progress further. Over here in Group C, did see RRQ kind of get dispatched of by NRG pretty one-sidedly there. I was not a fan of watching that game. That made me quite sad. And now
play brutal.
Looking here at Group D here, Kev, Gen.G versus Edward Gaming, that might be the best qualification game, although the ones we have are pretty damn good as well.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. Gen.G are going to go up 12-0, and then we'll have to see what happens. You've got to hold your breath out today. Unsure how the rest of the map goes after Gen.G hit the 12. Probably goes to OT, so will be an exciting one. Maybe a double OT. EDG looked good yesterday, man. Kong came in, top frag, absolutely deleted 100 Thieves out of the server, so I'm excited to see a nice-looking reinvigorated EDG, because this year, you know, they've had their own roster struggles, so I want to see this Champions team get back into form.
Yeah, I do as well. I mean, the game is better when PaperX and EDG are doing well. Kong is such an electric force on the stage, and to see him really pop the hell off, playing that Waylay in particular, it was great to see, and I'm hoping that does continue. Him versus Texture is always a treat to watch.
Absolutely. Look, let's get into the brass tacks of the games that we have coming up. The SNB match of the day is going to be our first match here on the B stream. It is Sentinels taking on DRX. Now, DRX, as I mentioned before, did not have the best of games against BBL, although the first map was very close, could have gone either way. The Ascent felt like they kind of faded out a little bit. I felt like BBL did kind of outplay them a little bit on that map and definitely earned that win, Seth.
They really did, and I think that is something that can come through when you're playing with a new player. You have Flicker, who's basically making his Tier 1 debut over here at this tournament, has never played on a stage like this, has never played in a tournament like this, was bouncing around in their academy team for quite some time, so it's a big ask, and I think that off the rip, he was able to very much rise to the occasion, but didn't quite hit those same highs going into that follow-up series versus BBL. Well, still a steady player, but going to be looking to see a lot more of a level up here now that DRX have a bit more comfort with this 5-man on stage.
Yeah, I think BBL is a team that were a dark horse coming to this one, listening to Big Time, listening to Mitch Man as well, talking about the strengths of BBL, and then for me, witnessing that, casting that live, and really seeing them come through, winning against DRX, and the storyline there really was, okay, talk about them coming through as this underdog team that people don't expect much out of, or is it a fluke that they get this really insane best-of-1 win up against Sentinels? While they go up against DRX, only they win 2 maps there. Can't call it a fluke anymore. Right now, BBL do look like the real deal. This young gun 11, this young Turkish player, so sharp at the moment. Unbelievable stuff. Seeing that share of 3K he got onto Sunset, yeah, really insane. I have a lot of expectations moving forward with this team going to playoffs.
Yeah, I think Sentinels as well, they were really put through their paces in many different respects. I had the pleasure of interviewing Chunky after the game there, and he really had a difficult time after that game, but was very relieved to get through it. I'm sure he's feeling more energized coming into this game. Now, I was discussing some of the eliminations, and I think you've seen a little bit more of this on the A stream than we've got the chance to, Seth. All these teams getting eliminated. I saw the clip of EDG's Nobody crushing one of the keys. He looked quite pleased with himself.
Yeah, it's a very cathartic thing, especially when you come out of a very long series. That is painstaking, stressful, to be able to say, okay, we got through, we're still alive, we have the win, and now I get to watch this piece of just get absolutely demolished by this press. It's a good feeling for the players for sure.
Absolutely. Look, they can also opt, once they win, to put a few of those crush keys in their championship trophy. I was thinking maybe Sentinels might chuck 3 Chinese teams in there to just keep inflicting the pain on the region, but we'll see who ends up winning and what they end up deciding. We'll dive a little bit deeper into DRX, starting with you here, Kev. We got the chance of seeing a couple of their games. It is the names that we know and love, but they do have Flicker in the roster. For this game in particular, I believe Australia's floating around, but I don't think he's been getting back into the roster, and they do have Flashback sitting on the sidelines there.
Australia is here at the tournament as well, so, you know, maybe DRX may make some moves a little bit later on, but for now, happy to start with Flicker. And honestly, he debuted first day, first Tier 1, you know, anything first international event. I mean, what a stage to debut on. Imagine you're coming in as a rookie from academy and your first game with the main team is on the EWC stage against top teams in the world. It's like, okay, this is a little bit scary, but he top fragged that opening game, and Sheila kind of got dismantled there, and then you go into the BBL game. Flicker is still holding his own. They're losing, but Flicker is impressive. He's got the versatility as well in the agent lineup. He's playing across Viper, he's throw the Sova, he's got the flexibility to really just be the player the team needs him to be to mold them around.
Absolutely. Now let's take a little bit of a look at Sentinels before we kick this game off and see the roster that we all know and love put through their paces yesterday by XLG. Zekken was still having some fantastic performances, but I think even Sentinels playing their C or their B game is good enough to get through some of these brackets. DRX is going to push them a little bit more though today.
No, they certainly are, and this is, you know, these two teams have clashed a couple of times, more specifically in the recent years. Saw them play over at Champions last year, saw them play as well at Bangkok, where DRX was finally able to get a win. All-time Sen has that 2-1. And these two squads have never seen a map 3 between them. It has always been blowouts whenever they face against each other. And something tells me that today, given the form that we've seen from both teams, I think it's going to be a little bit scrappier. And I think that this certainly could go to 3.
Yeah, I want to say as well, you know, this is, interestingly enough, this is going to be the competition where you have to now look at these teams, and one thing does stand out to me, and guess what, DRX, not a Chinese team, so we'll see how Sentinels fares on that regard. You're coming up against some good Koreans.
They're off the farm.
So,
Speaking facts.
I mean, at this stage, I don't know how it is, but every single international, all these brackets lineups, like Sentinels, Chinese team, they've eliminated every single Chinese team. Yesterday, bit more of a struggle. I will be wondering if that kind of affects them today. Maybe overnight, they'll be able to lock in a little bit more, but Chile did step up, so credit to them, but Sentinels, a little bit shaky.
You know what? They chucked another Russian in the lineup with the coach coming in. I think that's why the scoreline was a little bit closer, Seth, perhaps.
It could be. I was just going to say, I think that Boostio is watching Sentinels. He's like, why am I not on that team? Why am I not on Sentinels? Why can't I be the one that's the Chinese farmer here after all of his comments of the past?
I will tell you what, he was definitely not farming any Chinese teams yesterday, but that's a story for another day. Let's take a look at the veto for this series between DRX and Sentinels and see if we get any surprises early on here. That is the least surprising thing I've seen, Seth. DRX banning Pearl.
Yeah, not very shocking at all. They are going to like to go to Lotus, so I'm going to try to tap into a map that's been a little bit wobbly for the side of Sentinels in the past. Saw them have some rougher performances on that map over at Masters Toronto. Then we go into Sunset, so also looking to try to go at something that DRX struggled on recently.
Fun fact about this one, when you look at the rematch, the rematch coming through from Bangkok, DRX 2-0 versus Sentinels, 2 out of the maps there, Lotus, Haven. Guess what we got? Starting Lotus, ending with Haven. There's going to be the Sunset coming through from Sentinels, which they did play yesterday. But this Lotus, 13-3 from DRX versus Sentinels a few months back.
Yeah, it's a very dominant pick for them in the past. Obviously, this is a different roster with Flicker coming in, but as you were talking about, the flexibility of this young player is looking so good. So widely, he should be able to slot in and fill pretty much any position that they need him to.
Oh, 100%. I was looking at his agents before coming into this tournament. It's a lot of Yoru, a little bit of Enit. Then he whips out the Viper. He dominates on that. He's been playing a little bit Enit on the Sova. Speaking to Marco in one of the interviews as well, he is very confident that Flicker can be quite flexible in terms of agent pool. And I don't know how DRX just keep making this work time and time again. Like traditionally attack FPS, I think putting a rookie in a team already, you're not expecting him to perform on the international stage, but on top of that, just having him perform all these different roles, you're just expecting him to fail and they make it work.
They're so good at prepping young talent and building them up, taking people who have played on a certain role and then pivoting them, because you have to remember Mako himself used to be known as Babo, which just means idiot in Korean. He was he was a Jet 1 trick. Now he's one of the best controllers in the world and has been for years.
Nice.
And he is also now IGLing. DRX are so good at developing talent. The problem is, they have too much of it. There's far too much talent for them to develop. And then they keep saying like, ooh, Flashback's back. Oh, okay, well now we've got Flicker. Ooh, what are we gonna do with this guy? And then they keep changing around the roster. Whereas I think that all the DRX fans just want to see a bit of stability.
guys, you know, like a 20-man roster, there's no issues, right? I mean, just keep swapping them in and out. Got academy players in there too. Just got an embarrassment of riches at this stage. And you know what? Just play the field and just use everyone a little bit. But right now, I will say, you want to talk about consistency? They have been playing this starting lineup the entire EWC so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even Gen.G having some success promoting an academy player as of recently. So we'll see if there's going to be a long-term solution for DRX, or is it just for this tournament? We'll see Flashback back at some point in the future. For Sentinels, it's tried and true. It's what you know. This is the roster that they're always bringing into these matches. And like I said, 4 reasons. They looked a little bit sleepy yesterday, but today, this is the first match of the day, bright and early here. It does seem like the game is going to get going fairly soon, so I think this should be a little bit better of a level from Sentinels today here, Kev.
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, again, one of the hopes of North America, there's only one North American team that's qualified through, 2 North American teams that have been eliminated. So if Sentinels don't make it through, all falls onto NRG.
Alrighty, well, we're going to get into the first game of the day here at EWC 2025 Valorant. It is going to be DRX taking on Sentinels, and to take it away, we've got Achilleos and Avril.
Thank you very much, Pilsky. Well, Avril, let's go ahead and just say, pleasure to be back with you. It's been a long time, my friend. First time in Valorant, and first time for me over here on the B stream. So I'm curious to see how everything is going to shake out. To start, we've got Sentinels kicking things off here on the attacker side, as Flicker will be on the Viper.
Same thing as what we saw from Sentinels versus Chile Gaming yesterday on that Lotus. Was a 13-9 win for Sentinels. doing quite well on the attacking side. Well, actually both sides of that map, but straight away action happening over on the Rebel side.
And do get the haunt reveal here on Bang. No real way to try to contest him. Hyunmin just going to be rotating back. It looks like DRX not wanting to really contend for the space any further, so we'll just surrender Rebel control over to Sentinels.
Flicker back on his Viper that he debuted on versus She-Light as well. And we've also seen previously a few different types of compositions. Bane's dropped the deadlock on this map before, but right now, I'm trying to revise. Here we go on B.
Thorns there, thrown forward by Zelsis. The spike gets planted. See what DRX with the call looks like as they try to get their way back through here. Just going to be a quick clear on the boom bot. Second suffering a little bit of damage to the paint shell. They'll be flushing them out into the open, but cannot collect any further damage. Paranoia now up close. John QT just trying to hold down that M1 is still going to be rewarded with a kill as Freeing does get taken down. Trade back comes in from Narrate, finding Hyunmin. Smako tries to break through. Gets the right click. Kills here on to 2. And now the defuse being started. Just Celsius left standing now for Sen. Gets the spot out. Here's the retap. Needs to try to go for it. Will be good for 1. Gets the dink on the Mako. And it's going to be the first round. The pistol here in the hands of DRX.
Had a flash available there, but 3 members to try and flash out and a smoke on the side as well would have been quite difficult. He's got that 1 kill through, the Baby Doll coming through on the DRX side. Marco leading the way. That's where they find their success. And Marco will survive with a 3-0 to start things out with. Not too bad from DRX. Now for Sentinels. All classics across the way. Not going to see any G2 Stinger styles this early in the day.
A full investment here from DRX.
You can see that DRX are fully armored up though. They don't want to take any chances.
Yeah, certainly not. A lot of teams have been leaning in towards going for the surprise outlaw buys on the attacker side from time to time. As Bang going to be able to find Mako here, back Rebel. The push forward coming through, Freeing, holding his own for 1. Bang collects a second. Hyunmin now dead. And this is already catastrophic as Bang is taking over. And it's just Flicker left standing versus 4. An unbelievable reply here from Sentinels, and DRX just don't know what hit them. We'll have to see this back because it was so damn fast. This Flicker on the push will be noted. A thrifty off the rip to tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, found a low HP Jungkook, but didn't even get the chance to fire a shot there. Young rookie Flicker falling as the last one alive for DRX, and what a round from Bang. Speaking of that, wall bangs through. The Sentinels didn't even need, as you said, to buy up any stingers, no outlaw, nothing. Pure classics, pure aggression early on. Over into Rubble, and it just works out beautifully. There's now DRX. Early troubles. Bantam picked up for Zekin here as well. Want to see this guy heat up nice and early.
That you do. See what they have, but already a great reply. Pistol's something that were plaguing Sentinels a bit yesterday. Being able to find the thrifty in reply, absolutely massive. Flicker looking for the headshots here. Will be able to find 1 on the Bang just before falling down. Narrate happily scooping up the Bulldog as well as the Orb. Now just going to be 1 away from that Nightfall.
Important here. I'm going to see what Zelsis can do about this flanking situation. Marco, backed up by Hyunmin. Hyunmin, who's been really large in the past 2 series that have seen him in constant first bloods against enemy teams. Is Marco going to check this in time, but they're walking through 1 by 1. Does Zelsis know there's a secondary member? It's Hyunmin's opportunity.
Just playing ring around the rosy here on the box, and eventually Zelsis is able to win that one out. Just down to Freeing to see if he can make this a little bit more costly, and he shall. And second, falling.
Wow.
On QT, similarly dead, but weapon's not going to be in a recoverable spot. Haunt destroyed. Sends out the tether and won't be able to do anything else. Decent damage there from DRX, but still going to be Sentinels gaining the lead 2-1.
Yeah, they'll pick up Zekin's rifle there as well, so Narrate will have Nightfall in hand. As full guns will come on through. First ult online. Nightfall's not that far from Freeing as well. That real last-minute situation for Freeing where he starts to pick up a kill will accelerate him ever so slightly. It's 2 rounds in a row, though, that we're getting quite a bit of early action here. Rather 3 rounds in a row, 2 around Rubble, this time around Mound. And this shutdown on the flank, pretty massive for Zelsis to make sure that they have all the numbers in their control. And given that Freeing was able to do this, I mean, yeah, definitely want to make sure that flank was shut down if Freeing was able to get a couple to pop off.
Does allow him to similarly try to catch up in regards to the Nightfalls. Just going to be 1 charge away. Hyunmin has it in position. The smoke does drop. Mako able to find 1, but Sen coming away with now 3. Hyunmin, Mako, Freeing all dead on the floor. Rotation's beginning. This Flicker looks to join in alongside Bane, but ultimately, do you try to make a go of this? Economy going to be in the dumps. Maybe a timeout on the horizon here for DRX.
Looking like a save to me. The Sentinels, once again, they dismantle this A aggression shown by DRX previously Sen only need the classics, of course. Put the weapons in their hands. Suddenly it looks even better for Sentinels. Be a nice and clean 3-1 to start things out with. Let DRX win the pistol. This is 3 rounds going awry for them to prevent any sort of early momentum, preventing their anti-eco. Big change of hands in terms of how the rounds are going.
Don't really have to commit anything else other than util for it either. Still going to have that Nightfall going forward. Use that to just try to stave off any kind of thrifty attempt if things start getting dicey. But yeah, Sentinel's looking fantastic thus far. I'm curious to see if Termi does opt to go ahead and call the timeout nice and early. If he gives it one more and calls it ahead of the next buy. Timer's still ticking down. So unless it's a delayed call, it seems like he's going to leave the players to their own devices.
See what the buys are going to be. As I wonder, okay, maybe we are going to get, okay, there's a tech pause instead.
Pause, all right.
Okay, well, we do have a pause coming on through. Hopefully it won't be too long, obviously. We are watching the P stream, P for pause, I'm kidding. But yeah, an important round now, as money quite low, save 2 rifles, Nightfall available. For DRX stopping this momentum from Sentinels after Sentinels taking away that second round.
It looks like something here on the DRX side with Hyunmin. So admin's on the case. We'll see if we can get this sorted pretty quickly and get back into the action. Sentinels would love to keep up the momentum here. Continue plowing onward. I have to suspect that Rob Moore himself, watching over in the player lounge, has got a big smile on his face thus far.
The Sentinels
so far,
yesterday.
it's a bit of a steadier start compared to what he was seeing. He was very stressed out yesterday in there.
I can imagine. Well, not in the first map, I have to say, because first map, Sentinels again 13 and 9, particularly second half. Defensive side, Sentinels absolutely crushed XLG, but on the attacking side, rounds 3 through to 8, 6 in a row for Sentinels. So once you get this team going, this train doesn't stop for quite some time. And for DRX, recognizing, okay, well, we've already lost our anti-eco. Momentum shifting pretty massively. Sentinels could absolutely go on a bit of a run here, particularly because DRX's money not looking fantastic. And despite saving those 2 guns, look at where the rest of the cash is. It's 3 pistols to me. Marshall, okay.
Marshall in the hands of Mako. Fairly rare sight. If he's going to be able to put good use, just going to be cycling a smoke out here. Haunt not going to be getting the note.
Up against the one member of Sentinels that is on light armor. That's the only... Well, there it is.
Okay.
Well, he does a headshot too, so maybe he doesn't even need to get the body, but Marshall already doing some work.
Again, Mako, former. Great shot from there. I was going to say former Jet main, so does have plenty of sniping experience, but that is a great shot to try to break things through. Entry at the ready. Second calling for his teammate to get the hell out of the way, and goes bounding forward. Thorn's not going to get cleared here. Sen for now will have the sights. He's getting a connection, minor amount of decay, but ultimately not finding too much as Freeing tagged out. Decayed as well as the tether does connect.
Watch the Nightfall. Freeing's got to get ready for this one. And for Narrate as well, falling off the side, you can tell he's also prepped for it. Double Nightfalls will be played into this one.
For DRX, it's a considerably heftier investment if they want to try to go for it. Looks like they're going to try to just scale off the paranoia here without that audio in play. Second, diving forward, gets up in over the top. Bane gets on the board, recovers a weapon, but Second's there from behind. The audio, the lack of it, working against them. They get a little bit of damage, but cannot find the defuse. Sentinels continue down 4-1.
What a bounce back in terms of picks as well. It's okay, well, you lose Zelsis, but Narrate so sharp at the moment. We saw what this guy was capable of yesterday as well. Just a single pixel and Flicker is gone. Bit of a slow one for rookie Flickers. So far in the tournament, he has been the guy on the other side of that, finding that pixel shot, usually Sheriff in hand. DRX putting the trust into him.
And that does lead into the timeout call here. Termi looking to stem the bleeding from DRX. Starting on the defending side, Lotus internationally, in Pacific it'll sometimes be a defender side of map, but internationally, we typically do see it trend more in towards that attacker favored. But they know that the 1 round at the moment is not really going to be enough. They can get themselves 4, 5. It's going to be a bit more comfort for them, and there's time to do it. But right now, given the form that we're seeing from Sentinels, you definitely have to have your concerns for DRX.
Last time DRX played Lotus as well was against Paper Rex, 11 and 13 on that map, and that was for the qualifier in Asia to get to this event, which Paper Rex won. That was during Teo meta as well, and that was before Flicker was on the team, so lot of changes occurring. Look at this, Flicker even trying to back out there a little bit, so just a bare tiny amount of his head still popping up available from the right to hit, and he gets the shot.
Yeah, just not able to see that flank coming through, and without the audio, no footsteps to tell. We'll go into the buy, see what the play call looks like here. Is Paint Shield going to be flying, and Gunman is forced forward. Does manage to find one, looks for a little bit more, but cannot do so. Freeing is there. Showstopper going to be lobbed in, some damage found, but Freeing collects himself a second elimination. The second does fall, and that's going to be DRX in with an advantage for the first time since the pistol round. Gen.G narrowly able to recover the spike, but down to 5 HP. And the lion's share of this on Zellsis' back, and he's able to find the first.
I was going to say, the first time that DRX are winning around that rebel side as well, but now Zellsis opening up mid, allowing Gen.G to follow through as well. Some minimal HP there. Rotating over is going to be Flicker, ready to receive. Further into spawn now, it's going to be Zellsis. Potential backstab, but Flicker might have the shot.
Seems like he has the read on this, but Zellsis has the headshot. And suddenly we're into a 2v2. HP advantage is very much in the hands of DRX, but this could become far more costly than they might have anticipated.
And look at the plant. This is going to give the Steel Garden over as well. Perfect play. Again, John's low HP here. That could be one of the big problems. You have to imagine this is where Freeing rips that Nightfall.
He has the Vandal if he can get the one-tap headshot. That could be the difference maker as Nightfall is going to be going through, taking away the audio as the weapons get scooped up.
DRX
okay, has them down low, but yeah, they have to play this very slowly. Weapons now recovered. Time bleeding away from DRX. As Mako and Freeing need to make a move with this one. Zellsis is holding close, finds the headshot. Tap of the defuse. Mako waiting for the push. Reads it well. Still has to contend with Gen.G. 5 HP. The hold, the half, and Mako narrowly able to make it happen. 0.45 seconds remaining. He gets the clutch, but at what cost? Only the one weapon remaining. Ult had to be used. This is still DRX in a rough position.
0.45 left, man. That is 0.4 away from Boostio, and this is what a round to come through. My goodness. This was looking damn good as well. You start to see Zellsis working together with Gen.G, opening up the map over towards B, rotating then onto C. Steel Guard and Nightfall canceling each other out. And Mako playing within a smoke. No paranoia available. Impatience being rewarded there, but man, that below half a second. Wow.
Insanely close, but this time DRX, a bit more dominance on display here as they gain control of over Rubble 2 rounds in a row. 2 quick kills, bang, Zekin dead. Should have DRX starting to get into a place of comfort and build up a bit of an economy. Decent little fire there onto Flicker, puts him down low, forces a reposition out of the Viper. Gen.G does manage to get the pit online with the orb take.
It's going to have to be a slower one from Sentinels. 3 to work with here. And over on A side of things, spotted utility, that's opportunity now, right? Well played. Mako had no idea what hit him. Just sees the smoke, leave the hands of Mako, and instantly narrate hits.
And that now forces a lot more attention towards that A side of the map. You can see it's just Flicker here trying to hold. His Snakebite will get lobbed in. Zellsis out in front of that. Works his way forward. Bane with a quick peek. Seeing Gen.G. They know that this is where the spike is looking to be laid to rest. Push forward. Bane going to be dealt with. Flicker now dead. A 2v3. Advantage here to the side of Sentinels. As the pit immediately goes through. Freeing trying to push forward with the lined up. Managing to find the collide. Gen.G, Zellsis both going to be taking down the spike. Never got planted. Now Narrate has to try to play himself into the site. Just 12 seconds remaining. Noise made. The spot out. The haunt cleared. The swing of the corner. The time is just not going to be there. And Freeing will go ahead and put him down early. Gets himself a 3K as DRX 1 round away from tying it up.
We got a nice little preview of Freeing an earlier round, might have been the 2nd or 3rd round with the pistols coming through, basically the last member alive. Gets a couple of kills in there, you're thinking this guy's got some aim on him today. And a rescue operation as well, considering Bane maybe losing a little bit of patience there. Bane and Flicker both falling on site, allowing advantage back over towards Sentinels after Sentinels were down 2 members themselves. But no plant coming on in. Coming down to a 2v1. And the classic to finish things off. Now the tack pause coming through from Sentinels after what was a round that started to turn around for Sentinels towards their victory. Slipped through the fingers barely.
And 2 in a row. That's going to be a little bit brutal here for Sen City. And we'll see they can do to try to get themselves back into the driver's seat. Still in a good position, still plenty of rounds to be played out in this half, so they can still express some dominance. With the momentum building up here for DRX, it's always got to be a bit of a concern. And Mako has shown that in his own right, one of those IGLs that get a very solid understanding of your game plan, your tendencies, and then use those against you after a couple rounds of play.
Just through the Viper's pit as well, man. Freeing, what a monster. 4-round streak broken in there. As I said yesterday, Sentinels had 6. That should really put the pressure onto Sheila, and now DRX stem the bleeding early, recover the economy early as well. Once more aggression over on A Rubble. DRX have been very keen to play towards this. Lost it a couple times, won it a couple times, and this time will entirely push Sentinels out. Operator offensively for Zelsis as well, by the way. Big shift up now over towards Mount.
That's going to be John QT reading it well. Hanging back, anticipating this aggression. Question is for San, do they anticipate the judge? And it looks like, well, Bang certainly did not. Trying to TP forward. Wall goes up, locks out the remaining players. So far, find ourselves here with this 1-to-1. Celsius with the op in hand. Taps the door, peeking in towards upper here at the B site.
See where the spike goes as well. As a bit of a lean in coming through from Narrate, looking into Mako. Prowler is going to get the information. Both sides receiving that one a little bit.
Forced to back away, clear of the haunt. Mako just backpedaling steadily, will get himself over onto the site safely.
Be a crunch towards B as well, possibly. But they're not going to walk too far forward into Mako, respecting the possibility of extra defenders being there. And the Viper wall.
The operator's been disguised this entire time. Shot hasn't really rung out, so still an opportunity for them to try to catch DRX off guard. Is trying to play anti-flash, is freeing, but they're just storming forward. You can see eating that flash themselves.
10 seconds
Plant now coming through. Mako suspicious about this poison orb. Sees the push out, but John QT just a little bit faster. Mako should have been advantaged. John comes away with it. Crossfire angle. Second finds Bane. And that's now just Flicker asked to try to clutch, but
no money.
In all likelihood, we'll have to just go on the save.
Half HP, no money. At least they'll have the information that the operator was revealed there. And Mako losing out over towards Baby Door side. Unfortunate, and John is even going to prevent Flicker as well. Sharp today. Nice flick over onto Mako, and the Sentinels, after that attack pause coming on through, will find themselves a nice little B plant round. Just completely annihilating Freeing in that spot as well.
That's off a decent start there, Freeing. Knowing that that flash was going to be coming through, just gets caught off guard as they just absolutely flood out of the smoke. Thrifty attempt now here for the side of DRX. Just a bulldog in the hands of Freeing as he buys down the 1250. Do have the overdrive from Hyunmin.
We have a lot of ults actually, so there's still an opportunity here. Of course, we've already seen what a Thrifty can do on the Sentinel side on that round number 2.
Thing you might be looking to do is honestly give up some space. They still want this Rubble control, but you can get Sentinels into a position where they go for a B plant, C plant, something like that. Steel guard and overdrive on top. Force them to the sidearms. There's an opportunity.
I mean, look how careful Sentinels have to be here. A little bit concerned that DRX are going to make a play happen. Push into Mako.
It's just the classic. Sat here behind the rock, goes for the swing. Zekin will take a little bit of damage, but Zels is quick on the trigger. Finds it. Lurk now from the fade. Breaks open that C site, and that could just be the quick pivot here for Sentinels.
And this stage as well, DRX have to know a bunch of the map is compromised. Bane's already gone looking. He wouldn't mind a free upgrade here. But the rotations have been called over. Safer for Sen to go where they know it is clear, at least for now.
Gap is shortened. Timing nearly there, but doesn't actually swing the corner. Narrate will collect a headshot. Being now dead. And even given the situation, trying to go for the overdrive.
Well, he's doing it.
And he's going to go for it. And immediately will be shut down. Seems like just the state of things here for DRX. And the majority of these rounds so far, Sentinels look to lock up 6 for the half.
You can see a scenario as well where, you know, numbers are more even for DRX. Potentially even a 5v5. Okay, well, Freeing, we've seen him late in these rounds, okay. Not expecting him to 1 versus 5, but always good for the 2 late. What I'm trying to get towards is overdrive Steel Guard and remove the weapons from Sentinels can start to make that a little bit workable. Especially if it's on a small site like C, where Steel Guard can definitely hit. Marco, you know, just sort of freely swing that one, no util place. Paranoia not used.
Nice.
Difficult round, I think, for DRX to be able to really navigate, but yeah, Freeing will just collect his tax and move on.
Back into a buy, still 4 ultimates to work with, but Narrate, another Nightfall online, their own Steel Garden as well as Bang with it from the shadows. Sentinels really lacking in that regard themselves.
Second
Flicker
time
going to be forward on Mound.
Second time that Flicker's walked up on the Mound side as well. Last time punished heavily by Narrate, although I don't think Flicker was considering that he could just die that quickly.
He's about to get a lot of attention, and he's just going to be strafing right through. Zelsis holding onto the operator, continuing to find value from it. C-site now completely broken open. TP forward here from Bang. Goes ahead and ensures that, and the Nightfall will confirm it. DRX now in a very rough position, as Mako still a world away. Just now starting to work his way across, but honestly, 4v5. Wouldn't be shocked if they end up calling for a save.
Really just getting a lot of value on the early operator pick. Zelsis has had that in his hands for quite some time now, in several rounds.
It's going to be an all-in gambit here. Steel Garden gets sent, as well as that Nightfall.
Sen just fall off though, look at that.
Yep, leaving Zekin, lurking forward here into the smoke. Couple shots flying through, there's the reveal. He's able to find one. Mako pushing forward, shut down a second. Tears them asunder. 2 kills, Freeing now. Needing to do so very much, but only has 1 HP. And Bane will not be able to make it happen. Sentinels confirm themselves in an advantageous position at the half. Could potentially even get themselves a 9-3 scoreline now.
Beautiful from Zekin as well, holding strong on site. Not everyone can afford to fall off. He'll take the brunt of the ultimates being used by DRX. Perfect timing as well to get the Phantom back in his hands after Steel Guard wears up, but the rest of Sentinels clearly falling off over towards Mound. They're going to be able to come back on in, start with that early operator. Reveal's going to give Zekin that initial kill, and then so long until DRX can really push in and make use of the ultimate expenditure. I mean, they really put a lot into that round.
And now it's going to be an outlaw in alongside the operator. Double sniper setup. Showstopper also in the back pocket here for Zekin. Pit still available, but the Thrifty always becomes that much more difficult to really pull the trigger on using these ultimates.
Ooh, okay, well, smoke did come down over onto C.
Showstopper up and over the top. Gonna be a little bit of a botch there from Zekin. Damage not found. And a wall staves off any forward scaling here from Sentinels. And for DRX, they're gonna be happy to just get that ult out of the way. Not have to worry about it for the rest of this.
Could have been scary as well, because really it's a big rotation from DRX, seeing the one smoke come on through. Obviously rewarded given the fact that the Showstopper was confirmed. They stopped that entire push. But had that been a fake, Sentinels had essentially the rest of the map open to them. As we slow things down, I'll start leaning over towards pillar side, and DRX are responding in kind as well.
Having popped the wall, they know that they have decent access odds into the B site. Looks like they're just going to go ahead. A 1-2-2 split for Sentinels as John QT will re-wrap.
That was an insane prowler kill coming through from Bang over on Mount as well, because that's just a nice every piece of information.
And Narrate is able to find Mako, just lurking forward. Calls for the A site, but looking like it might just be a B crunch now. Gunman goes over to Baby Door, does manage to find the shot, takes him down, weapon can be recovered. Paint Shell gonna be flying at him. Gunman is able to find another. Scales forward, looking for a little bit more, and Gunman massacres them all!
Give him a gun, give him an ace!
It starts with a sheriff and just takes them all down.
Yeah, why not? Shut down the flank, open up things for DRX. Beautiful clutch up coming on through. One upgrade, then suddenly Human turns online. This guy, we've seen how sharp he's been so far overall, certainly at EWC, despite the losses. Now DRX can feel a lot more confident, although still trailing in this half so far. That one was required for DRX.
Shame to have a replay of that one, but Hyunmin certainly will not be forgetting that, and that does allow for him to now have an operator on this defender side for the first and last time as we go into the last round.
Trophy picked up from Zelsis' body as well, right? So enjoy that. And he will. He is lapping it up. Tasty is going to be Zekin first blooded.
And that's a lot of your entry power. Granted, Sun have been doing well without Zekin in several of their round wins. And a little bit of a rougher go here for the Sen duelist.
We'll see if Zelsis ends up dropping his own off. 4 seconds rifle as well. A lot of info and bullets being traded on this side of the map so far. Human is going to back off at least slightly.
All right, cutting over towards that baby door. Does manage to find Mako. Freeing now, striking. Sends out the Haunt. Shorty in hand. Wanted to try to jump the corner, but Freeing snappy with that headshot. Gets the readjust to find John QT. 11 HP. Reinforcements on their way. And Zelsis will be able to find the kill. Now storming forward. 34 seconds remaining. Could try to go over towards the C site, but just doesn't have the information on Flicker and Bane.
Yeah, they can work together so well here. I mean, this might go all the way over towards C. There's just barely enough time, but Zelsis, what kind of confidence does he have? He's going to plant for himself over towards C Link.
Blood's in the water. They're surrounding him now. Needs to try to separate, but cannot. Bane will find the headshot. DRX widely are able to recover this half. Considering how things had started, dropping that Thrifty in round number 2.
Yeah.
They run it back 5-7.
They drop a Thrifty, and then they say, we'll win one of our own off of our duelist star player, Human. 5-7. Not a bad recovery considering the 4 rounds in a row that Sen managed to get early on, completely shutting the door onto DRX. Ring was pretty good for most of that, despite the rounds being lost. Human locking in towards the end, but of a slow one for Flicker and Mako to come in today. We're good to see at least one player minimum, despite the losses. Freeing, he nearly really made Sentinel sweat a couple times, but obviously there was that one defuse round for Mako that was pretty tight as well, 0.45 on that defuse, kind of just staving off Sentinels from running away with too many rounds.
Ultimately, not a bad half for either side. Let's see what the reads look like, though, from John QT. As they pivot over to this defense. We know the DRX can get very aggressive when they want to. They are a team that can absolutely just throw bodies at the problem like Paper X. Mako double TPing forward onto the sites, etc. See if that comes into play as we just go ahead and rewind back to some of the moments here from this first half.
Really, a lot of this also came down to the fact that DRX just had plenty of rounds where they didn't quite have full weaponry. Saved, I think at least twice. One attempted save was shut down by John Cutie. But then you have these insane moments as well. With a very clutch half-second defuse, Freeing popping off, Human popping off.
And that's
find
exactly,
those 5 rounds.
That's exactly what you want to see if you're rooting for DRX here in this set, because, you know, the start of stage, of kickoff, coming into stage 1, the year 2025 for DRX, Hyunmin was one of those players that people were saying, like, okay, this guy could be Rookie of the Year.
Sure.
He is looking absolutely electric. And then he's kind of been surpassed by a couple different names. Cushy on RRQ after their placement there at the top of the stage. I mean, now you've got Levin as well, who's looking like he could very much be in contention for that. Patman on Paper X.
Well,
Hyunmin wants to remind everybody what he's capable of.
Sentinels and Zek in particular felt the wrath of Levin. BBL in an earlier game. But now for Sentinel, see if they can hold on to this 2-round lead as we swap the sides over. DRX saw at the top of the leaderboard there on the entire server, despite being 2 rounds down. It's Freeing, top fragging.
He's got the Ghost. That's going to be one of his key weapons. Just be an absolute menace and a headshot machine with that gun in hand.
Sentinel's happy to leave A open here as well. Just a single share to block through movement on the stairs side, nothing onto tree, but they are being rewarded right now. It's Mako testing the waters here.
The raid going on an exploration, and Bane a little bit of sleep. Might have been checking the mini-map there. Does manage to safely reposition himself there.
The Raid's hit better shots than that. We've seen the Raid delete players, as Flicker well knows. Bane lucky to get out with his life.
Down to 59. For now, looks like DRX looking to just try to wait out these smokes, but you still have Thorns, a snake
Look at this, though.
waiting for you.
Flicker's gone exploring, and this is where that gap in the map may be revealed. However,
Thorns coming through, slide forward though. Hyunmin ahead of it all, finding one, looking for the readjust, cannot get it done. Thorns take down Mako.
30 seconds left.
Have to suspect that the bite was there, yeah. The assist in from John QT, and now the call to pivot across towards that A site is going to be coming through as Flicker scales forward, but they still don't know if the site is completely open.
Yeah, well, they're about to discover that. This is what I'm talking about. The Flicker was exploring on that side of the map. And once they realize it certainly is going to be open, still enough time barely to plant, but they got to get their move on. And they barely have enough numbers here as well. Utility looking a little bit more bare free, waiting for timing for Horn. Losing Marco here, no paranoia. But Flicker, can we find that rookie aim once again coming through from drop? This would be insane.
Holding close, but it's a little bit whippy. Free, unable to find it there as Flicker. Quite a bit of damage suffered. He and Bane both low. Flicker now dead. Bane needing to do everything.
He's low.
He's low. Spots him out. The double wrap. Just trying to spam through. Finds the first. Repositions, but the push from Bang is there on time. Sentinels 1-1 in pistols. Still in the lead.
The DRX 3 members, they just didn't end up helping each other. Flicker probably didn't want to reveal his positioning early, but eventually peeps out for the single headshot, and then really far away is Bane all the way in tree. Left on a bit of an island as he has to watch Flicker battle against it all. But this opening, yeah, I mean, losing Marco to the Razor. A little bit upsetting here, and just discovering a little bit too late in the round the compromised defense over on A. I mean, you could imagine, give Flicker a little bit more time to work it, and he suddenly discovers how free it is, and then you have a big rotation.
Just one Sheriff in hand, otherwise classics. This DRX would love to replicate some of the magic that Sentinels pulled off. Themselves a thrifty, but odds are going to be looking a bit slim.
Flicker is waiting. Smoke's gone, though.
A little jump peek there from Narrate. Some shots ringing out. Confirms presence as sees to grab there for a brief moment.
Bang also fired a shot as well, so now you have to start considering how many players are here for Sentinels. Paranoia in hand, he's going to catch a lot.
Could absolutely destroy them with this paranoia. Sends it, Prowler. Ooh, does get the chop. Flicker's able to find one. Henneman going to be traded up, and Narrate pushing forward, looking for a little bit more. Ends up falling, and in the end, it's going to be a couple weapons recovered here as we go into a 3v3. Second, however, arriving a lot faster than they might have anticipated. Does manage to take down the Bane here on the opposite side, and doesn't suffer too much damage in the process. Freeing still just the classic in hand.
Yeah, he didn't manage to pick up an upgrade. That's going to be a little bit upsetting here. Paranoia sees available, but Freeing just goes up rope. No help from Marco.
Spots one, the drop down. Marco looking to try to clutch it out. One of the TP reposition, but there's a snake bite there. Finds one more, makes it costly. Sentinels ultimately will be able to persevere here in the anti-eco.
Lost too many members. Zekken coming through from Baby Doll really hurt this team of DRX on their attempt to push on through. And started off okay, considering they're not the team that has weapons yet. Getting that winning trade over towards Rubble is a good start. Not having the extra weapon onto Bang hurts you a little bit, and then the last two members of DRX, unfortunately not able to trade off each other, despite Marco's best efforts.
See what this looks like. Is tooling around with a couple different ideas. Looks like Zekken's going to be landing on that stinger after all. Had the Bucky hovered for a bit, which from the defending side, we've seen value be found, mostly in the hands of Forsaken playing outside of A. Fast lane going to be sent. Relay bolt, the bounce, the haunt reveal, however, and Zekken ignoring that is just out for blood. Finds one, but the trade back is going to be big here for the side of DRX. Now expounded upon as Narrate similarly ends up 6 feet under.
See what John can do here.
Prowler will spot him. Key information as Bane and finding himself another kill here. Planted out, come through. Zelsis, it's all about trying to see if he can do some damage. Shunman and Bane, both players at risk. Any kills, any weapons left on the floor is going to be value here for Sentinels.
Wonder if this is just going to be an exit play here as well. He's revealed his positioning. At this point, DRX, they don't need to walk into this. Just let Zelsis die to Spike, drop his stinger, call it a day, collect your 6, move on. Plant from Freeing, by the way, does activate his Nightfall for next round.
And that's going to be a critical one as we go into the first buy of the second half. DRX going to be 3 rounds away from trying to tie things up. Again, getting that momentum going, the gears turning from that defending side. Oh, Zelsis, a cheeky little play. Freeing certainly didn't anticipate that.
He actually upgraded, so he shot on the stinger. And then you have DRX like, okay, he's got a stinger. We'll get out of stinger range. That's fine. He upgrades onto his teammate's Bulldog, and DRX just kind of forgot about that. To be fair, I didn't see that coming either. That was pretty nice to end things out from. Just a cute little play. The DRX, though, 16-14 for Freeing Nightfall, ready to go. It's the 2 Fade players that have been doing quite a decent amount so far. And if you look at the armors for Sentinels, not pretty here. As it's even Bang deciding, do I want Guardian in full armor, or is it going to be Phantom and Light? And, well, he'll choose the Phantom.
Looks like fast lane, a little bit of a delayed push, but Haunt can't get cleared, so Mako does get noted back rubble. Smoke forward at stairs. Now the Viper will try to scale off of, if they can advance forward past John QT's.
Look at the rotations already, Sentinels. They'll play off the share on C. Elsis is going to recollect his positioning and anchor there.
Nightfall going to be able to connect on the 2. That can be dodged by Second, but he can't dodge those shots apparently. Flicker just finds him over at stairs. Bang still holding close to right there, double stacking the angle, watching the exit from Tree. They clean up Mako, and now it's going to be a call to try to pivot forward here into the B side. Zelsa's position going to be noted, and he nearly has them lined up. That could have been catastrophic for DRX. Lose out on their Viper, but Hyunmin is there.
Heart skipping a beat there for your DRX, and also for myself as well. That could have been a nasty situation. Waiting to see what else can happen here. John QT on a flank, Bang coming in, he's good for it.
Good forward as freeing will fall. Bane and Hyunmin now. 2v3, Bang rather, low on HP, but Bane can only collect the 1. Now it's all on Hyunmin's shoulders. Push coming through, the spot out, the double face, and a rate with another 3K. Sen with another round win, they get up to double digits.
Shutting things down over towards A, trying to walk through Tree. And DRX unable to get it done, even the single kill that we saw on B. DRX's numbers not working out for them. A nice little 2-play towards the end there. Sentinels hit that double digits. Walked in there, light armors, with full guns.
At this point where you have to be wondering, when is that second timeout call going to be coming through? Sentinels, even with the little run back in that first half, never really feeling the heat. Still have 2 in their back pocket in case this gap does get closed.
Look, he can get something done here. Plenty of light armor still available. Zelsis has his own in hand.
Has to back away. We know that both shots have rung out. Bang at the same time, though. Able to note this Viper that was trying to get into a flank position. Zelsis.
Through the smoke, okay.
Will get outdone. Yeah, Stinger to find him.
Now John with a lot to do here. Has to hold on. A little bit of support from Zekin from behind.
Mitchell holds him back. John QT looking down immediately. Pivots back in to find the kill on Mako. Up and over the top, they get ready to come through. And that's just going to be John QT mowing him down. 1 by 1, a 4K. And Sentinels now up to 11-2 from taking DRX's map pick away.
IGL do be shooting right now. 11 on board for Sentinels. They want to clean this one up. The map choice. John QT, my goodness. This nice little 4-piece coming through. DRX wanted Lotus. Sentinels say, not going to be your map.
And there's still no timeout call here for DRX. Getting 7 in a row. Don't want to avoid any kind of overtime.
Back over towards A. DRX has been favoring this side plenty of times now. Sentinels will keep it light for now. No share this time on C. It's going to be the Viper's bit to hold it down. That's going to allow Zelsis to rotate off. The Sentinels are so prepared. Zekin on stairs. And the rest of Sentinels
That's just
nearby.
already huge information there from Zekin on the peak. Smoke set up. Narrate just a hair off being able to find these spams through the smokes. Paranoia now going to be sent onto the B site. Zelsis debating whether he wants to try to play forward, but the relay bolt will basically force the decision. Thorn's now going to be popped. He does get flushed out. Hyunmin able to find him once again, a kill through a smoke. As Mako goes on the late linger here, trying to see if he can intercept anybody exiting from the A site. Pit now going to go down for DRX. Nightfall available for him to raid. Could send it, but it's going to be a boom bot. Actually find a kill onto Freeing. Rare sight indeed is now you got a TP around the back. Coming in from Bane as he arrives over at B main. Audioless, showstopper, lobbed in, kill, not found, Bang. Getting ever closer, but Hyunmin watching the angle. Does manage to shove them back. 4v3, the work cut out for them. Sentinels, do they continue to go forward? They have the money to buy up for the next round. No real reason they're not trying to play it out, but time is working against them. It seems like in the end, everybody gonna go their separate ways away from this spike. Scenario 8 looks for a little bit more value, and we'll be able to find it. Flicker gonna be taken down, so still some damage dealt, but DRX Managed to get themselves up to 7.
Was really coming through from that Nightfall. That was their one opportunity to maybe flush out that Viper's Pit. Haunt being deployed as well, but once the utility is gone, Sentinel's losing a bit of confidence. DRX still have plenty of members alive. Sentinels are thinking, we got a good buffer of rounds here. We'll protect the economy. Move forward a single more round, but they are just 2 away here. Sentinels, despite losing that one, still looking like they're in the driver's seat overall this half so far. 4-2 in terms of the rounds.
Back to it.
And DRX, smooth moves. A, crunching onto B, solo kill to Zelsis. Viper's Pit for the plant. Removing the threat of the Viper's Pit that was placed on C from John.
Things slowing down now, grinding to a halt. Double stack on that C entry. Second, watching, checking. There's a scale forward here at B, but pulls off the angle right as Bane fills that space.
I'm going to back out now. Showing a bit of presence over towards C already. Sentinels decently far forward on Rubble this time around. Bangs played the spot multiple times. Spike's uncommitted on that side of the map though. Prowlers exchanged.
Paranoia at the ready. Does get sent out. Quick tuck back as the haunt gets cleared. It's going to be a re-push up now.
They still got to work past the share.
Yep, the wall is there, Thorn's there, Flash as well.
I mean, that one smoke really just tells you what's happening.
Gunman sliding forward. This time Thorn's not going to be able to find a kill, but Celsius certainly can. Survives, 5 HP, regen armor, back up to 25. Steel Garden at the ready. Ooh. Will send it. Is Paint Shell going to be lobbed up over the top? Mako going to be eating a bit of damage there. Tries to back away, but John QT rushing forward. Able to find the kill. Primary is still going to be jammed to rate. Finding one, Flicker, trading back another. As that is just going to be the dust settling. I think a lot faster than Sentinels might have even read. All the kills come through, they get the defuse, and now they're up to map point.
Zelsis didn't even need to use the pre-planted Arc Rose there either. Perfectly finding the entry. Marco also left on an island for a while there as well. Once Human goes down, Marco's trying to go for plant. Rest of his team still stuck behind the share. Sentinels using that time to regroup, to be able to go for that big push. And now, talk about the tactical pause coming through. DRX, time for Termi to get in and save this. 5 rounds to bring it to OT, and that's a lot to chew into.
And it just feels like it's a bit too late. It feels like this is a round too far past to try to recover this one. I mean, you have some money, some buys. There will be some rifles, as well as an overdrive available. Making a play call, try to pull off an effective Thrifty to then run back 4 more. It feels like this intervention could have been coming through a little bit sooner. Sentinels right now, though, fired up, red hot on the server, as they're looking to continue the trend of nothing but 2 zeros.
Just haven't been able to get a lot done on C. I feel like it's typically always been a failure for DRX. A lot more successful on the A and B side of the map. Sentinels also applying a bit more pressure on there as well. Last round, advanced move up from Bang. And the rate, I believe. I think the few B plants that DRX have had have actually been somewhat successful.
Well, going into your map point round, Narrate going to be bringing out the Odin. That's something that we've been seeing. And curious enough,
see the Brock cosplay come out on this map.
Enman holding on to the Vandal. I thought for sure that this would be a pass over onto Freeing, who at the moment is still their top fragger. Some damage eaten here from Hyunmin. Does manage to scale forward. He gets second tucked away though here in the corner by stairs. Thorn's going to be thrown down. Paranoid going to be sent, and they're nearly lined up. Narrate doing so much damage. Bang! Holds the back angle. Hyunmin dead as it all comes down to nothing for DRX. Nothing left to stand on. The pieces tumble. Things spiral out of control, and Sentinels take the map in dominant fashion.
And even a late lurk, or rather late flank coming through on that C side as well, just in case. A little bit of insurance policy wasn't even required. Sentinels come through nice and clean on Lotus. Whatever that last timeout was coming through from DRX didn't give them enough to work through as the Odin just rips them apart.
Yeah, DRX dropping their map pick here is not good news for all Pacific fans. Sentinels looking like they are very switched on today. That game, it did not look close. It did not feel close. I felt like DRX, I was seeing a lot more hero plays needed than usual, and only a couple of rounds where they're actually getting good reads off where, you know, the rubble exchange. But outside of that, I felt like most of that was Sentinels, and Nara in particular, he was quite happy taking matters into his own hands, even just dry walking out rubble. It's the first game I've seen from DRX so far this event here, Kev, where Flicker felt a little bit out of place at this level.
Yeah, I mean, he got shut down by Narrate so quickly. That insane flick onto his head on Mound just really shows what's up. You're up against Sentinels now. But beyond that, that second round, to me, really costly. Just Classics. It's not even like they did a G2 Stinger force-up. Just Classics, straight over towards the Rubble side. They get that cleanup. Bang, Truder's name, Wallbanks through as well. And he also had a pretty damn good game, if I'm honest. And then from there, you start building momentum for Sentinels. We did end 7-5, which is, you'd call that a recovery coming through in DRX, but that second half, pretty much missing for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, only being able to get 2 rounds, shifting over to the attacker side where you should, in theory, be a bit more favored. Clearly, things were not coming together for DRX whatsoever. A couple moments of brilliance, a couple plays here and there, the ace from Hyunmin, as well as, you know, some regular rounds from Freeing. But outside of that, it was very disjointed and very much not what we've come to anticipate from DRX.
Yeah, even Marco, classic brilliance on the Omen, some positional plays where he's making these clutches look interesting in these XVXs after plants. You really believe he's going to bring them together, and it did bring that clutch together, 1v2 in the first half as well.
That was the one successful one, but there's a couple of post plants as well coming through from DRX side where 2 alive or 3 alive, and they're just unable to work together to really, you know, swing off each other and trade effectively. And so you have Sentinels slowly just whittling down numbers-wise, one by one, the DRX members alive, and just memory goes back to seeing Flicker by himself on that drop side and no help at all, couldn't do anything, waiting to die, and that's exactly what happened.
I mean, as usual, DRX, we've seen them change up their comp trying to go into this map. This was their pick. They were playing like Teo Deadlock stuff before. We've seen a lot of Bane on Deadlock in some of these like mid-season events as of late, as they were one of the teams that unfortunately narrowly missed out on going over to Toronto. So you can clearly see, as usual, I mean, DRX, them swapping a comp is not something super crazy. They do it all the time. They're quite happy to even swap players in and out of their roster. But for Sentinels, they love just keeping things stock standard and just playing things by the numbers, and they are just one of these solid, consistent teams out of NA.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for DRX, it's going to come down to the context. How are you utilizing this event? Is this a testing ground for Flicker before you really field him as the starting 5 member ahead of stage 2? If that's the answer, then okay, sure, this is fine. If you end up not winning this series, if you end up going out in this position, taking home the 15K, I don't think you're going to be that bothered. If you think that this roster, as is going to be the second coming of God, then you have to start to have some concerns, because clearly there's a lot more work that is needed.
That's fine. Just roll out the conveyor belt. Who's the next Korean teenager we got with, you know, the developing a couple of
go through the academy a little bit more, but right now at this event, with what they have to work through, yeah, they got past XLG 0-2 versus BBL, then starting the day here 0-1 in this BO3 versus Sentinels. So internationally, BBL already caused them some problems, and Sentinels, you'd imagine, will be as clean of a team as you'd want. Very well structured. BBL probably going to be a bit more aggressive, a little bit more scrappy, and in the hands of Levin, just kind of tearing apart your team. Yeah, I mean, just beautiful team play coming through from Sentinels all around. Everyone contributed. And where you did see some slight moments come through from DRX, you talk about Freeing. Some of those big kills that he got were just at the end of rounds when he probably couldn't really win the rounds anyway. It's like, oh, this is really cool. His mechanics are sharp. He's going to get a couple kills here, but yeah, okay, it's a 1v5. He'll get a couple kills to make it look good, but those aren't really winnable rounds. So yeah, he was able to do a little bit of stuff there. Slow one from Flicker, as we sort of discussed, and then Human, he had that one big moment on the ace, but largely nothing really super special, I think.
It was fairly disjointed from all of them. I mean, Bane as well is one of those players. He ends up under 100 ACS. He's somebody who has been rock steady, who has been a big game player for them on the international stages when it matters the most. And here, it was a very muted performance, and that's not what you cannot have that from your Vice. You need them to have presence. You need them to be staying alive. You need them to be offering up that util.
I want to see Devi. I want to see Devi on the Vice levels of performance. That guy has been rocking it on Lotus recently, but unfortunately, that is exactly what happened to DRX on their map pick. Rocked on Lotus by Sentinels. They are now one game away from getting eliminated here from EWC, and Sentinels moving on. Let's move on to Sunset after the break and see what ends up happening.
This land is calling.
Them out is Aves finding that extra orb that they farmed up in the previous. One away from the showstopper. Then you wouldn't have to block those angles. Oh, they found Russia too. That's through the B site. A wall even in the way, but it wasn't enough. And at this point, another trade out. A showstopper fired, and its target found but not dealt with till the wall bang comes through. Great recovery from KC, and a 3v2 now. Billy on the back foot.
That's gotta hurt. Elite was so desperately low on HP.
Where are you?
K-Knight and Neff completely isolated from each other. The paranoia was solid, and Neff, he gets his third kill of the round, but unless K-Knight can get both of the remainder, that was a chance. He hit them both with that seize. That brought them both low on HP, but unfortunately, the shot from the other side was just that little bit quicker. It's another flying start on the attack side from KC. And it is worth noting that where they struggled a little bit last time out was on the defense, but I think we're looking at firstly a different squad, but also we're yet to really see the BLG that we know and love.
They are.
That's exactly it, Tom. They froze up over on Icebox, and now it's a struggle. Losing that third round, it gives KC a streak. This could get dangerous. A lot of players on A. It's a big gamble with the low buy, but that has not worked out. Comes up Snake Guys with KC dominating the duels. Neff, oh, he's got the double. It was a real chance with the Stinger. And he's given Levius a chance, but a slim one.
Yeah. They know where he is as well. Even the element of surprise is gone, and they are lining up like a firing squad, ready to fight him. I say that Sugetsu is well ahead of anyone else, but he is playing so confidently, I don't think he cares. Happy faces on the side of KC, of course, a team that ended up coming.
Look quite shaky in a series.
Yeah, this was a very soft start, and it's on their map pick, so that's going to be even more brutal. And now they have to play Sentinels, who've elected to go to Sunset. a map that DRX didn't do particularly well on the last time that they played it. So this is going to certainly be a bit concerning. It's a big concerning day overall for Pacific Enjoyers because every team other than Paper Rex is up against the ropes.
Yeah, Sentinels look good today. You know, yesterday maybe a little bit shaky versus She Like Gaming, but this was also the map that Sentinels lost to XLG, and XLG started to really come back in, find their groove, Happy Way popping off, alongside Viva and Hivoya, and really even on that third map of Haven, which we are having on board here. Question will be if we're going to get there or not.
Yeah.
We also had a pretty good performance from XLG. So from this second map onwards, despite how good Sentinels looked yesterday on map 1, they look good on map 1 today as well. Need to start to see if Sentinels can make sure they can have that consistency go through for Sunset as well.
Yeah, I think they should be feeling relatively confident. They did look like they were in the driver's seat for the entirety of Lotus. I totally agree. They look like a completely different team. This looks like the Sentinels that you should be very, very worried about. And the Sentinels that, especially seeing that G2 were coming into this event with a stand-in, I believe we're going to be the best NA team at this event, Kev, although NRG is starting to throw their hat in the ring there.
Yeah, and so Sentinels right now, they're one map away from joining NRG. Thieves and G2 already falling, but if this is the level of Sentinels move on with this with more consistency and maybe even look better going into playoffs, then I think NA fans will have a lot to be happy with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for DRX though, a team that we're very familiar with, Seth, what do we need to see, particularly here on Sunset? I mean, this is a worrying map to be going towards, especially given how Lotus went for them, but what do we need to see from them?
I think we need to be seeing just some clear communication from DRX as well as clear understanding of what Sentinels is trying to do, because there was the rounds that we saw that were clean from DRX, they had a very strong understanding of what Sentinels was going to try to do, and they were able to counteract that beautifully.
Yeah.
But it was few and far in between when those rounds were coming to the surface. And it was just a lot of curveballs, a lot of minor changes that Sentinels are making as far as their movement around the map, where they're playing, that stack, that heavy stack that they had on C site. Immovable. DRX is saying like, okay, we've done all of this on the A side. Surely we baited at least a rotation up. No, Sentinels had a very firm understanding. They're playing in ways that DRX was not ready for.
Yeah.
So DRX needs to have a much better read. They need to be looking, 3 steps ahead rather than just the one.
Yeah, that's what we're used to seeing from DRX. I mean, I think about that A rubble control on Lotus where they got 2 scans and were able to basically come away with a 2-man advantage very early on. Those are the kind of tactical excellence rounds that you want to see from DRX that are very well prepped by their excellent coaching staff as well. Usually it's the individual plays that are the icing on the cake for that, but unfortunately more of them were needed than should really be necessary from a team like DRX, Kev, when some of the individuals go missing.
Yeah, and Seth, you were saying as well you would like to see Terming and maybe the coaching staff pull through with earlier tactical timeouts, be able to talk to the team, just go into round 12 when it's already map point. It's like, okay, guys, here we got to win 5. Let me lay out the gameplay for 5 rounds in a row, guys, and that's a little bit too hard, too difficult. We talked about some of the individuals here as well. I probably expected a bit more from Flicker, given how sharp he was in the opening couple of days. Obviously, still a rookie, obviously first-time international, first-time Tier 1 team as well.
Yeah.
So maybe some nerves starting to settle in, but he is on a roll that he did play in that opening day. He looked pretty comfortable on it. He looked very good on that. Maybe moving over to Sunset, resetting the brain a little bit, coming in fresh will help him a lot.
I think for Sunset, though, like it is a breach comp coming out of Sentinels. I don't think they're going to change things up. They're one of these teams that is very stable with their comps and they don't really adjust too much. They rather prefer to adjust smaller things inside of the game itself and have their own read and prep. But it's going to be somewhat of a similar style. You're talking about this Fade style where you're following the Prowlers. You do have the Neon on the entry instead, and the breach is going to give you a little bit more trap power, especially around the Cypher camps. So stylistically, it's going to be a little bit different around those agents on Sunset, but Sentinels is always that team that is quite happy to read the game and let it come to them and adjust on the fly, Kev.
And they may have to be going into this double Senti look coming through on the DRX side as well. They played Sunset versus BBL, as we saw in this stream.
True.
It was the deadlock coming through from Freeing, Flicker on that Sova, and also, of course, Bang coming through on the Cypher. And attacking side was actually surprisingly very good for DRXs, and that double Senti setup with all the traps and different bits of utility, very hard to break through, especially if you are going to see Zekin on a Neon. There's just a lot for him to get past.
We've seen like DRX go through so many different iterations of playing double duelist to double Enit. Now we're seeing a lot more double Senti from them at the moment.
We are, but it's not in the way that you would expect. You're reading off who's playing what there. I would always say, okay, Bane is going to be the one playing the deadlock. It's going to be Freeing who plays the Cypher. That's way more in tune with their usual roles.
That's what he did in China.
So flipping those two over is a very bizarre situation. It was like when we saw Elmimore and Xfero completely change roles on RRQ last year, and we were scratching our heads saying, well, why? Because they're both so good at those. Why would they change now?
Yeah.
So it's a very odd situation to see for DRX. I'm curious if that's going to continue here or if they just make that pivot back, because I think that's something that you could very easily readjust.
Well, we'll answer some of those questions. It is an elimination game for DRX unless they can recover here on Sunset. Take it away, Achilleos and Avril.
We shall, and this is okay. Yoru coming in, double duelist here for the side of DRX. As Freeing is going to be on the toe, and second is already tearing them to pieces. Had a bit of a rocky start there, did Zekin on the previous map. This time he is off to the races very quickly, as Mako similarly will get taken down. And this pistol is an absolute Greek tragedy for DRX thus far.
Zekin says, you don't want to run double sentinels, there's no problem for me. I'm going to slide on in, absolutely out-frag you every day of the week. And now DRX down to just the last two as Flicker shows up on his third roll of the tournament so far. And he's not going to have too much to say in this particular round. Bane taken down by John QT. It's been Viper, it's been Sova, and now it's been Yoru for Flicker. We'll see if he can deliver, because previously when we saw DRX on this map versus BBL, Human still played quite well. That was a 12-14, went to OT. BBL got those 2 OT rounds and cleaned things up, but a close enough map that would give you the confidence to say, hey, DRX can certainly play here, but they are using a different comp to what they showed yesterday.
Yeah, very different, and always have to scratch your head and wonder, okay, how much practice do they really have on this when you're making a quick pivot like that? Oftentimes, there's no real in-between. It either works a treat or it absolutely crumbles. Either way, a bit of a slower pace now. Double creep up here at main. Mako freeing. Look at the try to overwhelm. Hyunmin out from alley is going to be able to find a nice headshot. Swap to the classic, though, and Zekin catches him. Timing there as there was util in hand. Dodge the relay bolt, and so far it's just the one kill. And as Flicker does arrive, he's going to be tucked into the corner. Swing around the back from Bane, but they are reading this beautifully and absolutely tearing them to bits.
Yep. Once more, Zekin early on for a decent amount here, and if he gets another kill, didn't quite find it, but doesn't matter. He's 2 away from overdrive now. Just to show how much early presence he's had so far. Human at least had a response coming through from elbow. The 3-man trap with no weaponry, only classics available. You can only do so much. Human at least having that Sheriff voiced his concern into that round a little bit with a 1 kill. And finally, we'll have to see how we're going to go in this first rifle round. Sentinels are looking clean though, man. They are looking clean in our opening of Lotus. They're carrying that through strong as DRX. Still changing things, still flipping things around. Same setup now though, over on towards A.
And it's just falling apart so very quickly. No real recourse here. One bit of a wide swing attempt. Flicker does readjust to find 1 second, going to be taken down, but the damage is dealt, and it looks like DRX, they're still rotating into position, but I think the call to say it has to be made.
We've replayed the same 3 rounds. 3 in a row. This has almost been the exact same situation.
I feel like I'm watching Zekin will just go to A.
It's Groundhog Day for both of these teams, and for Sentinels, it's what they're looking for DRX. It's a complete nightmare at the moment. It's constantly Bane and Marco having to come in late, and you're calling the save. I think that might end up being the case, although Bane is
snuck forward. Does manage to find 1, but Zelsis and just swings in and finds that punish. So Mako alone.
Yeah, surely he'll be out of here.
Clutch God of old has to just back away. No real opportunity to try to make a go of this. And this is just an absolutely brutal beginning. Ascend, get the bonus conversion.
You say of old, maybe age is catching up to him, and he'll accept that Father Time says the 1v3 statistically unlikely for him. And what a start from Sentinels. Didn't mind the double Sentinel look from DRX in yesterday's game versus BBL. To have them now really, well actually that was on the first day, to have them really change things up. And for this to not have really any legs so far for DRX is quite concerning. And look how heavily they're going to stack over towards A. Condition 3 rounds in a row, and this is time for Sentinels to change things up themselves.
Yes, this should do.
Hero rifle and Gilman.
And just passed over from Mako, saying, okay, take this, try to use it to the best of your ability. See if he's going to be able to do so. Crunch attempt. As Bang quickly going to reposition back over towards Tiles. Gives up the space over at A main. Given util dump and footsteps heard. Sen are very well aware that this is a heavy stack on that A side of the map.
B crunch possible here as well. Mid kind of looking pretty damn good. Some rotators moving through from DRX. Spike uncommitted. Testing the waters here is Sentinels. Their first slow round so far. And well, time to heat up. Zekin onto Flicker.
Just immediately finding the kill. No chance to do anything there with that Stinger. Bane now going to be out into the open as the cage is to go ahead, pops another to obfuscate. Then it's going to be out into the open. And it's just a firing squad here. Available 2 Sentinels. Really both in the corner. Yenman with that hero rifle, that handover from Mako. Does manage to find 2. It's a bit of damage, but they're still so fully outgunned.
Sees a play there.
Very well aware of it, but Bang now looking for the 1-2 punch and drags across to find the headshot. We'll be able to do so. 4-0 start for Sentinels. And even with the kills coming through, it's some ult charge, but nothing more. Sen have plenty of cash.
And DRX, they really wanted to shut down A as well. You can see his opening play, just paranoia down. 3, might have even been 4 members starting on A. Will be at least minimum another 3-man setup. Sentinels rather just start shifting around the map a little bit more, slow things down. Open kill from Zekin once more.
I'm out of here.
Overwhelming towards B. This is looking like maybe early movements on both sides. Paranoia should be ready to go for Mako again. He's setting up for it.
Gunman just fully blinded up, now dead. Zekin.
Paranoia so late.
Yeah, just sending out the overdrive. Ready to storm forward, take some space. Freeing, holding back, fighting for 1, but again, the trades are there. Sentinels. Everybody just attached to the hip, playing in conjunction with one another so gorgeously.
You'll say that because Bang, or rather Mako, wasn't part of that play outside of throwing smoke and paranoia, he at least gets to live. But because things have slowed down a little bit, Bane has moved back over towards mid. Mako, good shot.
Finds 1, is on the board, and will now fall as Narrate takes him down. Pop flash sent out of the smoke, and it's to their demise as the transfer cannot come through.
Got closer though, you start to respect this a little bit, but still 5 in a row for Sentinels now. DRX, time to wake up, get that coffee in there. It's past midday now in Riyadh. And for DRX, A has just been a complete washout. Whether it's been 2 members, 3 members or more on that side of the map. But just a slowdown from Sentinels, pulling Bane away. And the last 2 members from DRX all coming through from the same side of the map, unable to get anything done there.
The question at the moment is, when does it stop? Does it stop? Can Sen just continue with this dominance? Spat on the second, identify the outlaw. DRX would have already had a very strong suspicion about that weapon being in play.
Overdrive round potential for Human. And we weren't sure if he was going to do it before, but he did in the previous map. Prowler instantly spots Mako, forcing him back. Central obviously going to be a bit more cautious, given that DRX could be making some plays earlier on, but hasn't been the case. Working top mid now. First up, here we go, Zekin.
Bring it risk.
Might catch a timing on, well, Bang will take it. I'm going to say catch a timing on for Ian.
I'm sending that out. Now the overdrive going to be sent in. Flicker, however, going to be taken down off screen. Overdrive finding 1, looking for a little bit more. Does get the headshot there on the John QT. So 2v3 now. Bane holding forward here at Market, but he has to do so much work. Point blank, finds a headshot, but can do nothing more. Second down, Mako with a recovered Phantom.
Has he done enough though? I was going to say as well for Bane, can't get towards a weapon. But because Bane at least goes 1-to-1, he called him a clutch master of old. Mako, 1 versus 2. Position revealed is a little bit harsh. Has to play up against Horn and sees that Narrate has got available, so good utility on board for Sentinels.
Sees the 1, but has no idea about Zelsa's position. Is he playing off the cam? Is he playing in a disconnected spot? Sees the door shut. But he could be backside. Sets up the smoke. Another one bloomed. Sees, finding the grab. Decay in play. Just look at the spam amount. There's the haunt, there's the kill. 6-0. The pain continues for Sen, or rather for TRX, from the hands of Sen.
Sen are the deliverers of that pain so far. Absolute dominant in this game. The fact that Narrate still had a decent amount of util towards the end, obviously Haunt coming back online. Human did his best, as so far he's been the one player that's been able to get a little bit of work done, but now the Haunt coming through for the scan just means it's too difficult for Mako to win in another kind of ninja defuse situation. Although to be fair, on Lotus he actually got those 2 kills and then still got the defuse and was trying to make that magic work again. But even if he had won that round, we'll say, okay, this is good for DRX, but it was still so shaky to get to that point, to force yourself into a situation where you kind of have to defuse under the most strict conditions. DRX, man, if this is the way they fall out of the tournament, not a good look in terms of no maps won against BBL, no maps won against Sentinels.
Yeah, it's just been brutal for them. And obviously, I mean, the tournament itself, cutthroat in the setup, coming in, having to pretty much just dive straight into play, into international competition. And at some points, against teams that you have never competed against players that you are not going to be familiar with when it comes down to playing against them in the lobby.
That being said, though, Sentinels is one of the teams that has the most tape out there. So when you're on the DRX side of things, you play them internationally before, that history is there.
Sometimes the tape is just not enough. I mean, people tell you, watching Paper X, studying for them, and then playing against them for the first time is
I think they're
a very different situation. And Sen very much can be the same, especially given how rigid they are playing at the moment.
There it is.
But okay, crunch play coming through the read off the back of the timeout. Works a treat. Flawless fashion. DRX will at long last get themselves on the board. As Mako picks up a 3K.
I think round 3, that's what DRX wanted to do, but Sentinel slowed things down. They shifted over to other parts of the map, eventually ended B. This time, DRX is saying, okay, we've lost so many times on this A. They've been so aggressive on this A. If they do this again, we're going to run the same setup, one extra member, and catch them all. And now that Pokedex is full from round number 7, DRX, time to see if they can string together some rounds to salvage this half, because you know Sentinels, with 6 locked in, this is already going to be a dominant side for them. Can't really imagine DRX picking up 5 in a row, so for DRX, finishing 4-8 would be pretty damn good at this stage.
Plenty of space taken for Ultimate to work with here for DRX. Can manage the ult economy well enough. That 5 in a row, it's obviously possible. It's not outside of the realm of possibility, but it will be incredibly difficult as Cam does get spotted and cleared.
Bring them down.
Quick clear on the Prowler. Mako backing away. His drone does get cleared before Zekin's position gets noted.
I don't think Bang was seen either. He was hiding behind terrain.
Zekin creeping forward. Flash gonna be set.
Full flash.
Full connection, but he manages to escape and narrate from down mid. Cleans up a kill onto Flicker. Hunter Sphere now gonna be going across Bane, able to find Zekin, looking for another little tag here. Won't be able to find it, but the neural depth is now going to be in play as they're just dumping the ultimates. Instant headshot down here onto Zelsis. The cleanup comes through. Ping reveal, but a double face, and Narrate gets the better of Hyunmin.
See what Bane can do here. He is decayed up, sees one player. Does he have enough spam? Does he have the flick available? She's not going to be there. Freeing.
He's
damage! Wow!
But Freeing gets the readjusted headshot to clean up the 3 remaining players. That was looking like it was going to end up being in a 1v1, but Freeing gets it done.
Yeah, there he is. He delivers. We saw these moments on Lotus, but they were too late in rounds. Unwinnable situations. Yeah, it's a cheeky couple of kills on a 1v5, but now the numbers are workable for DRX. Freeing. He shows up. He finds the kills. And what a way to finish for DRX. That's 2 in a row now, just on to 3. All come up the same side. But Ultimate's connecting there as well, despite losing one early on in mid. Hunter's Fury getting a couple tags. Neural Theft being in played as well from Bane. A team effort from DRX that gives a layup for Freeing to get a 3K to finish it out.
Flicker is going to be at risk here potentially. Has this to try to hide behind, but okay. Shot goes wide. Zelsa stays alive. Clears out the doors. Nightfall goes across onto the B site. Tucked back from Bane. Does lose his audio. His second nearly loses his life. There's the reveal. Bane able to find one. Bang going to be dead on entry. Zekin needing the reposition. As the dimensional drift leads the charge. Some shots out. The right Zekin now. Both dead. Celsius, last one standing. Finds the enemy Cypher, but it's completely surrounded. Paranoia goes wide. Headshot into the spray down. Finds the kill. Looks for a little bit more. Flicker at risk. Needs to play back as the neural depth is going to be infested. Celsius wants to try to make a go of this, but he's tagged down. Just 51 HP and completely overwhelmed. A bit of an overstep with the ult invest, perhaps. DRX now 3 in a row.
DRX is juggling their 3 members as you would, and all 3 dipping in and out of cover. And for Celsius, too much work to do there. Tactical timeout coming in through large for DRX this time around. Not waiting until it's literally match point or map point. And for Sentinels, thinking very much the same. Holding strong now on that B side, winning and crunching them down with a flawless on that A side as well. Suddenly you're starting to see some real signs of life coming through from DRX. Been waiting for this for half of this opening half so far.
Still in a decent enough spot, but breaking that momentum, calling the timeout, just slowing the roll of your opponents. Something that is very much needed at the moment here for Sentinels. But run back to a 6-6 scoreline. Could just set the stage for a map 3.
I wonder if it's time to go back over towards A, where a lot of that early success in the first 6 rounds were found. For Sentinels, of course, they only got punished that one time. So as long as they consider that, how much do they believe that DRX are ready to just put 4 members aggressively on that A choke again?
Great Cypher util setup as well. Coming through there from Bane, playing off of those reveals. Just through that smoke and market. And here we go. Into the action, round 10. Stinger in the hand of Zelsis, otherwise still going to be a very healthy buy overall. A couple half armors, majority of half armors there on to Sentinels. Still do have a Rolling Thunder to try to play around with.
Drone saw a decent amount in terms of, well, didn't see anyone, and that is a decent amount of info for DRX. Just going to be Flicker.
Oh, he's so far forward.
Skate Crash is super far away as well, so they're going to end up playing towards. And a retake is a shot.
Repeat.
Doesn't get the gate crash off.
And he to the exit, ends up greeting for it. And that is going to be him dead off the rip. Player advantage now with smoke cycled forward. Fault line connecting, freeing, going to be scouted. Some shots flying, and that damage is enough for him to play off of while stunned. Does manage to find second, but got to spam. Does manage to find Mako. Picked apart as the Rolling Thunder goes out. Haunt reveal, narrate, collecting another. Hyunmin trying to poke and prod, trying to get what he can done, but Bang finds 3. Narrate gets Hyunmin, and Sen break the run back. 3 rounds in a row, now severed. Sentinels confirm a lead at the half.
Keep the pressure up, Rolling Thunder in, don't let go. Freeing, stunned up, drops in a recon, not enough to slow things down. Sentinels run in, basically losing nobody there. And yeah, Flicker, rough so far on this map, greeted that angle a little bit. Flashed out, wanted to scope it again, punished. Not a single kill, couldn't gate crash away. Will try his hand at using the operator again. This time, a little bit more conservative on his angle.
Hasn't been finding that value quite just yet. Hyunmin's just going to be dead out into the open there on the side. Second, straight forward, finds it. This time the gate crash will be taken, but again, it's so far away. Back into the spawn he goes. It's paranoia, set, not connecting.
Working off his own, I mean, Bane couldn't get there in time. Marco just doing his own thing, a little bit. Flicker still far away as mentioned, and now these two. What can we really do here? It's so late into the half. You're not going to go for a save. It's just not likely. However, 1 versus 4, I think Flicker knows it's done.
But they know that this op is in play. Sentinels, they're going to do everything to try to get rid of this weapon, take everything they can out of the hands of DRX. This op widely is their last hope. Overdrive still 3 charges away. There's no money on anyone. Double push now coming through here at Boba. Finds the first. Positions back. Flank coming through over towards B main. Stun coming in, but have to hit the no scope. Tries to go for the quick scope, but cannot get it done. Nothing retained, nothing saved. Sentinels looking for the 9-3.
Operator wasn't really doing too much with DRX, if I'm completely honest yet. Flicker himself is having a bit of a rough one, not just on this map, but today in general. And now
talk about the fact that with the op.
Talk about the fact that a 4 and 8 would be a decent finish for DRX, considering how his half has gone. It is still within contention, but at this point it does sound a bit like Cope, because the Sentinel 9-3 finish is what is expected now. There's just nothing really to even use here. In the final second here, Fring is going to pick up his Stinger, does at least have the ultimate. Ooh, okay, some big movements over towards B main.
Heavy pressure in towards B main, able to find that kill. Zels is taken down. TP's going to be exchanged though, and look at where Bang has ended up. Back B over at Boba. This Hunter's Fury coming through, but second spams in, finds Mako. They're at backside now, just strafes forward with the overdrive. Cleans up Bane, and suddenly a 2v3.
Here comes Bang. Activated late. Surely has his timing. I mean, DRX just have no clue. This is going to be easy.
Spots up both, and yep, will be able to collect them. 9-3 is found. DRX getting swatted aside at every twist and turn. Sentinels so firmly are in control.
Yeah, a few rounds going well for them. That number 7 crunching on A, a flawless. You start to feel DRX buying themselves back into this map. Then a couple more rounds ending over towards the B side as well, shutting Sentinels out, and you're thinking, okay, we can make this one competitive. Tactical timeout comes through. Choice words exchanged for Sentinels, and it's back to business as usual. And a clean ending 9-3 on our first half here. And once again, multiple times finishing on A, and just very little to say about that from the DRX side. Flicker 2 rounds with an op. Nothing found, nothing gained. An attempted save on round 11, and then walk it in final round of the half with barely even full weaponry for the entire team. Couple of half buys, couple of ultimates in there, but so easily navigated through from the side of Sentinels, and then a late activation from a big TP from the Shadows via Bang, or just close the door.
What a rebound here from Sentinels. From nail-biting, stressful gameplay yesterday versus XLG with a sub to this absolute dominance on display here. DRX in the past, I mean, they have run back some massive deficits. The OGs of the 210 return, but that was a very different roster, a very different era, and a very different Sentinels as well.
Tell you what, the fans were dooming a little bit about North America yesterday, given G2 out 100 Thieves, out Sentinels looking a little bit shaky, NRG being the hope, and well, today, the Sentinels that everyone has been waiting to see, that we all knew was going to be a heavy favorite for this competition, has certainly arrived. Trying to make Sunset City here, Sen City, a 2-0 to push them through into the top 8, joining the likes of NRG and Fnatic and the rest.
Once again, 4 ghosts here in hand for DRX. Same setup for the side of Sentinels. Saw that very quick aggression coming out. The first pistol, see if that does continue. And second, shoot forward, does get revealed, but no counter spam available, so stays alive, stays healthy.
Happy to play very defensively over onto the A side as well. Just John QT there, camera from Zelsis. Gets a couple of players spotted. John in a bit of trouble here, has util, but needs to have the pistol out and will deliver onto Marco.
Marco's just not reading that at all. Fault line, John QT gonna try his odds to push forward here. Fight against Flicker. Flash, send, turns from it, profits from
himself.
It. John QT gorgeously finds the headshot. Gives Sen now a 2-player advantage. He might be looking for more. Shots flying, a bit of counter spam. Spike planted, and all DRX need to try to play forward up into the cage here. They go, but they just spam the angle. Bane loses his life. Not even sure what hit him. Was fully blinded up by the paranoia.
Perfect read on Bane.
Then with a check back around the corner, but leaves his teammate all alone, freeing Falls. As will the hopes of DRX. 10 rounds now locked in. The Sentinels look to run away with this series.
Time to see a force from DRX. I mean, this is really dire straits now. You're about to put Sentinels up to 11, and DRX, are they going to have any more life in this map at all? Once Sentinels hit 11, I mean, what kind of pressure you be under to have that level of a gap between yourselves? Criminal how long John Q was able to live there. Just Flicker, not finding anything today. Marco caught with hands on util, and then John survives it. Sen clean things up, and DRX, only human, having something to say in that round.
And not even an attempt at the real force here. Flicker threatens a Stinger for a brief little moment, but ultimately leaves it in the shop.
I mean, you saw triple full armors on Sentinels, so they were ready for the potential of it.
Damn spot on the one. Zelsis playing forward. Catches a straight headshot there from Freeing. So a kill going to be found. Spike can now be planted. Getting that in play, but Sentinel still looking to dissuade and try to find a quick retake here. As Aftershock tries to push him out into the open. Narrate going to be coming away with one. Running out of bullets here is second, but it might not matter because Narrate is so on point today. Another multi-kill around here for the Fade. Another defuse. Sen, 2 rounds away from eliminating DRX here at EWC.
And they got the timing as well. Narrate's found Nightfall super early on, given his level of contribution in terms of kills. We'll talk about this one. DRX not going to force in the previous round means you will more than likely end up delivering 11 to Sen. And with this level of gap now, how does DRX claw themselves back into relevancy for this map and even get a hint of a smell of what Haven might be like? At least they got a plant, at least they got into sight, but the retake tools available from Sentinel so plentiful.
The odds for them here,
Right here.
making anything happen, looking fairly slim. It was just the Bucky in hand here from Zekin. To try to drive this forward, get them up to that match point. Silence here across the map.
DRX still yet to really find any openings across any part of the map so far. Here comes the first drone, instantly shut down as well on the A side. As we'll start the lean over towards B, straight into the hands of 3, waiting. Maybe a late crunch coming through from Market as well. A couple traps to get past.
Bucky at the ready, Zekin not falling for the fake out. Fast lane about the fall, repositions, catches one, will get traded out, but still damage dealt. Henman, however, scaling forward, finds John, finds Zelsis. Immediately dispatches them. And gives the 2-player advantage over to the side of the RX.
And a late lurk for Bane as well. Let's see that activation a little bit later on. Could get a bit of a play through Boba.
Big shots there from Narrate, doesn't confirm the kill, but puts Freeing down the 10 HP.
Human,
Has the haunt at the ready.
Human on the angle as well. Can set himself up with Freeing. Low HP, but Crossfire will be pretty deadly. Narrate coming through. Sees one, but will pay for it.
Crossfire angle there. Freeing does manage to go ahead and find that kill. And going to be good for 1. See if you can find some additional damage here perhaps, but the spike, the time is just not quite going to be there. And it looks like all of DRX will be able to make their way out towards safety. So we'll scoop up the Phantom, keep himself alive. DRX fighting back, not allowing for Sen to get up to match point quite just yet.
Taking down John early as well, preventing some of that util from really rescuing Sentinels later. And despite losing Marco, well, Bane will still be able to come in and rejoin the rest of the team. So, all right, round 3 in the books. Zekin finding that shot just before he gets flashed up as well. Give you a bit of hope that Sentinels are about to make some magic happen over on B. But eventually DRX will be to flood in, find the frags required, enter into post plant. Numbers advantage ready to go. Speaking of which, Sen, money's back in now. And as talked about a couple rounds previous, Nightfall had been earned by Narrate. Could be a good round to bring that through.
Quiet to start. Door shut at Market. And Zelsis over in that position, ready to play off of the Cypher util here, should anybody fall into that line of sight of his cam.
Just another early push-up from Bane over onto mid. This time, though, DRX working their way on the A side. Directly into 2. C's ready to go. Paranoid prepped. DRX will just wait a little bit for this one.
Still waiting.
Con seeing nothing, just some poking and prodding, but DRX are very much running this clock down. Forward position in mid. Mako and Bane gonna look to try to break things open. Close quarter combat. Zelsis able to find the first, gets even more damage across Mako as well as Bane. Both tagged up considerably as Flicker
30 seconds left.
down to 30. Zelsis continuing.
Wow.
Ring out with the shots. Bane now gone the round. All but over as Freeing is the last one standing. Spike in hand, finds one, but needs to go God mode. Needs an ace clutch. The time, not really there.
Left.
Nearly peeks into backside, nearly peeks into 2 players. Tries to go for the stick, but now they have arrived. Sen will shut it down. Ace not allowed. They get themselves down a match point.
Free is always a threat, but unfortunately it's another situation like we saw into Lotus too late in the round. Too much work to do, no time to do it in. His aim is sharp today. He's able to collect when required. One of the few players showing a decent amount of consistency. But my goodness, trying to walk on towards B, Zelsis, Zekin, and the rest just shutting down every single angle. And a lot of this came down to the fact that just leading the timer down early from DRX, make the final move over towards B. Flicker goes in on like 30 HP and just not expecting too much.
Looking for a quick hit here. Hunter's Fury, the tag, the kill. Zelsis going to be taken down. Looking for a little bit more, nothing else found. Sight wide open here for DRX as they look to get the plant in play. And Nightfall available should they decide to go for the retake. Zekin has a judge and can quickly close the gap, but now Narade is going to fall. Quickly traded back, but player advantage still going to be here in the hands of DRX.
Still full util though. Gen.G got a lot to play through here. Zekin as well, fast lane, watch for that. Are they going to find everyone in time though? Human in a good spot.
Clear the trip. The relay bolt now going to be sent. The push forward, Mako dead behind the box. Zekin able to find it. Gen.G gets the other, and that's it. Done and dusted. 13-4. Sen give it the 1, 2, 3 count. They retake, they demolish, and they stay alive.
Into the top 8 they go. Surgical precision in that last round, but also the entirety of that last map. Only 4 rounds going the way of DRX. As one of Pacific's hopefuls are eliminated
for Billy. This is where that all needs to change.
And
if it does, it'll be because of a man like this. Big plays, even when they had the information to work around. Dealing, like you said, it's a different task altogether.
Well, yeah, 3 rounds in a row would be the most they've got in the series, which is a pretty damning statistic. But then you look at the buy that's coming out for KC and you go, well, they should get 3 in a row. Whether they do is a different story. Already a bit of chip damage. That was just off the back of the Viper screen. To get to with his rifle is, well, in 2 of the rounds we've seen this series has been enough on its own.
The question is, was Levius close enough to hear that trap be put down? Because you saw C main aggression come through, and now a massive rotation from KC. On a low buy round like this, for so many players, this is where a team typically over-rotates, because you want to play as a pack. You want to use the numbers advantage. And the cam being destroyed, the trip about to be, this is perfect. If Billy read this correctly, that deep utility, assume the rotation, they'll push into a wide open site. They'll get the plant. But KC's adjustment, with 2 lurkers still in play for Billy, this could be dangerous. Aves has already dropped 1. Martin running away, taking an orb, and he'll get it, but in death. Not for the rest of the round, as Wisey now becomes a thorn in their side. They're bringing the spike back. Yeah. Going back towards the numbers. If Wisey goes down, that could be the round, but Elite, there's a pick on the C side as well. I mean, this round is back and forth. It's a little sloppy. Aves has taken his moment, but that is what swings it firmly into Billy's favor.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one in terms of, like, from our perspective, it looks like they're walking back into danger, but you kind of understand it. You expect those rotations. Wisey gets a lot of space, and more importantly, he is now hitting. The curse has been broken. 2 rounds in a row was the biggest streak. Now they make it up to 3. And now, well, more importantly, they're only 1 away from taking this away from Carmine Court. The step up of Wisey has, and well, Neth have been the big differences. Wisey now 21 and 13. Okay, that may have been a lower buy for KC, but every single kill he had, you see that go the other way, that, well, not quite 50-50, but close. And that could have easily been a KC round. Instead, he's the one to drag them through. Another showstopper. I'm losing count as to how many he's had so far in this half. But this was the guy we wanted to see.
Levius taking the operator to try to deal with that C push. The one way is not giving him the angle, but he'll go into re-clear late. Space taken on A, or at least that's the perception they're trying to sell. Thing is, there's not going to be an over peak from Elite. I hope I'm right in saying that. They still have the camera to cover off that space. Nef spotted outside A. but he's backing off, and it doesn't look like KC are too worried about that A site. They've rotated Aves up towards B Heaven. A 1-2-2 with the Cypher utility bolstering down that C site, but now they start to think about B. They start to think about that rotate with space conceded. And that is going to leave A little lighter defended. Martinez a gate crash for a little while longer. And they hear the steps, it's clean. Does he get, oh, he can't get out. Gets a little greedy.
Yeah, he sticks around for too long, and that gives them the way onto the site, but he has bought some time. Sadak already here, looking to swing alongside Avis. Paranoia is superb. It pushes them back, but they do need to get into that plant. Stuck in the mud from the Caesars. Viper's Pit even going to be thrown in off the back of it. That will give them that little bit of extra space to try and fall back from. And well, this is definitely not going to be easy for KC to get back in.
The sprays here, very dangerous. A lot of players lined up on that close angle. Aves waiting for the walkthrough. Oh, the spam almost takes Neff down. Those players lurking inside the pit. K-Knight takes his moment to swing through! And it's a Sheriff through the pit. It's Rusia stepping up for the battle. Sugetsu trying to dive on in, but they need to find Viper. They need to drop that pit, and Levius wraps around to take them down as they seek him out. 11-11. The lead no longer in the hands of KC. And Billy, well, once they got off the ground, once they've started to chain these rounds together, they've looked like a different team altogether.
Yeah, they left it so late to really come back into this game, and you can see the frustration really building.
Enemy A.
You'll feel if you're a KC fan, player, or coaching staff, this map probably should have been done a while ago with how well they were performing, but you give that little window, that little chance, and that can be enough for BLG to get back into it. We spoke about their attack side. We spoke about how good they were versus Paperex, even when it wasn't enough. And now that showstopper going in immediately. He's got the support though as well. The opener onto Elite. With only a singular rifle in play, it would have to be Sadak, and that is not pretty.
Yeah, he was expecting someone to have already pushed up B, to be coming back towards him. Not quite expecting the double swing back, and a good adjustment from Billy after seeing that C aggression, after being pushed down on A. They open the door, they wrap back, deal with those A main players, have a really good leg to stand on now in this post plant. The advantage there for them. Martin only good for the one, and all danger averted with Sugetsu all alone.
I know exactly where he is. He does not know where they are expecting to be pushed. He's going to try and play in the angle. Now there is a gun that he can retrieve, so I think that will be the goal. Just try and bring something into the next, but he's being pressured from both angles. Even holding on to this would be difficult, and while Wisey is going to make sure there is nothing to be grabbed.
Still waiting.
The first time we've seen a streak of rounds from BLG, and that might be where they finally have got to the point, as they are now one away from taking this second map and, well, basically resetting this series into a best of one.
Well, that's it, Tom. I mean, so far it's been, it felt like Billy were stalling out. But now, all gas, no brakes, and the finish line in sight. 1 round to go. And they'll bring us to a map 3. 5 in a row.
They got double operator.
Double op it may be, and look at what they're up against. The showstopper in play, but Martin out of the round already.
Not the start that they were looking for. The sniper on the other side immediately eliminated, and Neff's added another to the death toll. It was a strong showing in that first half, and even the beginning of this second from Karma and Core, but they have started to crumble at the worst possible moment. Rusia putting down Sugetsu, a third map looking inevitable at this stage, and Aves showstopper and Elite is all that stands in their way, and they couldn't be further away from the action. The C site will be under threat, and well, they've already utilized the Steel Garden to make sure if there was anybody there, they are not having a gun.
Well, it took a while for Billy to warm up, but they are certainly looking good now. Aves and Elite, the showstopper fired in, doesn't even find a pick. damage done, sure, but the uphill battle and the climb that they just cannot make happen. 13-11, 6 rounds in a row for Billy, and they have found their way to sunset, battling to keep the dream alive, to keep that key intact, and to lock in playoffs after the break.
This land is calling.
Even the G2 fans are loving it because they did not like seeing KC win, which means Billy Gaming, they had their backs against the wall, almost getting eliminated, but they rifled round after round after round here in Lotus and forced us to an elimination map number 3 here, baby Bay.
Yeah, this is a crazy comeback. And of course, we're going to see this in a series like this. I mean, your life is on the line, and this is where heroes are made. This is where you write the script.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really solid comeback. I think it looked like KC were running away with the game, right? Even backstage, we all kind of thought KC had that locked up, but then they move across to that defender side, and they're just definitely not as fluid there, not as confident with those kind of agents, that double duelist, fast, aggressive style. So props to Billy. They really did a good job bringing that back and taking it over to map 3.
And this is exactly where the double controller shines, right? When you get on that attacking side, all of a sudden the double duelists feel like they need to make all these plays. You start getting punished, and then you just play that macro game going back and forth with the map control. It's so difficult to play against.
Yeah, I think you might have been worried if you were a KC fan if the faces on the screen looked a little gloom, but Sadak, even after the loss, dapping everyone up. Let's recap this one here. It started off really good here for KC. They had a nice early lead, but then VLG able to battle back against an 8-4 deficit.
Yeah, every single round that you can amass on the defensive side of this map feels like a blessing, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you lose the pistol, and that's exactly what had happened for BLG. Like, you kind of just hoping that you get 3, 4 rounds is great. I mean, 5 is like amazing.
Yeah, I think 4 definitely felt like plenty. When we look how these compositions interact, when you're playing that kind of slower style, Double Duelist has so much burst against your double smokes, right? So for them to even get 4 on the defender side, set them up well for that second half.
And I gotta say, I gotta give props to BLG for making that comeback, especially after a second ace from Suigetsu that we just saw earlier. I mean, we saw him just dominate that entire Icebox map after getting an ace. The fact that they were able to snuff that here and YZ was the one at the forefront of that, I think shows a lot of confidence for BLG going into that map 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's leading the charge for sure. We know YZ is the standout player on BLG. Once again, have a fantastic performance on that raise. And, you know, we spoke about his counterpart, Avez, as well. That head-to-head on that raise is going to be interesting, and there's plenty more left to see at that on Sunset.
Yeah, and you know it's a close match when you take a look at the scoreboards at the end, and on both sides, everyone in double digits. No, there was no caboose kind of performance here, but it was a grind all the way down. And in the end, it was a man that was cool on the map for BLG in the first match against Paper X. Neff doing it again. He comes back and makes sure that this BLG squad has one more chance to qualify on through.
Yeah, he was the main reason why BLG got almost half of their rounds on this defensive side. He was the start of it. And when your IGL is the one doing that for you,
oh, it's huge.
I mean, what a way to rally the troops. That you could have asked for a better way.
Yeah, having your IGL kind of frag out like this, these big multi-kills really do change the tide of the game. And it's so easy to be like, hey guys, I got all this stuff in my brain, I'm trying to make all these decisions, and I'm still shooting so hard. You guys can level it up, come on.
Yeah, he gets on the attacking side. He calls a great macro game on top of still finishing strong with that stat card right there. It was a really, really good comeback for BLG off of the back of net.
Now, speaking of comeback, we had a tournament favorite, someone who did well over at Masters Toronto in Sentinels down in the lower bracket. Not only did they win yesterday, but today they took care of Pacific's DRX in a 2-0 fashion. So Sen City making it to the knockout rounds. Huge sigh of relief for Rob Moore, who we had as a guest here.
Sorry,
earlier.
Rob.
But yeah, again, if you need to find a guy, it's this guy over here in big time. But Sentinels made sure it wasn't even close here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they've absolutely cooked them in this game. This is one I will be watching back. It's a sad, sad day for Pacific to be struggling like this.
And what a turnaround after losing that map to XLG, right? So Sentinels, I mean, they have a ton of experience on that team, and it's showing right here in this tournament at EWC.
All right, with them qualifying on in, I feel like that's the dangerous one because all the top seeds have to draw a bottom seed. Do you think Sen City is probably the one that you want to avoid here big time?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to play them right now. It looks like they're gathering a lot of momentum. Taking down a team like DRX, even if they do have these kind of new roster changes, it's still a pretty experienced squad. We've seen them put up numbers all the way through the year. And of course, they have a star-studded coaching staff. So to be able to take them down so easily speaks very highly of Sentinels.
All right, baby bay. Let's focus on our final map here. What do you want to see these adjustments between both KC and BLG, knowing that their key and tournament lives are on the line here at Esports World Cup?
Well, again, both teams beat G2 on this map, but the one that stomped harder was BLG. I'm very curious if KC are going to be able to deal with the aggression of that Neon from YZ, and I'm wondering how BLG are going to handle the double duelist Phoenix comp from KC. It's so awkward.
That's a big thing. I hope they kind of run with that. I think it's very exciting. I think it's a very different comp, but equally that means there's a lot to look at, a lot to anti-strat, so anything could happen.
BLG and Carmine Corp, two very proud organizations across esports and very, very hungry to try and make it to the knockout round. The final map, number 3, starts right now.
Thank you, Degon. Yes, it's time to get into the final map of this series. Do or die for both squads as their keys destined for the Crusher. But who shall be locking in the playoffs? And who shall be locking in the Crusher? We'll find out in a moment, and I'm very excited for Sunset, Tom. There's plenty of things to look forward to. Neff on fire. YZ's been looking pretty good, and it feels like the entirety of KC has been online, but they fell off a little bit towards the end of map 2.
Well, the crazy thing is, like, we've just listened to Degon, and after this, one of these great performers will be gone. I'm a little bit nervous to see who it's going to be, because I think that realistically, if you're going off the team that has had that level of experience, may get better going further into the tournament, you'd look at a BLG, but there's a part of me that likes the explosive nature of what we're seeing from KC, the 2 aces. Obviously that means, by the way, that Sugetsu has to get a 3rd ace on this map. He needs to complete the triple, but also getting that Phoenix. This is what we haven't witnessed so far in this series. You've had different roles for Aves, but this is the one that is his. There's not really anybody else that I think of or come to mind as quickly as still playing the Phoenix. Maybe a Jing every once in a while. But he is consistently picking it up on multiple different maps. And Haven was always sort of like one of the OGs. You kind of got it. We've not really seen anywhere near as much on the Sunset. I think that's more unique to him. On the other side as well, you then get the trifecta of YZ agents. You get that Neon coming into play, as they mentioned on the desk, and a lot of what you'll get is this setup based around him, getting those openers, and then Levius having that backstab. We saw it quite a bit when we were watching EDG as well. A similar style of play and a similar caliber of duelist as well. It's different ideas, but the same sort of disruptive nature. And this is where I really want to see the best of Martin. I think he was good in the last map, but again, when they started to fall off, I think he went with them. I know that this guy on this map has had... I think this is a map he really does thrive on that Yoru. And again, it's not something that everybody else has bought into. We see a lot of Rays, we see a lot of Neon. That Yoru's less popular on Sunset, but he's someone I believe in firmly.
No, without a doubt. Well, we've seen individuals show up across the board, but one last chance to defend their run in EWC. The loser will be watching from the sidelines both the rest of the tournament and their precious key crushed moments from now, or from the end of this map. This could be a long one. Strap in. Aves on the Phoenix, always a joy to watch. He's no baby bae. This should be a good one.
Ah, that's come up 2 days in a row. He's gonna think we have a problem with him. And after well, what you'll see we did to us in a content piece, we have a reason. Nonetheless, we are gonna get an early bit of presence towards that B site. Another highlight will always be this B site defense having that solo anchor. In my mind, the person I think of is Gen.G Fishy when they went on their crazy run. But Elite is another that can do that role. And of course, the other side of the map, there's going to be consistent aggression. Aves not off to the start he was looking for, as he will lose his life to Rusia.
It's the opening pick. And now look how isolated Martin is going to be. Why is he going straight for him? And the one-to-one trade, perfect for them. Levius left on the other side of the map. It will be a very late lurk. He's miles away, but with the spike not yet planted, this could work out well. The cam's being checked intermittently, especially with no real contact on this A site, and well, I think they're going to go all the way back, yeah. But I mean, there's so much space taken by Levius, why not?
Left.
He waits out the cam. I'm not sure if that spotted him. It was looking more towards main. I think he might have been just out of range.
I think the silence is also starting to dwell on KC, though. It's just whether they'll expect anybody to be this far up. Definitely not. I like this from BLG, though. The call to rotate all the way back. Know that those positions are clear. Because the A side wasn't clear. They hadn't gone through any of it. And then the backstab as well from K-Knight. They are playing this to perfection. Sure, the plant goes down in 2 seconds, but it seems like this round had been cemented for a long, long time. KC have fallen into the trap. And while Sugetsu 5 HP and 3 to find, he does manage to get Levius. The observers didn't believe.
No.
The observers didn't believe.
Not for a second. To be fair.
Don't Prius us.
Whoa. I mean, he is 5 HP, was in the previous fight too, and there's a crossfire now. Paranoia is good to catch one, but the shot from the side closes it out. And a really nice pistol round there from BLG. Great space taking. You had flanks on both sides of the map as the round evolved. And the opening pick that gives them that little bit more isolation on those defenders. You couldn't ask for much more out of your pistol. And a solid start to this is what we need, because so far, Billy have just been slow to start. They came back into it in the previous map. They couldn't find their footing on Icebox. But no stumbles to start out Sunset.
Oh yeah, it took a massive streak at the end. I think they were at least 10-6 down at one point, and it continued in that fashion. The double flashes, of course. Aggression going to be coming. Martin's done well there. Even gets out with his life, just about. And of course, with other than utility, there hasn't been any real investment here from the defensive side. So it's all about doing that little bit of extra damage. Now, what I will say is, you look at G2 yesterday, or maybe it's the day before, coming up against the likes of KC. Even though you know that they like a Euro Phoenix, it hadn't yet been seen on this map. It wasn't something that they were running. For BLG, on the other hand, who are fairly comfortable on this map, also had that big win versus G2. They at least have the data. They know they're going to be up against an aggressive defense side. And so you can see, at least even in the early rounds, they've been playing a little bit more patient, expecting aggression. Well, that will be a much more difficult task for KC. Because when you're doing something aggressive, sure, it can work. You can catch people off guard. But when they know it's coming, that's a different game altogether.
I like the patience of Elite just waiting for the rest of the crew. With the numbers, they have a chance to at least make it costly, but it's not looking likely. Aves burns one up, but that's all they get. KC, 2-0 down to start this one out, and, well, for Billy, there was a time where 2 rounds in a row was the best they could hope for. We're seeing a completely different face to them, at least closing out that previous map. But this is KC's chance to remind them how hard that 3rd round in a row is to connect. Big weapons in play for the defense. The same can kind of be said for BLG. They've got a pretty decent investment with a lot of credits left over for the next one. It certainly won't be an easy follow-up for KC.
Well, that would be something else entirely. If BLG now managed to take the momentum of the last map and carry it forward, we haven't seen KC really need a comeback. They've always been the team running away with the game. Elite is already under some serious pressure. He has all the information, but he doesn't have any of the support. Even going to be spotted out, but it doesn't matter. He's taken 2 in a split second. Already, the run it back utilized, but that sacrifice from Aves isn't in vain. At least they have that little bit of extra information of the close player, and now opt to use the drone and play the retake instead.
Well, Neff's recovered Elite's rifle now. A little bit of an upgrade with a Vandal in play. And KC understandably cautious about fighting their way back through. They've got a foothold. Market and Spawn are theirs. Waiting for smokes to fade, waiting for a plant to be attempted. Looks like Wisey wants to take this deep. Still 2 flashes for Neff. One fired out in return for Aves. Neff wasn't blind, but he can't get in on time. Martin with a cover from up top, and Aves with a flawless retake, hitting the shots they needed to. And KC, well, they're right back on the board. 2-1. We'll see how this early half swings in the next.
Yeah, it has to be said, Elite does an incredible job there. Like, the spot that he chose, I'll be honest, is horrible. Like, staying alive in this position is almost impossible, and he knows it. He knows that there is no way he comes out of that round alive. So he goes, okay, I've got to pick my poison. Do I try and fight the guy in main, risk crossing, or do I just fight the position I know has players in it? Use this cage to buy a little bit of extra time, and more importantly, gives the man advantage to his squad as they play the retake. Don't mind the idea from BLG. You're trying to get back to level pegging before you go for the plant. But they don't win any of those fights. Of course, as you mentioned, was only a bonus round. So now they come in with those full rifles, and this is where the game really gets going.
Yeah, I think it was just unfortunate for Wisey as well that that flash came in from Aves as he was stepping forward, as we might have been just seconds away from seeing Neff fire in a flash of his own. A little bit late going for the aggression. As you said, this is their chance. That previous round had weaknesses. They got caught off by a player up close. In an awkward spot, they were maybe a second ahead of the drone, and that was a problem. Martin forced back early. BLG looking for that control towards A main, already clearing out that right side, but they didn't think Martin would stick around. He had to get out of jail free with the gate crash, and he's grabbed a pick before the jailbreak.
This is the sort of position I think fondly of when I think of Martin.
Here.
Just in these corners, flash is available. Ready though, that's the lurk I spoke about at the beginning of Levius. Utilizing the additional space around the map, but the time is what's really against them here. 25 seconds, Spike in the corner. Nev is actually alone. Like, if Nev goes down here, this round is basically over. The rest of the team are pushing, and there you go. That's the Spike on the ground. Martin continuing his reign of terror in this one. And while 2 for the side of BLG is quickly responded to with that double up from KC. And honestly, after choking out that last map, I think it's important they're on the horse early.
Definitely. And for Martin as well, look at how much control he got there. You talked about his Yoru and how strong he can be on this map, catching them off guard. I mean, he was supposed to be sent away by that initial aggression, but they forgot to come and get him, hiding in 2 different corners, tripling up with K-Knight down, and the trades come quickly. Even when they win around like that and put BLG on the back foot economically, Zeiss still looks unbelievably stressed.
Careful now.
You love to see it. For BLG, as we said, the back foot economically. A lot of weaknesses. Stinger's in play. It takes a while, but they get there in the end. Sadik with a double. Aves backing up for a little bit of a heal. The Outlaw firing off on both cylinders, but getting out with the gate crash.
At least an extra orb or 2. Because this is just paving the way for a buy in the next round. BLG hoping maybe they could catch them off with the pacing. He's actually managed to get the spike. I respect that. I thought there was absolutely no way that Neff gets out of that one alive, but he has. There is still plenty of time. That's the one thing they have available for them in this round, is that they don't necessarily have to go just pushing straight into the blender.
Oh, well, the shot's not landing, and Russia even managing to drop Aves. It's not bad in terms of adding up that damage. Neff is so low. Nate buys him the 1v1, and he wins it too. It now starts to look a little bit more winnable. Down goes the plant, or so they think.
30 seconds left.
He's giving away the game now. 28 seconds, and the rotate to B, perhaps, or the wrap for the kills. He's quite low on time. They'll have to start running pretty soon, and there it is.
Gonna hit the trip.
I think they, well, whether they heard it or not, it doesn't matter. Yeah, right into the trip. Has to break open the door. 12 seconds. He'll get there in time, but they are chasing him down.
Yeah, he's been slowed at every single corner. Goes for the safe plant. At least allows him to stay alive. Now, bear in mind, both players are tagged up, so he has a very real chance of making this one work. Martin still needing to cross. Elite already within the site. There are definitely opportunities for isolated battles. He only has 9 bullets left as well, but that would be more than enough. But they are waiting patiently, expecting him to eventually swing, and he does, and finds the kill, leaving it down to just 1. Neff, he's been unbelievable so far, but he needs just that little bit more, and the time is starting to tick. Elite gives his position away, and Neff with another crucial round for BLG.
This guy is the beating heart of Billy right now, keeping them alive in so many plays, getting them across the line on that previous map, and now stepping up early on Sunset. You talked about how important it was for KC to find the early success. And in a round like this, to have it taken out of their hands, food from their mouth, and it's Billy eating good with the lead early on, standing up as well, letting them know. And well, I can see now why Zeiss was so stressed in the previous.
Like, obviously it's easy to critique in hindsight, but you look at Sugetsu's individual fight, like, you know that Neff created that fight. He knew where 2 of the players were. He wanted to fight you, and you gave him exactly what he wanted. It's a mistake that, yeah, sure, maybe you still expect your teammates to win the 2v1, but it could have easily been avoided. Both teams do still have a bye. A lot of ultimates available as well. 4, almost 5, in fact, for Billy Gaming, but the ones on the other side, that run it back, always going to be a problem.
Well, it's been neck and neck so far. That play by Neff. Put all the credits on the line for KC. It's given Billy a real chance to run away with this lead. If they win this round here, 4-2 up, economy advantage, but everything thrown at it. Ult in for Aves, he's running it down, but he won't find anything. K-Knight takes Elite down with the Hunter's Fury. Neff's here yet again. And they're already on the back foot, but damage has been done. A chance to follow up. Wisey falls quickly. Neff is low, and Rushi is no longer here. This round still very viable for KC. A loss here will give BLG a massive advantage. The diffuser desperately low, dealt with after one. And K-Knight with it all to do, but time on his side, and the spray's beautiful! BLG, they managed to clutch out the round, and now it seems like the world is their oyster, with no economy left for the majority of KC.
2 back-to-back rounds ending with clutches. That is a brutal reality that this squad are currently living in. And for BLG, this is exactly the way that they want to steal these rounds away from this side. You know that when it comes to that stage presence, when it comes to the experience, sure, you have a few players with experience, but as a unit, this BLG side has so much more to give. It was a good fight back into the site, but ultimately it came down to Aves hitting that shot, and when he doesn't, there is nowhere for Sugetsu to go. K-Knight now adding another round to the board. And when we now will look at where it goes for KC, you can see, we've always said it, very proactive with their pauses. I think they saw it coming in the last map, the crumble, as they did take one. I think they were still like 11-8, 11-9 in the lead. They clearly see that some problems are to be had, and while it seems like GENG got what he wanted across very quickly indeed, he did not need much time whatsoever.
Oh, this is a nice spot. This goes here.
The timeout over and done with. Don't you worry, they had their minute. But what can be said to get a win in this round is minimal. Pistols and a bookie. Everybody upgraded to Sheriffs at least, and it will be an early fight, a flash, but the stun back by Wisey. He may fall, but K-Knight set up as a result, isolating each duel, trading out along the way. Good damage from KC, all things considered. But for BLG, they did exactly what they needed to there. Braved the early push, traded every battle. They've got a 3v1 as a result. No idea where Elite is, and a trip broken. What? But Levius is taken down. There's a weapon to be recovered here. Elite now has the info to play with. 2 players. Oop, a little bit of a tag. 2 players, and he sees them running. He knows exactly where they are. I think he might even have heard one going towards the spawn, and that's all down to this though. Neff spots him, pops the flash. The smoke almost saves him, but the spray through takes him down. Comes down to 2 in the end. It's not bad for KC, but it is the lead extended for Billy.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row. You mentioned it before, that streak at the very end of the last map. That was something they were never able to do. Well, round 5 and 6 were very strong clutch plays, but this one was at least a little bit easier. They haven't built up a crazy economy because of it, so there is still definite opportunities, and I'm liking the fact we're seeing that operator come into play. Martin has always been deadly with the sniper. My main worry though is Elite being left as that solo B defender. He got 2 kills in the first buy round. Other than that, he's had just 1 the entirety of this half.
And they're not even looking to come directly into him. A play into the spawn. 3 players bypassed by Wisey. They turn and take him down. The trades don't come in fast enough. Oh, with the advantage resting with KC. And it looks like the attacker's crumbling. Both players on the site. Already passed 1 trip. Elite has to be worried about his back. They could now be wrapping on him, but in comes Aves to fill in the space. Martin will be here with the off as well, and well, the flash doesn't find anyone on the back of it. Martin will clear all of this space, grab all of the information. Both players now spotted. Flash pop, he comes out of ult. Off now trained in on their position, the cage to try to get them out, and okay, they go back behind it. They concede the space, now have to fight back into it with that op holding the right side. It's all down to Neff. He has to be the one to put the pressure on as the defuse is being tapped, and now there's 2 players holding the wide swing. Well handled by KC. they will get their extra round on the board.
Yeah, it definitely looked like it was getting a little bit dicey in the middle, but I think the main thing is, we always talked about this map in the past before the changes, about that B main presence, the post plant you could play. It's definitely a lot harder nowadays. What K-Knight did just moments ago was definitely a little bit more of a rarity. I also do think BLG got a little bit unlucky. Like, this is a round where they had 3 players at top mid. Most of the time, you're going to maybe face off against 1 or 2, but it seems like KC were very well prepared for them to try and adapt and take that control. 3 rounds, there's still plenty more needed, and you look over at BLG, and once again, they have those ults stacked up.
Camera taken. I must wait a moment.
Well, this time, the trips over on the A site, so it's not going to be as easy to hold on to this B control as maybe in some of the other rounds that we could have seen. BLG instantly fill that space, but Elite catches them. The more passive hold, not expected. Again, Aves shut down in the ultimate. But they have the advantage. They've done damage onto YZ as well. No need to panic with the op trained in. It's a matter of patience. Levius moments away from stepping into that angle by the looks of things. The Hunter's Fury catches one, and they follow up with the pick. This is dangerous, but Aves manages to pull it back. The low HP YZ traded out. They now know about Levius on the backside. They'll deal with him too, and Martin finally gets his reward. Nep, he's been steady as the earth itself, but this time it will be Sagetsu to win the round out for KC to deal with the big clutch player.
He was 13 HP. He was 13 HP. Like, you put Nep in those late rounds, and honestly, it feels like you're the one who needs a miracle to be able to come out of that alive. I don't even know if he... Like, there was a shot right at the end where I think he kills Sadak behind somebody else. Yeah, he does. He's aiming at Sugetsu. And yeah, it really is just a relief when you're up against him. I'm not even sure what's to be frustrated. I guess just because he's so low on health, but it was almost another miracle moment for Neff. He has been the superstar in the server for BLG, but KC have managed to climb back. And as said, this is where now the economy starts to become a little bit more difficult, but they're going for this mid play again, and this time they have got stingers and, of course, that overdrive.
This could make a big difference, but the flash from Aves perfectly timed. Molly goes down, and so do Neff and Levius. Beautiful stuff from KC. That was a round that seemed like, even with the low buy, it had a lot of danger, but they were very conscious of the space they gave up. They had the utility to react. And even as K-Knight finds one, he makes it 2.
Okay.
But they get there in the end. KC equalizing. We're back to neck and neck.
Oh, it really is a neck and neck game all the way through. We have had those sort of explosive moments from KC, the crazy comeback from BLG, and now we found our middle ground of Sunset. The mid pressure again being attempted. Once more, I don't mind it. Like, you've tried it in the last round. I think that a lot of the time you're not going to see that double down, so they try again to put that mid pressure in, but it's something that KC have been very happy to try and hold on to. And after what was a pretty damning looking scoreline with a streak of rounds coming in for BLG, after losing a couple in a row themselves, they have decided to take a pause. Of course, if you've just joined us, for context, this is both teams' tournament life on the line. Their key is at risk, and their spot in the playoffs definitely not guaranteed.
Well, the timeout called by Billy, it's a crucial one. Looking to close out this half with a lead. Their hands were firmly on the reins at one point, but the grip has loosened. As KC seemed to make all the adjustments just as required. And this timeout, although BLG are looking to steady the ship, KC, they also get to speak to their players. They get to keep them on course. It's a dangerous thing. Aves may have been a little slow to start, but 11 and 6 now. Some of that utility being crucial. The ultimate, getting them back into sights. Getting them space, dealing damage. Careful now. And here you go, look at that space taken. He's straight into A main for that orb. One away from the run it back again. And this round win for KC would almost definitely give them the lead at the halftime.
Shadows traveling.
Oh, they've got a long way to go to get to that. Aves has still been putting in that performance on the Phoenix. As said, at times it has been elite there's been the pressure point. It looks like he's going to be under some scrutiny once again. The ultimates that were there a couple of rounds ago are mostly expended. The ones that remain are definitely the lesser in value, so a lot of this is just going to come down to the firefights. And it seems like the plan for now is to retake. Timing on mid is going to be everything, though. One player tucked in as Levius does. Aves check the angle. He is not quick enough. And that is all the information that they could ever need. They're going to try and execute off this.
Still a trap waiting. It will be destroyed, though. Nobody revealed. Elite, no easy kill for him. YZ goes down again, but the trades come in. He's bought space for his squad. Good flash, but they deliver anyways! And the jump through with the AWP! It is a bold play, and a costly one at that, as BLG end up with the round. And YZ's had a really rough time so far, but you can see why. He is just throwing himself to the wolves so his teammates can eat good.
Hey, on the attack side, sometimes making space is far more important than the stats that lie on the board. He is willing to be that sacrificial lamb to remove the Cypher, especially when they already have the man advantage. And again, we've seen the impact that Levius can bring just by being in that mid position. A strong Cypher really does bring you large amounts of value. Of course, for Martin, it was a try and swing in with the rest of the team, but unfortunately they were all dead by the time he got there. 6 for BLG. A half victory seems deserved with how this game has gone so far, but now walking in to that crossfire from Elite. They know exactly where he is. There is no escape from that one, and this time, well, it's actually going to be the Hunter's Fury finding Russia a tag.
This is beautiful. They've baited out the ult from Aves. They've done everything, and they've got an Omen ult to just pull it right back into their favor. They grab the spike. Easy plant on the A site. Sagetsu tries to get ahead of it. He's going to be deleted. This is a beautiful round from BLG. So many dangers were lurking there. K-Knight letting Aves know that they've got one up on him there with a little spam to the body. And Rushy, a beautiful paranoia. That is some cerebral play to close out this half.
Yeah, it felt like they had everything they needed after that streak in the last map, but now they are in the lead and heading towards that playoffs. We'll see if they can do it after the break.
Well, KC trailing by 2. What a resurgence from Billy in this series. They looked down and out, stalled before the race even started, but here they are, leading the pack as we come into the final half of the series. A key will be crushed soon, and it looks like it might be KC's.
Well, we could see the face on Zeiss towards the end of that last map. I think he knew that once that momentum stopped, it would be very difficult to get it back. And more importantly, once the momentum of BLG got going, it would be very difficult to stop. This map has been anything but about that YZ show. He's been quieter in terms of individual stats, but there have been plenty to pad the gap. None less than Neff, who had one of the best clutches we've seen so far this tournament. Levius now under pressure, but he has already managed to stall out this attack.
Now there's going to be 3 close by. This half, I expect to see a different face to YZ. He was really throwing himself out there in that first, the role of the Neon Hero on Sunset. So it's not as easy as pointing at his kills and saying, well, he's fallen off. But now on the defense, this is where he's got a chance to really deliver. He finds the opening in the pistol. But K-Knight gets tagged pretty low as well. Decent trade of blows early on from both sides, with Sadik also down to 25. And a redirect towards this A site. The traffic kept a lot of space. A flash used by Abez here, a reveal as well. But this is all a ruse, an attempt to drag rotations to that site. And actually, K-Knight does start to move, but I think that's just to fill in that mid gap. It does put a bit of pressure on Levius, who's all alone now.
It's been a back and forth and back again, but the plug will end up on B site as planned. The patience paying off, and the paranoia actually used to try and aggress, but all players tucking it. Sugetsu's turned around and taken down K-Knight though. It gives them the man advantage, but some incredibly low HP players. It's not going to be easy to hold on to this, or maybe it is. Abez with a quick, slick double. And KC find themselves right back in the game.
Yeah, that pistol should equalize this, and well, we started out the series, Tom, by saying it should be a close one. We wanted 3 maps, but I doubted we'd get there after Icebox. What a delivery, what a resurgence from BLG. Let's see if they can keep things going, as they've lost the pistol, likely to lose that lead, at least to see it equalized. Although, you never can count them out, even with those low buys. We certainly learned that lesson on Lotus.
Yeah, did you be a fool to think this was going to be easy? And actually, looking at what's been purchased by KC, I'm not gonna lie, this makes me a little bit uncomfortable. The 3 pistols, a sniper, and then 1 rifle, and that rifle is a bulldog. Like, normally these battles are like, I would almost say like an 80-20, but this feels like it's almost like a 60-40 round, which is weird.
It's like an anti-force buy, you know? Let them win this one, we get them in the next.
Yeah.
Easy round.
Like, we expect to lose this round, so let's just buy not much. I don't know. It makes me nervous. And more importantly, I'm just looking at the position of Rusia. If they try and clear this guy, oh, never mind. I can kind of understand why he thought that maybe they would have been a little bit further through with how long it's been, but that should make this round safe at this point, because a spike plant will start that time ticking against the defensive side.
Planted.
Yeah, time now very much in their favor. BLG, it's not like they have to throw themselves at this, and I think the main thing to think of is you're up against Avez. He already found a couple of picks in the pistol. He's already playing the orbs, 1 away from the run it back. The next round is an investment from BLG. If you go giving him orbs right now,
he's coming.
That's dangerous, but that's the problem. He's going to come for them no matter what.
They knew it.
Even if you take him down, he gets what he wants out of this transaction, and Martine is in there for a few more. Let's go down to the spike, lads. No chance. That's almost more than halfway, in fact, to Martine's ultimate off that. That's about as good as it could have went for KC.
Oh, yeah. Like, you get the 1 orb you needed for Avez, and then you also get 4 orbs for Martine. Like, yeah, great stuff. And like, again, you look at what BLG tried to do. They had the cam set up. They knew they were going to be pushed, but in the end, it didn't matter too much. Some stat padding, but more importantly, boosting that ultimate economy and having one ready for the next round. Now, they can get a pretty decent buy off this. 3 players going for those regenerative shields, plus the Vandals. And while you throw that run it back into the mix, it almost looks favored. That was the weaker weapon. And that's Rusia down.
Oh, why is he falling too? He went in to try to steal back some
two
space.
dry peaks.
This is, well, I can forgive him because you've lost one on the A site. You'd think, at most it's probably a lurker there. But instead, the whole squad is in position. They're now accelerating into the B site. They're tapping the plant, maybe going for it after as Aves clears out all that space. Bit of a mistake there as Martin falls, utility in hand, but a 4 versus 2 that they're left in post-plant should be
planted.
An easy one to close, and with Levius down, it looks impossible. Neff, as good as he's been in this series, the spray says it all. He's going to run to save this weapon.
That felt just like a domino round. Like you just, one player makes a mistake and then that's it. You just basically just run it down until you lose. Like you had a hero play attempted by YZ reclaiming space. And then you have another player, I think, just runs through spawn in an attempt to fight the entirety of the squad while Neff is still back towards middle. Like that's, well, I've seen a lot of good rounds from BLG, and that was definitely on the other side of the coin. Especially in a round where you know that there's going to be a weaker weapon or two. There's massive risks taken with absolutely no reward. Of course, for KC, you've got to hit the shots, credit where it's due, but that is definitely a blip. And when this initial pick came through, there was no flash. There was nothing that was thrown in. Maybe the knife was used and they just went off that alone, but that's a gamble and a half.
One enemy remaining.
A gamble that certainly didn't pay off here. One hell of a time to go for it. And like I said, you know, it is exactly like you said, Tom. It's a domino effect. YZ's then sent to try to reclaim space, walks into the pack, and that's it. Round to KC, lead to KC. And for BLG, it's been a hell of a close series so far. After that first map, with a weak bye here, it looks like KC set to extend the lead a little bit further.
Revealing area.
On the walk up into this B site. Maybe hoping some information or somebody to try and pressure this smoke. No, they were waiting for the flash, and the flash does wonders. It has at least managed to find the one, but Aves, they're playing the lurking Phoenix. He's going to get punished, and actually that is going to be a rifle for YZ. The problem, though, is he's 5 HP. So unless Neff can make this one incredibly competitive, you almost feel like it might just be worth saving, and now it's definitely just worth saving. Look at the credits on the other side. Are you making a dent in this economy? No.
Well, it looks like he feels like it's not the economy game he's looking to win. He's looking for 8-8, looking for the round in the 1v3. Or perhaps, yeah, for the ult. It could be. I don't think he's going to get what he desires.
I might get an orb.
Yeah, sure. But not the defuse, not the round win, and already the first sign of adversity, he is out of here. He's hoping someone made a mistake. Pending no mistakes, is the rifle for the next round.
But it's like when you have economy to buy, I can kind of understand wanting to go in, maybe do some damage, maybe claiming some orbs. When you're 5 HP, nah. Like the chances of you finding something and the chance of you dying are so heavily in one direction that it just doesn't have any value. Other than, yeah, him getting slightly closer to the Neon ult, and I think, honestly, it's about on par with just having the extra credits.
Well, the vibe shift over on KC, momentum in their favor, and a timeout called by Billy as they can feel this game slipping away. They have to stop the momentum for KC. They know how dangerous it can be. We saw it in map 1. We saw it in half 1 of map number 2 as well. And it's the right time not just to reassess how they're approaching this, to temper some of that aggression that we saw, the dry peaks that led to them losing the round before, but also to steady the nerves. As these players, they've been playing a series, they've been battling. They had a close comeback on map number 2, but now defeat looming over them, and an exit in similar fashion to Toronto, an international repeat. That's the last thing that Billy wants.
Bear in mind as well, both of these teams are within the partner program, so this is much bigger than just themselves. Of course, they want to do well in the VALORANT side of the tournament. Of course, they want to keep their key alive. Of course, they want to face off for that prize pool. But you're also doing a service for the club as a whole, fighting for that trophy. And if you've been down the boulevard, it takes up quite a lot of space. Nonetheless, back in with the purchase they go. The attack with Martin's ultimate can be utilized to try and almost clear out that space, but they are looking to put the pressure onto Rushia. He does have support, and maybe they're not quite expecting the aggression from YZ.
Beautiful paranoia.
Cage triggered.
YZ even waited a moment to swing on in. They thought the danger was averted, but not even close. And with Elite falling, it should be BLG to take this round. YZ 10 health and a 2 versus 4. Spike still in possession of KC. And an avenue into the B side open if they break that door. But it looks like the push into spawn. It's what they're going for. They've spotted Levius, but now they've got players all around. They're surrounded. Good flash, but no space taken. Smoke goes down. They won't pressure. They're going to take that avenue. Now covered by Levius. The leg spotted in Martin. He's smelling blood in the water, sensing the weakness, but it turns to strength for BLG in the 1v4.
Normally you'd give to get to a chance. Maybe there is one. He's done it again. That's got to be one of the most ridiculous clutches I've ever seen. Sugetsu is a walking aimbot.
2 aces so far in this series, but that might be the most ridiculous play of it so far.
I think we count that as an ace. They knew exactly where he was, and he, like, honestly, if after this game, like, he's been picked, by the way, he didn't remove the tracking dart. He didn't have time. So at every single swing, they knew exactly where he was. That is honestly one of the greatest clutches I've ever seen in Valorant. And Sugetsu, yeah, as said, if you tell me he's cheating, I believe you. YZ is going to try and put him down. Well, there's the ace. You know, he gets the 5th one a little bit later. K-Knight has done well.
Graves. He's got what a transfer! Nef and Rushia down! That could have been the recovery for BLG, taking him down, taking the space, recovering a rifle too. And instead it's a disadvantage to work with. K-Knight's work dismantled in a fraction of a second. And a plant, well, should be soon to be found. Someone tell Sadik he has the spike. Oh, he's just waiting. Spike in his backpack. Rifle in hand, and K-Knight on the floor as the spike is soon to be. How have they gotten away? Both of these rounds, ridiculous individual plays.
Like, doesn't give a damn. Like, he genuinely, spike in my pocket, couldn't care less. It just combined with Aves and Sugetsu, like, you put those two together and you're gonna get some of the greatest clips you've ever seen. I'm honestly still lost for words for what Sugetsu has just managed to do. The fact that he didn't have time to remove the dart, so there was literally every second or so a flare going off telling them exactly where he was, and he then, it was almost like it was the other way around and he had a ping on all 4 other players, because it's just the way he read it. To kill the player back towards mid, switch to the player up top, then go back to the other 2. I don't know how he managed to do that. And that genuinely might be what wins them the game. Like, that must be so demoralizing. And honestly, I kind of look at it from BLG and go, like, these two, right, like that, what did they do wrong? What did they do wrong?
Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Not ready yet.
That's got to be the mental crippled, completely dismantled at this point. They come into this one investing. They've got credits to put on the line. They've got rifles in their hands, but hope is fading for BLG. KC back to the same form as we saw in Icebox. Sugetsu playing on another level.
He's MVP. It's not even an argument.
MVP of the group stage, maybe. This is outrageous play. And at this point, you got to feel bad for BLG, but this is their moment to pick themselves up by their bootstraps.
It took them to get to 11 in the last map to finally string 3 rounds together. We were talking about the game as if it was over, and maybe it should have been. And that's where BLG stepped up a gear. They've had a couple of demoralizing rounds, but I'll be honest, what we've seen so far this series is it hasn't phased them. They got battered in map number 1. They looked defeated in map number 2. And yet we sit on map number 3. And they could still take themselves to the playoffs. Aves, though, has other ideas. A solid start, a Hunter's Fury, a teleport to the back of sight, but it's only going to be the one this time. K-Knight, though, desperately low.
Yeah, that tag, it's going to work wonders for KC. K-Knight will struggle to do anything else here. A second flash fired through, it's delaying them.
30 seconds
The Spike's still trapped in main, though. Has to make that cross out. Sadic's been very patient with Spike in hand. At this point, you even start to wonder if they faked it, if they've gone back, but as they walk in, Elite stabs them in the back, and this all unravels. YZ needs a big play, and Sadic, the one to close that out and put KC on match and series point. An unbelievable set of rounds that we just saw unfold, though. And for Billy, that was the one that they needed.
Yeah, normally we see how popular the KC players are on social media, the fan base that's behind them, even having supporters here at the Esports World Cup. But the fact is, I think the editor is going to have the easiest job of his life. Just lock in on Sugetsu and you already have yourself a frag reel. 21 and 13. Aves just one behind with 20. They are just 1 round out of 5 away from eliminating BLG and taking themselves into the top 8. A team that had to go through the entirety of the EMEA qualifier just to get here, but a judge stands in their way. And Aves is already gone.
Martine follows suit. BLG, it's a long climb back. 5 rounds in a row, but they managed 6 on Lotus. You can't count them out just yet, and in this round, there's no way to. Elite 1v5. Sugetsu in his calm saying, I'd win this. Let's see if he can match, and then even add one on top of one of the most outrageous plays we've seen. I don't think this will be the one, but you have to think that KC just moments away from finding the round they need.
Maybe if K-Knight sticks a dart to the top of his head, and then he clutches, then it would be a better clutch. I don't even think a 1v5 would be better. Genuinely, I am lost for words still at what just happened. But the belief is still there. The Billy fans out in force. Wow. Successful round. A flawless round at that to get back on the horse. And that's the thing. Even though they've lost so many of these ludicrous clutches, these insane spray transfers, these huge individual moments, they haven't looked down and out. They can come back with a round like that at any moment's notice.
4 in a row against the comp like this, Tom.
That's not a bad start.
Not sure about that from Martine. An attempt to fake out that side of the map, and instead he's just removed himself from the equation entirely. Eventually those ults will be online and KC have high impact to work with. They could still take it in this round here. That said, lots of reveals, lots of impact. Aves finding one, but he will be dealt with as K-Knight steps up. Hits this one out of the park. Sadic with a big clutch needed. He won't get past YZ.
Yeah, they are building once again. K-Knight has been the catalyst in this map. We were talking about Neff, and he's definitely still had his moments, but I think this map would already be over if K-Knight wasn't putting up the numbers that he currently is. He's been a real difference maker, and this time, this is the difference. I spoke about it before, that when we saw the push from Rusia, there was no flash. This time there was. Neff had him with the setup, and then, well, K-Knight ends up swinging it home at the end. I believe he's still managing to be the top fragger in the server, even though we're having these lights out performances from the likes of Sugetsu and of course Aves. I think that puts him around like the 25 mark, which, considering again how a lot of this game has gone, that is impressive.
Well, a lot to do for Billy. A pause will be pulled in here. I believe it's a technical. Oh no, it's definitely a tactical. You can see Zeiss firing away.
Yeah, it's their last tactical pause. It might be the last one again until overtime.
I think you might be right. Billy used theirs up early. They needed them with the momentum built. But now starting to come to a halt. Slowing down.
The only thing I'll say is we saw this in the last map where KC had the pause when things started to go wrong. And I don't know if it's because they do that, but it makes me feel like they're more likely to continue to go wrong. Like, I'm sure whatever's being said by Zeiss is great, but I just feel like that's when Billy knew we're in their head. We are there. Even though we're still 3 rounds behind, they are nervous. They are sweating. And with the Chinese squad coming in, the number 2 seed, maybe this is where they can bite down and send their opponents to the crusher.
Well, it looked like a big task, but 3 in a row starts to seem a little bit more believable. Always worried about when Aves gets that ulti online, when Sadek has that Hunter's Fury. They are close now. The rifle's in play, moving to the A site. It will be Levius if they go to short, but it looks like they'll bypass this utility. And BLG may just be forced to play this as a retake. Bit of a risk if Levius does play on site, and it looks like he will.
Here.
40 seconds left. Not a lot of support for him here. Needing to at least get a 1 and done. He's buying time, but they know exactly where he is. Martin already with a double. The beginning of the end, unless there is a hero. K-Knight, 25 kills to his name, has been that catalyst. But the smoke comes back up and they know exactly where he is. Martin coming alive at the depths. We've already seen 2 aces. He's looking to try and get the 3rd. K-Knight, last man standing to hold on, and it will be KC heading into that top 8. Flying through the qualifier of EMEA, the last seed of the European region. But they are the ones to take down China's number 2 and to head themselves into the playoffs, led by Sadek, a man who's been there many times before. But for the rest, and more importantly for Aves, the man from MENA on the stage, I'm sure this is a meaningful victory.
From the depths of the EMEA qualifier, the blue wall stands tall here in Riyadh. And Billy, what a fight they put up here today.
For sure.
Map 1 looked dominant. We thought a quick series could be on our hands, but they fought well. Sugetsu reaching unbelievable heights. Standout plays on every single map. And we talked about Paris on the horizon. KC heating up as the year goes on. And they are red hot down on that stage. A team that many would have doubted. Many did doubt coming into this event, coming into the qualifier. And now they stand as a team to beat in the qualifier, in the playoffs even. Unbelievable work. And you can see the joy on their faces. Well, one man who definitely drew all of our eyes, who had all the big plays, was Sugetsu. Down on the stage, he's standing by with Ian Chambers.
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. Of course, if we were going to interview anybody right now, it has to be Sugetsu. KC make it into the playoffs. BLG exit here and now. There's so much I want to talk to you about, but I just want to first address, you came so close to closing out this series on map 2 on Lotus. They brought it back. How did you then recalibrate and reset going into the final map?
First of all, we have like instant performance coaches who help us like to find out how to reset after like kind of these games, you know. So we were ready. We lost. Okay, we like understand this. We reset it, and right now like we showed.
For you, I think you can hear this. MVP Sugetsu. I think that's pretty obvious. You were phenomenal. 2 aces, and then that tremendous 4K on round 17 on Sunset. I think for you watching at home, we can run back the replay here, but from your perspectives, talk us through it.
What?
Your 4K, talk us through it on round 17.
Yeah, but what should I say? Like, it's 4K. I mean, I went B, I didn't expect like, okay, I expected to kill Neon, but after they pushed 1 by 1, and it's like, okay, for me, if you're pushing me 1 by 1, I will take it, okay.
Do you think there's been like a lot of high expectations around this roster? Do you think this is a real opportunity to show everybody how good KC really is?
Yes, I think yes. This is the opportunity to show us, basically.
I love that. All right, just finally from me, the draw for the quarterfinal is coming up a little bit later on. It'll be the Fnatic, NRG, or BBL. Who would you like to face next?
Energy.
Good choice. We'll see if it happens. One final question from me. Would you like to crush the
mid completely exposed? Now you know the outlaw is lurking about, and RQ will have to just clear and scale back through A, and there's still a one-way, and there's still Boo, and what you thought was going to be Mini Boo, the brothers, on the right side of the map.
Crazy Guy has still plenty of util left to play through. Very important that he makes it out alive into the post plant. If they can take down Boo here cleanly, who, by the way, does have a couple of TPs available, but no other util just yet until his smokes refresh. But look at this. We've already got the call through Mini Boo to assist. And that's info as well, I do believe. Knife catches one.
30 seconds left.
Now trying to get info, if they can just dry swing, get eyes on the site. Seeing this Rolling Thunder is worth it, and they're just going to go for the guarantee. It does not contact on Mini Boo, and the crack into the cage, and the crack in the heads of RRQ, who are just going to have to go through a deficit, turn that all around. But it's Heretics with more than enough, and Crazy Guy hoping to save the gun, because again, the economy is absolutely shattered for RRQ.
Forced to save, just doesn't even have time to walk forward, find the spike or anything. And they use the Rolling Thunder, but it's only going to be able to clear through part of the map. Mini Boo obviously hiding away in alley is going to be free to shoot, and I'm not even too sure it fully connected onto Boo, who was able to at least TP across to try and avoid. But yeah, I talked about this. Could we see a 1-11? I mean, what a disaster of an opening map that would be for RRQ. The Rians has been absolutely solid. He was player of the match yesterday up against Titan, and now today leading the way. Beautiful double outlaw shot to get things going for Heretics.
Just the spacing from Heretics is so good. They know how to dial things back and not give up too much and really dance well with RRQ. Now with the haunt through mid, Heretics step forward. This is a painful spot they've been in before, and top mid they've been punished, going through markets, been back and forth. The Thorns will still stand in their way.
That's what Gen.G can do. Nothing, unfortunately. This is the last round, by the way, and that's going to mean Converging Paths is gone, Nightfall is gone, and the entire round is gone, the entire half is gone.
That's really tough. RRQ, depending maybe a little too much on their mechanics at some points, and Gen.G double dashing. It did become very predictable for well, more on the Monyet side of things when he played it on split against NRG. The double dash can be very predictable where your destination ends up being, and Heretics have been reading him like a book. Jemkins can't get that first blood going, and we have halftime where RRQ have a lot to talk about.
Well, they didn't even, we didn't even get to see the refract. That's how quickly Gen.G dies. So once again, really believing in the Waylay. I'm not too sure that that's necessarily a problem. I think this is more of the entire team, but also the case that the entire team of Heretics, the momentum built from yesterday, as said multiple times now, and even in conversations with other players, Zekin said as well, he believes in Heretics. All it takes is to get that one international win. The Heretics so desperately wanted to break the curse, break the dry spell, and now the Heretics are old. Just might be back.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see just like the amount of assists on the RRQ side, because when I was saying like depending too much on mechanics, it doesn't feel like there's a fault line, a Rolling Thunder, a team wipe, a death ball. There was sometimes you saw a bit of a death ball around Gen.G. Paranoias are not consistently hitting, and it's not because they're bad at the game, it's because of the spacing. Heretics play so far back, they know what to expect. Prowlers playing anti-Rolling Thunder, knowing what the game plan is going to be out of RRQ. Such solid reads on the defense for Heretics, when I thought the offense was what was going to be firing for Heretics. But yeah, you're not even going to get to probably see that much of the Heretics offense. Yeah. 11 to 1/2.
It was their stronger side yesterday, and they only need a couple in here, which means for RQ, it is a must-win pistol. Nothing else you can really say about that. They lose the pistol, they're going to have to end up forcing straight away. A force on the defense is super ugly to look at, unfortunately. And for Team Heretics, they put themselves in an insane position. The RQ mentals have to be cracking at this rate. It's going to be a long break for them to really settle down and think about what Icebox is going to look like, because to even the numbers here, 10 in a row for RQ, I'm not seeing it.
I could see Gen.G kind of adapting a chamber-esque play style of put yourself kind of in a vulnerable spot, one that could take risk, one for that first blood that he's so desperate to convert and then refract out and really make Heretics wonder and have to re-clear your positions. Now Mini Boo commands your attention as he does. He's been such a true star on this map, one of the best neons on Sunset that we've seen at EWC, and he's got the attention of 2 defenders while the rest go A.
He's actually got the attention of 3 crazy guys moved over as well, but now it's not better of that. Minibu trying to make a little bit more noise. If he gets some kills here, it'd be beautiful, but
He's slowed down, he's hindered, but he's still able to get the kill. Gen.G, what is going on?
Heretics on elbow at least, and will try to get the ball rolling, but there is one at the box, and Cushy by his side, and it is just good protocols from Heretics. I think RRQ not able to trade themselves, especially with Crazy Guy smoked off. There was a flank from Xfero in a 1v1 against Wu. It's a good headshot. He'll head his way either to elbow on the left side. It would be a big risk. He doesn't want to get sandwiched. He has to move quickly. Such a must-win round for the pistol of RRQ. And having to convert it at a deficit. Xfero, the longest standing member, unites with Crazy Guy caught with util in his hand. And Xfero has to do it all. I think it's a 4K coming up if he can do it. Gen.G, though, does have more HP. The camera to see the upcoming W or L. And Xfero with 4 saves RRQ.
they needed that so badly, and Xfero has been the one to deliver previously. In that one round they got in that first half, which seems so far away now, but in that second half, when a pistol comes on through, and the last bit of info gained from Crazy Guy, it finally comes in. Rough situation for Gen.G though. Is it though? I mean, he got the hinder onto Minibu. Just loses to him anyway. Thankfully, Xfero though. My goodness. Nice little 4K to come on through. Didn't even need the flash assist. And just finds the timing as Benji Fishy is still looking around to see what angle Xfero is going to come from. Xfero takes advantage.
This goes here.
And Xfero's the type of guy who keeps the morale up on this team. He's been on this team since 2022, and through thick and thin, they lift the Pacific Trophy. And this would be the biggest comeback of all time, but at least want to try and build back the positivity for the upcoming map. And it's once again now, oh, that's actually just Boo this time going top mid, and Rians is hoping to follow up and kind of peeks out of the smoke. Gen.G's not going to let that go by.
Certainly not. Cushy, similar things to say about this particular round. Obviously, Heretics, low equipment coming in through this one. You'll have a bit of a timing here for Boo, but can he do a 1 versus 3 now? Does find an upgrade.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Not too bad, but also missing the spike, missing a lot of health, and his position exposed. You got a high-low being formed from RRQ and kind of using these steps. Minibu's trying to make it look like he's
It's triple base.
Going back to A main. But RRQ stick to their ground.
Gun here.
Swing through from the top of elbow. All 3 RQ waiting for you. It's all over, of course. Anti-eco from RQ to give themselves a little bit more space as they're desperate to hold off the 12. Once that 12 hits, not too sure it's possible anymore. Not too sure it's possible even now, but at least
One enemy remaining.
brick by brick, layer by layer, starting to build something together. And I think even now, this is going to be a really important third round. It's not a bonus anymore. No, this is a must-win still for RQ.
And now Heretics. Ball is in their court. They have a lot of buffer to work with. But also, RQ have a one-way on the right side. They're going to try and stack up around market and just rely on the camera that's deep into B main.
Working our way over towards A. On yet with the one-way. 3 stack for RQ on B, but they'll go exploring very shortly. Gen.G could be in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, decent swing at a Gen.G, but just outnumbered and outgunned. And Heretics, now that their lurk is destroyed, they'll have to try and activate at A. And there's some delay from that smoke, and I think Monyet knows it. Not going to be great to use that gun at a distance, but you're going to need a whole team to try and defeat Heretics.
And willing to play for a little bit of retake pressure here as well. Elbow's been given up at this point. Monyet knows. Eyes over towards Elbow. He's only got a Spectre though, so the range is not going to work out for him. They're going to end up abandoning site.
$30 seconds left.
Spike down and RRQ exploring around mid as a death ball.
Take this.
And trying to take angles, and I like this proactivity from Minibu, and it's good information, but at what cost? A lot of health now gone as Heretics create a bunker. Rians and Elbow. It's gonna be off. Oh, you got no flashes, no paranoia, nothing from Rians.
Just a TP,
Just
what?
To run and cut. What is Monyet thinking? And Woot shuts it all down. to get closer to match point for Heretics here on Sunset. What is written, what shall be decided, unless Xfero pulls a rabbit out of his hat. Now 1v2, he made it happen on the pistol. Headshot up close against Boo. And Rians pokes his head out through elbow, halfway defuse, and he does not stick it. Taps it again, Rians knows he has time, and Xfero with 4, still cannot convert the round.
He's nearly done it again. Xfero in the 1 versus 2 clutch. He actually gets both kills, but this time around, no time to defuse. Unfortunate, but well played regardless from Xfero. Late into the round, narrow theft earned and used, delivered to get the value on the last 2 members. And now 2020 hindsight, you're thinking, if he had stuck it all the way through, might have won, but you can't think that way sometimes because you never know what's going to happen. Rians could have popped through, could have tagged him down. But Rian still is able to pop through at just the right time to force the defuse to stop.
Now RRQ have the 3 stack and trips everywhere. Camera destroyed though, and Heretics happy to grab the orb and decide on another venture, while Monyet has made his way through A main past his 1-way. This could be a big moment for him.
Doesn't have any support here, so this is going to come down to just Monyet. Playing this one very patiently, unlikely to be spotted out. Yeah, he'll find a time to swing for sure, but he is being watched by Boot.
What a read from Boo! To just be posted up and always careful to what RRQ could try and throw at them. And Heretics have just absolutely hit this map out of the park. This is even more dominant than yesterday. And Heretics have said in their interview, this is just the start of something that's going to build.
This really comes from the fact that the share wasn't used by Gen.G, being saved a little bit longer. And because the right side of the map on A was compromised, Boo has to understand the possibility of the flank, well read once again by the IGL.
Crazy Guy stays on the other side of this pillar because he has full util ready to flash, fault line, aftershock, whatever it needs to try and save this for RRQ. Finds the timing, but the Heretics show face at front door, playing off the recon, spamming through the cage. Heretics have silence and a bit of peace to work with as Jemkins wants to unite with his initiators to swing out of the smoke, but Crazy Guy's been found, and where's the reaction from the rest of RRQ? Heretics just paved the way, the red carpet soaked in blood of RRQ, who have 2 left, and it's up to the Jemkins show to shine, and Xfero's got 2, 13-3 on Sunset for the Heretics.
Jemkins shut down entirely on that map. The Waylay once again not working out for RRQ, and you also have this KO as well. Suppression so strong up against Jemkin. Nothing to really do there. Even onto Crazy Guy as well. At least he managed to get out a fault line before he goes down, but it is just an entire wipe of RRQ. They barely held themselves together, at least got themselves a pistol and an anti-eco and a brilliant clutch from Xfero in that first half. Those are the only rounds that they can be happy about because the rest of the map was all Heretics.
Just great protocols from Heretics. You could tell that this is one of their comfort picks, and why, after the struggles of Icebox dropping that to Titans yesterday to an overtime they could have lost, and how Suns
on him even more. This is the most BM crushing I think I've seen this tournament. We got to start rating this, best crush of the tournament, because Zelsis just took the throne on that one.
Yeah, he had so much fun with that. But of course, DRX heading home. They're such a storied organization, and I know that they expect so much. They started this year very, very strong with that win in kickoff, but since then, it's only been downhill. They're looking to make roster changes, they're looking to recover, but they haven't quite found that same footing yet that we're used to. So hopefully they're able to recover.
Yeah, hey, stick around. We have a special guest coming in just a couple of seconds. But now's the reminder that we have our opening ceremony tonight. It is at 9 p.m. featuring Posty, Post Malone, and many other guests highlighting and celebrating the story of gaming and esports in one of the most epic celebrations you will ever watch. It all starts at 9 p.m. local, and then the opening ceremony kicks off at 10 p.m. It is going to be an awesome, awesome time. And I think he might be ready here. Almost ready before we have our special guest. So while he gets ready, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk to one of the victors in that last match and set you up for a second best of 3. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Joining myself, Digon, and Baby Bay Kakuka is back, as well as the victorious Sadak.
Hello.
Welcome,
Hello.
brother. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Is this on? I'm doing fine.
Yeah, it is on.
Hello.
It is on.
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Super happy to be here again, or for the first time, I would say. Yes, I'm happy.
Dude, what was it like being the first team to play in front of a crowd? It got kind of quiet on that second map, but in the third map, we heard them yelling from the back room.
I mean, it was insane. It was kind of like a throwback for me on to locking, you know, because we made a play. Wow! It was like, okay, we're good, guys. We go. Let's go. You know. So yeah, it felt. I can feel the energy so good there. It's insane.
Tell us a little bit about the encounter. Of course, going to the third map, we saw you cheering your team after the loss on the second one. Tell me, what was the plan going into Sunset, and also what did you give Suigetsu this morning for breakfast?
To be honest, I don't know what he ate. He has to give to everyone because that was insane. He did what, 2 aces?
Yes.
And one clutch, one before. That's insane. That's insane. But to be honest, the second match, it was more like a mental defeat. It wasn't more like a tactical defeat, you know? So I thought like, okay, guys, I have to have my team up. If not, it's going to be super bad third map, and we don't want that. But luckily, we managed to reset backstage, and yeah, everything worked well.
I got to follow up on the 1v4. Like, after that happened, as an IGL, like the leader of the team, how do you kind of like keep the nerves, though? Because, you know, a lot of these younger players, they get so hyped and excited in the moment that it could kind of snowball. You lose the next round.
Yes, that happens a lot, especially after that round in particular. I had to do the same call like 4 times because everyone was like, you know, like, yeah, I think the important thing is that's why we have like our strategies to reset even when we do like amazing plays, because the game is not over, you know. It's only one play. Okay, it was an amazing, insane play, but the game keeps going, so you have to reset and readjust and keep going again, you know.
All right, so this win means that you make it to the knockout rounds. Is there a team that you want to play in the next single elimination best of 3?
All the teams that defeated us, so
Well, they're too
BBL
late
for
for the
sure. I wanna fight against the new NRG, of course. To be honest, whoever is in front of us, I'm super down to play. So yeah.
All right, you're not busy. You can break down this next series with us, right?
Okay.
Can I ask him one more question before we move on to that? I know that you guys have numbers on your jerseys. Do you mind showing yours?
Yeah,
it's 23, right?
It's
so
23.
Why did you choose the 23?
Michael Gordon?
23, it's a number for me that represents my whole family. So in my bag, I'm with them, you know, they are with me. That's why I carry the 23. It has spiritual and family meaning for us, for me, I would say, in particular a lot. But I'm not going to explain that much. But yeah, it's for me more.
That's so sweet. You know, you can actually link that perfectly because Kankan, his full name is his brother's in-game name, and then Kankan, which is his name, but he has like the full thing because he really likes, you know, he wants to carry his brother wherever he goes because he's like his inspiration.
I feel like when you play and you're playing for something bigger than that, it helps a ton. Zadak, thank you for that little insight there. As we set up the next matchup, including Kong Kong and EDG up against Gen.G. First, Gen.G. This is such a Pacific Titan and always one of the international best teams. Zadak, when you think about Gen.G, what comes to mind?
Korean teams are crazy, man. Korean teams are crazy. I mean, there's nothing you can expect. They're either gonna play like slow, methodic, or they're just gonna rush and do like amazing, unexpected things, you know. But to be honest, I'm looking forward to EDG. Like I really like them. I really like their playstyle. I'm a huge fan also of Kankan. I played against him a lot in the past. So yeah, it's gonna be like a super amazing match. It's gonna be really interesting.
The surprises on the side of Gen.G, I think, have to come from the side of Texture. He's been amazing. The up plays that we keep seeing time and time again, it's always something to, you know, to be looking out. I think that also, as we're saying on the counterpart, we're seeing a Kanka that is revitalized after losing that best of 1, because remember, this was the opening match for both Gen.G and EDG.
I'm so happy you spoke about the opening match. In the opening match, Texture had 18 kills. 10 of them were with the operator.
Damn.
We saw Kong Kong in such an amazing form yesterday as well with that operator against 100 Thieves. So I'm excited for this op head-to-head. I think that's really going to be what makes the difference.
Yeah, let's introduce EDG here. Again, the reigning world champs. You know what that is like, lifting that trophy. So
I was.
EDG?
Time passed, you know, time flies, all time.
Time flies.
Yeah.
When you think of EDG, Kong Kong, the rest of the team, what comes to mind?
It comes to mind that they have what it takes, you know. So it has to be that in any moment they can choose, okay, now we're going to be champions again, you know? And we're
Yeah.
just going to kill everyone and be the best team in the world. So,
And
it's also for Gen.G also.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's so important now for EDG. In the previous match, I was saying, you know, for Billy, there might be a door opening. Well, not anymore. Thank you, Sadek. For them to now be the #1 in China. But now EDG are the only Chinese team that we have left. And they could be, and, you know, for that rule, kind of should be the one Chinese team that we have in playoffs.
Final thought here before we toss to the stage.
If there was ever a team to step up to the plate when there's so much pressure on the line, it's EDG.
All right, EDG and Gen.G, the final spot on the line to the knockout stage. Who will win? Let's find out for the Esports World Cup.
We have just witnessed an intense battle, an incredible fight for survival with everything on the line. KC moves on to the playoffs and BLG witnessed their key getting crushed. But Ian, the day's not over yet.
It's not, and as the stakes are heightened, so is the drama. The weight of this opportunity weighs heavy on our next two teams because only one more quarterfinal spot will be decided on this main stage. For the other team, their dreams will be shattered to smithereens. We've already seen it happen once on the stage and on the B stream as well. This is the result of losing here in the EWC.
Literally cut in half.
It's painful, isn't it?
It is.
And it's going to happen one more time. Let's bring out our quarter-final hopefuls here, starting with a team who beat their opponents in a best-of-1. Can they send them home in a series? It's Gen.G.
And their opponents, champions of the past, fighting to stay alive with their legacy on the line. It's Edward Gaming!
Success is survival. Defeat is a departure home. Our final series is now.
Here we go, another team set to be sent home. We have Gen.G clashing once more against EDG. Squared off earlier on as they were talking about best of one, and Gen.G certainly had the upper hand there.
No doubt about it. It was a 13-4, heavily in favor of Gen.G. Foxy9 and Texture leading the charge for the black and gold. But one interesting thing to note here, these teams have only played each other a couple of times. Once at Masters Madrid, it was Gen.G winning. Once at an off-season event where EDG didn't bring their full squad, Gen.G won that. Gen.G won the best of one. So for EDG here, a champs at redemption. We know they're capable of it. We know they have the pedigree of it. But both of these teams have shown in the past that they are capable of lifting trophies.
The pressure on Gen.G, as well as just the region of Pacific, mounting. As we saw the departure of DRX earlier on, as well as the wavering performances over on the B stream of RRQ. We're currently up against the ropes, facing off against Heretics. PaperX obviously sat there waiting in the playoffs, qualified straight through. Gen.G would love to join them at the same time. EDG is now the last hope for the Chinese region. Both teams are going to leave nothing on the table in this series.
Absolutely. I mean, I think for fans of China, you wouldn't want any other team in this position than EDG, a team that has shown what they're capable of. And it is going to be Lotus where we kick off. Not too much surprises in the agent comp. Going to see that Neon Fort Kong Kong looked electric on Sunset yesterday when EDG was able to take a 13-7 win over 100 Thieves. The Kong Kong leading the charge. Overall, 73 kills in that best of 3, plus 11, 22 first kills in that department. He was phenomenal. See if he can keep it up, going up against Gen.G superstar Texture. You know, the desk was talking about it. The op battle going to be something to keep our eyes on. And, you know, as we get on this defender side, could be kind of a key here for Gen.G, keeping the momentum, keeping the pressure on this ever so crucial side of the map to keep that op out of Kong Kong's hands.
Yeah, it wasn't something that we got to see much of at all in that best of 1 because it was just a very quick, stompy map at the hands of Gen.G, but across now a best of 3 series, hoping to see that head-to-head more and more. The Rays v Neon, 2 very different flavors being brought out here on Lotus. We'll see how they do fare. This is EDG's map pick to start with Gen.G's very strong Haven up next.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a really good map pool for both teams. I think they're pretty strong equally across most of the maps. I think Icebox in that best of 1 was an aberration for EDG. I don't expect if we get to that third map, it's going to look anything like that. I think another thing to note here for today is ZJC, you know, new to the team, going up against a strong lurking team like Gen.G. A lot of pressure going to be on him to help deal with that, especially as he's going to be shifting over to the Vice here onto Lotus. He needs to have his head on a swivel because Munchkin is always going to be trying to push you to find those extra angles.
I'll find you.
Let's see how we do fare as off the rip. It's going to get a haunt reveal on the Kong Kong, but real fight for Rubble control going to be seen. Gen.G instead all drifting towards this C site. Thorns here on the entry. Flash at the ready as well. It does get sent, a couple blinds coming through, and Texture drifting forward, wanting to get ahead of those Thorns, ends up losing his life, cut off from the rest of the squad. It's only going to be a smattering of damage found onto ZJC in exchange.
Yeah, just trying to force something there was Gen.G. Disrespecting the utility and pay the price. Not exactly what you want to see to start. Foxy9 trying to create some attention, trying to keep those extra players planted over on the C site.
But they're playing into the stack now. 3 players set here, ready to respond. Karan does manage to get the best of Kong Kong, but it's quickly traded out. Nobody here from back Rubble. To shoot through that Viper wall, find the kill, and keep EDG in with the advantage. The HP bar is now on the remaining players. Doesn't even add up to 150.
Trying to sell the pump fake here are Gen.G. Trying to keep EDG guessing. Going to dodge the haunt as well.
30 seconds left.
That's actually going to send them a little bit further back. That's going to open up enough space here, but time is ticking. 25 left on the clock.
Waiting it out a little bit longer. An opportunity for Smoggy to just go ahead and bring this to its conclusion. Spots them out. The rotation now back across the map. Nobody just pivoting it back over, but time, like you said, not on their side. 10 seconds remaining. Still bring the spike forward. Smoggy still with an opportunity. Try to shut this one down. Plant going to be coming through. Already Foxy9 dead. Plant will be completed as Munchkin does have some peeling fire there, and Ash immediately finds the headshots, and Gen.G somehow recover the pistol round.
That is a rough start for EDG. I thought they played this round extremely well. The macro game looked good to me. They had some pretty good reads on how to stall Gen.G out, but Gen.G finds just enough there, getting the plant at almost the last second, and then Ash coming up big. He has been really good at times. Can find those clutch moments for Gen.G. The young rookie coming in this year, new to the Gen.G squad. Originally brought in as a Tejo specialist, is now having to shift over to those other initiators and is doing a pretty solid job integrating in. We're gonna have the 4-man push out, and Kong Kong dead to Texture's Phantom.
Able to win that fight out. Pretty much needed to hit the first shot. Marshall does get scooped up. G2 just taking some pod shots through that smoke. At the same time, though, Texture feeling reinvigorated, shrugging off the first death there in the previous round. Go for the plant. That's going to get him halfway towards the showstopper. It's Chichu up here in drop, trying to find a kill onto Chiron. Puts him down low on HP, but cannot confirm it. Munchkin's there for the follow-up, and Gen.G now are looking for a flawless as Texture finds another.
Time.
Mr. 4K? Perhaps no. Ash will find it as Munchkin gets dropped. Weapons still scooped up, however, and Gen.G have a very comfortable 2-0 start.
Yeah, so you got to like what you're seeing from Gen.G. Min-maxing in the right areas in terms of getting Texture hot-tracked towards that showstopper. And nice little win here early against Kong Kong. And then just pushing the pace. Ozzy's got the weapon advantages. Munchkin covering drop. So just about everything you could want here for Gen.G. You lose one, not the end of the world at all. You're going to be coming in with a very strong bonus, almost equaling your opponent's firepower. Just one less Bulldog.
Pinchell's out. Paranoia sent off the rip. But now pause in the action.
Oh, God.
They tucked in behind the box. He's going to reposition. Foxy9 hits the belter of a shot. ZJC just going through the meat grinder with every single map played.
And because it's the Vice down, they're going to want to pressure C-Site. They know that they're not going to have to deal with any of that annoying utility. Yes, the Viper's still there, but that's a much easier task to get through than having the combo of that util.
As long as they get going quickly, because already you do have players moving into position. Smoggy wrapping around from defender's side. Snakebite at the ready from Chichu is now the entry going to be coming through. Bite might cut off a couple, but looks like it's widely just straight over it. But Kong Kong finds one, Chichu gets another. Drags across for the kill on the Foxy9. Now the spike is going to be dropped on the floor. The two remaining players from Gen.G left out here at Mound. Munchkin now all alone in the 1v4.
You get a couple.
Chance to make this hurt, but for now, still looking
30 seconds left.
very clean here. He's going for the blind spray, but they have repositioned both low HP players, staying tucked in alongside each other as Kong Kong at the sprint at the ready. Tap of the door, weapon drawn back out. Kong Kong will go for it and will find it. Damn near flawless. EDG stop opponent's conversion.
Now you get out of that round for Gen.G is the early pick for Foxy9, and Chichu stands tall there, using his util very nicely, well-timed, waiting for the contact before he lets loose with the snake bite, kind of separate the Gen.G players and start knocking them down. Very patient behind the pillar as well. God, that is sick, but the rest of it here, Chichu, nasty stuff. Kong Kong getting involved as well, like you were talking about, making the quick rotation over. Gen.G just long enough to get there. That's a nice little maneuver from Kong Kong as soon as that door was open. Oh, hold on. Sees nade.
Looking for it. Obviously no nade there for the side of EDG to try to play off, but it's going to lock him in place and try to get some spam damage. Ultimately, Munchkin will take a little bit. The nade up from Texture, doesn't find any value.
Gives you some map control, though. Able to get that rubble control, so now you've got the option to pivot into B. They're going to double check here. Good awareness from Gen.G that there could have been a push out of Mound.
Just keeping it quiet, keeping Texture planted forward. Showstopper not yet coming through, but nobody continued on that push. Could have cost him, just trying to get him through the wall, but it's going to be Smoggy who comes out on top. Massive punish to be found.
That's tough. Lose that entry power, lose some of that stability on the map. Kong Kong now doing a little bit of an exploration towards B. Gen.G trying to figure out how they want to play this. Good awareness on that taunt there. Ash. Ooh, relay bolt's going to back him off.
Paranoia sent for a bit of peel. Gen.G running out of options and running out of time. The spike just now making his way back across through the attacker's spawn. Gonna have to try to just shove their way forward here into this site, but Foxy gets clipped by the flash. It's just not gonna be the time to really try to make a play of this, so yeah. Close but no cigar, or will just be snatched up here to try to get Munchkin a pit, but EDG, this time in actual flawless fashion, will tie things up at 2-2.
Yeah, Gen.G being really cautious, really slow here. You know, even with the map control that they're able to establish early, not able to get much done off the back of that. Good holds from EDG. A nice win against Texture. Kind of just puts the brakes on the round for Gen.G. They can never really find any other way to accelerate. So now the buy is going to be a little bit scuffed. Sheriff there gonna pass the rifle over towards Texture. So Ash, maybe let's see what he wants to buy. Bulldog and a Guardian. It's gonna be what they have behind it. Important round here for Gen.G because their economy not looking good. Meanwhile, EDG's is flourishing.
Just to see some nobody try to delay again. Check with a Prowler. There's a presence in that haunt reveal. Playing all alone. In the meantime, Foxy9 holding the flank, but as he swings out, realizes that there's more than he was prepared for. Does end up losing. Still in with the player advantage. Texture up over the top. Showstopper now in the back pocket. Orbital drop right as Texture falls down, but then he's just walking into the open. And it seems like a bit of a miscommunication here. As far as the util usage. That brings it now into a 3v3. EDG suddenly given a second lease on life in the round.
No doubt about it. Taking their time. Gonna be a tough hold here for Gen.G, I think, coming from a bunch of different angles or EDG.
Two players able to reply from within the sight. Munchkin swinging back over as there's a headshot. Ash not able to find the elimination quite just yet, but Munchkin plays off the back of it, finding one. Ash now dropped. Already it's good damage.
One enemy remaining.
Munchkin snappy with that headshot, goes to the wide swing, readjusts, cleans up the 3Ks. Gen.G regain the lead.
Yeah, nice hold here from Gen.G. Looked like maybe EDG was going to be able to try to pressure from a couple different angles, but opted to just go all the way through stairs with 3 players. And that makes that crossfire from tree and back sight pretty easy to set up, especially with the confirm on the haunt. Munchkin. Cool. First one's good. Second with a wide swing. Very nicely done. So I think learning a little bit from some of the mistakes in the previous round pretty quickly there. With Gen.G getting that map control, accelerating a little bit faster. Make sure that they're able to get something out of it. Now EDG going to overstack that A site, knowing that they can't afford to keep giving up that. And it is the showstopper through B. Immediately ripped by Texture.
Yep, it's going to be a bit of damage there on the Chichu. As Pit now does get invested. Double rewrap through stairs towards upper that just got smoked off. Ash in position there at B main. Nightfall at the ready in case things start getting a little bit dicey. Paranoia getting ready to come through. Kong hunting, searching, finding Karan, but not winning the fight. Texture holds the door here for the moment, pushing forward, holding down M1, calling for some reinforcements, but none to be found. They're able to break through. Down to 2 health, but time ticking, the alarm bot going off. Nano avoided, Prowler hunting, and Smoggy on the spam is able to find one. But ultimately, too much time has passed, even with just the 1 player dead with the player advantage. EDG a bit too slow to get into position, so Gen.G are allowed to stretch the lead.
Yeah, love the way Gen.G plays this round. A lot of ults invested, but all put to really good use. Showstopper into a quick pit. Have that Nightfall on the back line. Once you confirm the presence of more than 1 player, that's when Ash waits to let it rip. You know, Texture there using himself as a human recon dart. And that is when Ash decides to call that in. Good placement of the KJ util. Again, really diligent from Gen.G in that post plant. Every piece of util getting value in terms of getting identification of where EDG players would be and making it so that that retake is untenable.
Fight to delay. He's made, no purchase there. TP forward though, and with the double scaling up, it's gonna be Karan dead. Maybe he was gonna be able to find the elimination there onto Smoggy, but nothing to be found. It's a tiny lick of damage.
It's a beautiful haunt from nobody. It's the reveal on 2. I think that might have been what distracted Karan there momentarily. Texture already pushed up all the way through B. Try to get some kind of C collapse going. Are they aware that Texture's already this far forward?
They're about to find out. It looks like he's almost swinging back onto the angle. Turns his sights towards Waterfall for a brief little moment. His footsteps now going to be made. Saw 1, here's the others. Now just striking, gets his, gets out. Chichu down, Spike now getting planted. Gen.G, firm control of this C site, but look at Texture and how he has to rewrap. Going so far around to try to rejoin in with the rest of the squad. Ooh. But Foxy9 continues to dominate around Mount. Gets himself a 3rd, and it's clean taps with a Phantom. So he just knocks them all down 1 by 1 like dominoes.
That is beautiful stuff for Foxy9. picking up right where he left off against EDG the last time they faced off, just hitting crazy multi-kills. I mean, when his mechanics are on, he is so unbelievably good.
This is the Foxy9 that was promised by DRX that has now been further developed and expounded upon and turned into an absolute gaming warlord. Unbelievable.
Beautiful little micro adjustments there in his movement too. Gets a little pressure on Mound, instantly recognizes it, uses the box and the Mound to isolate those fights. Really beautiful stuff. Gen.G just gonna leave Munchkin over there. Pit invested early here from Chichu. Gen.G trying to see if maybe they could do anything to punish it, but Chichu, not Pichu. I think that's a Pokemon.
It is a Pokemon.
Yeah, Chichu sits up
Steady
on top of the seat. I'm doing good.
Recover.
Great. Yeah, the Odin spam though, not connecting it onto any members of Gen.G. Haunt does get confirmation that Gen.G is over here. So back we go. The game of trying to dodge this.
Ball raised. Two players cut off by that. Paranoia on the texture. Now it's going to be locked in position. Kong able to find one as Karon hits the floor. Overdrive's going to be popped. Nobody. The Odin reward. Now the spike dropped on the opposite side of the door. And this becomes a very dangerous position. But Foxy9 able to find 2 quick kills. As Munchkin now finds himself all alone.
30 seconds left.
Gives his captain the best possible opportunity here, but still looking like a bit of a bridge too far.
Oh, for sure. And just not nearly enough time to make things worse. So, not sure what the angle is going to be. Don't really need to save.
10 seconds left.
Damage could be good. Well, it does not get cleared. Spam, however, is going to hound him down based on the audio. As a Munchkin completely surrounded. Still will find one, but Smoggy with a 3K will go ahead and close the gap a bit. 2 rounds separating EDG fighting back.
Yeah, like the way that they're playing these rounds there. Instead of just putting really heavy pressure at the front of A off the back of Chichu's ult, they instead just kind of set up a trap here. Good relay bolt. The Odin working a tree. And just really gumming up the work. Some good util as well from Smoggy to help back up his teammates, along with finding some big kills. Really nicely coordinated there by EDG. Do have the lockdown available here for Foxy9.
I'll find you.
Nobody and DJC do have their ults as well. Got some potential retake ability in EDG's back pocket, even if the lockdown opens up the site.
Oh, out into the open. Munchkin finding the headshot, spotting Smoggy, but as he plants his feet, will manage to find the kill. At the same time, the rest of Gen.G getting ready to try to go on an exec here on C, but Thorns get popped nice and early. GC looking to just dissuade them. Still 3 ultimates here in the back pocket. So even if they try to execute with a lockdown, have that steel guard to just take the weapons away.
Just popping the Vice Wall there over on B, making sure that EDG has to respect it while they set up this execute. Very nicely thought out.
Util sent. Damage suffered there by texture. Foxy in position, waiting for a timing, waiting for the call.
Love the patience here.
Want to be able to get some time ticking down.
There.
Know that they have no way to really try to clear this one out. Texture's position now going to be noticed. Paranoia ends up going through. Steel guarded, being sent right as that lockdown ends up being sent. Push forward into the smoke though. Texture ends up getting taken down. Looks like they're going to try to fight forward. But ultimately they're going to have to back away. The time is just not going to be there. Detain at least onto one. Does come through. Karn repositions, TPing forward. Joining in alongside Ashy on the site, who's very quickly overwhelmed. But Karan able to find 2. Foxy gets the other. And now it is just ZJC. With 23 health remaining. The time is just not on his side. Tries to see if he can get another weapon out of their hands. Slow down this economy, but he cannot. Gen.G reach 6.
Yeah, the ult usage here by Gen.G, really, really good. Like the way that they're being patient with it, the way that they're using it to guarantee themselves rounds. Don't mind the idea from EDG here to use the Steel Garden to try to pressure that lockdown. If they can get around that corner, they might just win this round, but not quite enough there to get it done. And nasty stuff from Karan. Would love to see him come online for Gen.G. Find some of that form we saw last year when he was the Rookie of the Year in most people's books. And he's been good at times this year, but it hasn't quite felt the same. We haven't quite seen that same level of impact consistently.
Well, for EDG, starting to feel a bit of the pressure here. This Lotus is their map pick, so expecting to have a little bit of a better go of it. Granted, they're starting on the defending side of the map, so not fully lost in the woods quite just yet. Wanting to have a bit better of a result here and maybe not get quite as frazzled. Good for the 1 kill onto Texture, but a bit of a mistiming as far as sending the ultimates, the lockdown being layered in right as the Steel Garden means that they can't really try to play off the weapon advantages.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too far to get there off the Steel Garden. The Nightfall was used as well, so 2 ults for 1. To make matters worse, you're on an eco. EDG, a little bit of a struggle. Nobody with a stinger, point blank range.
Paranoia is not going to mean too much at that range, so swing this corner, still going to be at risk.
Let's have to see. Munchkin with the Outlaw.
Jiggle Peak got the spot there. Munchkin reading the close angle. Does he have the shot? Yes, he does. Makes it a headshot just in case. And the trap play ends up being disarmed.
It's going to give him some comfort to think that A might be a better option, or at least take another peek at it. Take the fade out.
Find you.
That's a lot of that stall utility, info gathering utility removed from your opponents. So you can at least make some noise, create some attention. Just Munchkin alone wouldn't be enough to sell it. He is often the solo player for Gen.G, so you got to get a little bit more in there. Take some damage though from that Sheriff of Kong Kong.
Yeah, shot's going wide. Bit of decay as well, going back to the Viper wall.
30 seconds left.
Looks like pivot call going to be made here now. Munchkin is going to lurk in a smoke with an Outlaw. Here's the Neon exiting. Despite now getting planted, Chichu here at upper. Not much more to be done about this. Quick reposition behind Chichu on the peak. Finds himself a second shot. Discussing with that Sheriff. CJC gets involved. However, finding that kill, leaves now CJC all on his lonesome. And that is going to be a 3K from Ash. Go ahead and close out the round.
Ooh, that got a little scary for Gen.G. Absolutely filthy shots with the Sheriffs. Man, oh man. What an attempt there from EDG. Again, I like the ideas from Gen.G. You know, getting that Outlaw into Munchkin's hands, kind of create some pressure on one side of the map and open up the B site. But losing battles at range like that, things can fall apart pretty quick. Gen.G, though, able to hang on. Ash with a very crucial 3K there, get himself up to 7 kills. Munchkin looking for that haunt.
Operator in play, Smoggy dropping down as he gets marked, and Kong Kong does manage to note and deal with Foxy9. It's a consistent thorn in their side. It's been drawing blood over on that C side. Takes him out of the equation. This allows them to push up and gain a ton of control. Gen.G with basically 2 routing options. Go A, break the door, try to go into C. Texture holding the rocket for a little bit longer. Now pops it in, expecting a player playing close, but Smoggy has repositioned and outdone them. Chichu on high, drops down, finding Texture. Looks for a little bit more.
Spike down.
Sad shot onto Ash. Munchkin now once again by himself. Spike a bit more here within reach, but the approach coming in from the flank, getting ever closer. Swings out, they're lined up, but he can only collect the 1. It's gonna be EDG. Themselves back in, now looking to make this a 5 and 7 half of themselves.
It's crazy how much pressure that op can create. You get that 1 kill, and the map is wide open here for EDG. And Gen.G left in a position where they don't have many other options other than to try to either go for A or make a pivot over towards B. You don't have much information on the map at that point, so you're just trying to force the issue. And it took a long time for Gen.G to get comfortable. And EDG did a great job thwarting that attack. Smoggy, really nice stuff, but not able to afford shields into this round. just to check. Front door with the haunt. Texture. Oh, Kong Kong. Almost got him.
Lucky to be alive. So a bit of a slowdown here for Texture, 5-9 and 0. 3 of those from one of the early rounds.
They're just really being very patient, our Gen.G on this half. Haven't seen anything too pacey other than the one round with the showstopper quite a bit ago. On to B.
On cleared, Paranoia sent Smoggy. Gonna be taken down. Texture able to hound him down as finds Kong Kong as well. Nobody gets tagged to 10.
Oh,
round here for Gen.G as they look to lock in this 8-4.
It should be. Oh my God, Foxy, how do you react to that?
Should have had him dead the rights, but Foxy just
Gun here.
faster on the draw.
30 seconds left.
Right at home in the Wild West. Nearly the lineup. Chichu continues to be a big thorn in the side. As the slow creep up, seems like a glimpse was spotted, and Texture is able to play off that. 3K for him. See if Mr. 4K makes an appearance. 10 health remaining on nobody.
Left.
Be a miraculous clutch to try to secure a 5th round win.
Just feed it to him.
Or will just be Karan going ahead and taking it away. So 8-4 at the half. Gen.G, a very successful attacking side here on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's about what you wanted. I think if EDG gets to 5, you're a little bit more concerned as Gen.G. But the pistol going to be very, very important for both of these teams coming in the next half.
Yeah, they barely scraped by with a pistol win here to start things off. We'll see what happens and if EDG can start to rally back when we come back after halftime. And we're back, about to go into the second half. Gen.G at the moment find themselves in the lead, up by 4 after showing some dominance here on Lotus. Now they swap over to the defending side. Onus on EDG to rally back on their map pick.
Yeah, very impressed with the way Gen.G handled themselves on that first half. Fantastic utilization of their ults, kept the op out of Kong Kong's hands for quite a long time. Now you look over to EDG, they need similar win conditions, a huge pistol round coming up, and then string some rounds together so Gen.G can't get the economy rolling to get Texture fired up. He doesn't always grab offs on this map. Sometimes he just kind of feels the rifles and wants to stick with that, but I think with the team he's going against, I want to showcase what he's capable of. Gen.G with a quick 3-man push out, but it's being pinged out by EDG.
CJC, they'll go ahead and try to confirm this, and will confirm it in death as he loses his head. Munchkin, instantaneous with the shot. It's Gen.G off to a roaring start.
Curious about how many he saw there, though, because EDG gonna send players back to try to check, but if they had seen all three, they might have gone for a quick A hit, but I think they might have only just seen one or two. Karan was tucked in the corner, so maybe didn't really get a good identification. Kong doing his due diligence, making sure that there's nothing going on. They're waiting out that haunt. That's the go signal.
Shots over towards Foxy9, so he backs off the front of C. In the meantime, Chichu trying to poke and prod. Just head into this B site, but it's just met with a tiny bit of damage taken.
30 seconds left.
Time now running low.
Where
It's going to be this A site in the end. Haunt cleared out. Texture presence going to be confirmed there at back site. This tree does get taken. Smoke coming through. Kong eating a headshot, but flying with one in kind as Ash trying to tuck into the corner. Covering fire arrives as Karan drops down off the rope, finding one. Some shots into the smoke though. Munchkin gonna whittle away at them, strafing all the way through to the opposite side. Foxy9 now joins in at a rope, and Munchkin hits a timing. Wall falling, Foxy on the peak, spotting one, gets the right click kill. So it all comes down to nobody. 395, but Munchkin standing taller, getting the better of his cohort IGL on the opposite side. Gen.G close out both pistols on Lotus, and they stretch the lead now up by 5.
And they do it again with a disadvantage in the number of players left. It's a 2v3 here at the end for Munchkin and Foxy. And Foxy playing this really well from heaven. Doing a great job with those right clicks. Not giving up the extra angle to the second player that's below him. Fantastic entry here for EDG. Nice shot from Kong to outduel Texture, outduel his counterpart. But Munchkin, man, very sharp with that 3K. Hitting heads with the Ghost. And that is brutal for EDG. They're going to buy a Bulldog here for Kong and Ashera. This is unusual. A lot of times you might see a team go for an Outlaw in this situation. Kong wants to try to make something happen. He's the playmaker.
Yeah, Outlaw, Marshall, something to that effect, and it's widely why you do see these full armors coming through from Gen.G in case that is going to be in play. On out. Texture not revealed by that. Now sees the drop down. The Bulldog about to be left on the floor, but it's his, not Kong's. Keeps that one intact. Juggles the weapons over. 19 health remaining here on the Neon. Still looking to be the tip of the spear, looking to be the entry power here for the team. This wall falls. That's going to be Kong taken down. The players now contained here. Three, the Paranoia flying across. Ash finds himself the headshot. Clears the smoke. On scent, ping, reveal. Ash now with the 3K. Potentially on for the aces. Both players stacked up here in tree. Push forward. Karan going to be taken down. Chichu still a force to be reckoned with, as they know that they have the firepower. EDG looking to try to slow down the pace. Smokes blooming, shots flying. It's a wild, frantic spray. One that Smog gets
30 seconds left.
the short end of the stick of. Take it down, and now it's all on Chichu. Try to make something happen. Can certainly still make this costly for Gen.G. High-low setup, both players low here backside. It is breakable, but they're a little bit faster on the draw. A 4K for Ash, double digits for Gen.G.
Yeah, that's an incredible round for Ash. Really like the way that when he was in a bad spot there outside of stairs, he uses that haunt outside of the smoke, knowing that he's dead to a right click, recognizing that situation perfectly and reacting beautifully. A little bit of frustration from Gen.G. I think he wanted that kill to come through on the Kong initially. That would have been a very different round if Texture found that, but opened the door for EDG to at least scale a bit further forward. Then Ash, beautiful, beautiful stuff. Gen.G, all Bulldogs against a bunch of rifles, and Kong with another Bulldog of his own. Just a little bit of pressure here. They're going to accelerate towards C. Foxy9 on the back of sight. Snakebite lobbed in. Foxy's already got Kong down.
They left them on an island. The counter spray is going to be good, though. Foxy holding on to the angle for far too long. Does give them a potential opening now. With the smoke cycled forward. EDG at least have to wait that out, so they'll cut the noise. Look to maybe re-clear. See if anyone's pushed up in front of that sheer wall. Nothing to be spotted.
Could use the haunt here. Prowler out from Ash. Check on the mound. You're confirming the presence. Gen.G, I think, gonna split into a 2-2. Mongi fishing.
They're looking for the timing. Munchkin swooping out, looking for the transfer, but with Ash in tow, doesn't need it. Weapon upgrades now going to be found. 2 remaining players pushing forward. Texture holding the angle. ADS with the Bulldog, and instantly deals with CJC. Nice shot from nobody. Trade one back. Knows that he's surrounded.
Make the tap. Bought the rotations. Opened up C potentially for himself here. Gen.G pretty unsure. They don't know. He could have gone A as well here. They have no clue.
10 seconds left.
Now they know.
Have it confirmed. Backside plant. Tries to rotate down, but Ash through the door just a little bit faster. We'll find that kill. And that is going to be continued pain here for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G kind of back into that form that we've seen them be capable of at these global events this year, where they just run people over. Great double swing out here on the timing off of the poison cloud dropping.
Standing.
See this. Not bad at all, nobody. But at that point, Crown was in trouble. Did find a third on a Munchkin there, but the bonus conversion for Gen.G, probably the nail in the coffin here for EDG on Lotus. They're going to try to take a timeout to see if they can get those nails a little bit further out. See if they can hang on a bit more, get some momentum going. I mean, again, you look at these score lines, and you might think GG go next. No, you want to win some rounds. You want to get some of that momentum going. Maybe get Kong Kong heated up or something. Like, once he gets frying, feels like the rest of the team can follow. So something to think about here for Muggle as he talks it over with EDG.
And a lot of the time, the teams are going to have very good understanding of how the drafts are going to go, what their opponents are going to favor, where they're going to lean. EDG leaving that haven open, they have to know that that's what Gen.G are going to elect to play. It's very difficult to take them down on that map, but have some preparation. They're not necessarily out of it quite just yet. We've seen plenty of times where teams end up losing on their map pick because they've over-prepared for their opponents. Like you said, getting the blood flowing a little bit more here, get the hearts pumping, would be certainly a good sign for EDG. But it's still a bit of faith here going into that second map. Reveal onto Smoggy, safe it back rubble. Kong Kong scaling forward up towards the A orb. As Prowler spots one slide in, and there's far too many players. Ooh, good reply, kills coming through. CJC on with a second, finds Ash. Karon trying to fight back, but CJC outdoes them all. And what looks like a catastrophic misstep from Kong Kong ends up getting turned on its head very quickly by his teammates.
That just came down to reactions. How even forces there once the toxic screen dropped. Foxy into a 1v3. No doubt he's capable of it, but this one's going to be very tough. 2 players in tree, and he's going to open the door.
Taps it. Spotted. One doesn't reveal. Now looks to rewrap. Nobody holding right here on the corner. Foxy anticipating it, not going to be snappy enough to be able to find that one, but doesn't know about the other 2 players. Locked in tree still. Does manage to find some damage, rotates around the back, and that is when the enemy vice shall strike. A 4K for ZJC. EDG deny them from getting up to map point.
Like the macro ideas though here. Keep it simple, just take rubble control and try to figure it out from there. And again, try to get Kong Kong going. You send him through, doesn't work, but again, he's able to get this information. There's a ton of players out here, and just some nasty shots from ZJC.
One enemy remains.
Beautiful with the Vandal.
That's the last.
That opens things up. Basically sets the round awry. Not much Foxy can do, just way too much to check. Gen.G gonna be on an eco now.
Catch them.
Despite winning the bonus. There's the relay bolt.
Plenty of noise being made, but Karon.
Hello?
Very much not noted in this fourth position. Just managed to make it a trade, which is going to be decently favorable to the side that's trying to pull off a thrifty.
We'll catch them.
Sees in, nothing going to be grabbed there. Munchkin, decent amount of damage. 42, and on the swing out, Ash will fall. Now the lead very much expounded upon here in the round. EDG well set to move up to 6.
Just a pause. EDG waiting to see. You know, you have to anticipate that at some point Munchkin's going to get antsy. Want to try to go for some kind of pressure play to get some info, but actually Gen.G showing some patience so far. Still plenty of time. Now with that snake bite, nobody's going to move a muscle.
Right towards the door, the Prowler to check into the site. Munchkin clears that tap. Coming through. Snake bite to try to hold them back, reroute, but Smoke now comes in. Texture running out of options, has to try to push forward. Shots flying, looks for the headshot. ZJC still answering back. You can tell EDG well aware of the space they've given up. Look back over towards main, find the kill to Foxy, and now it's just about cleaning up Munchkin. May stay tucked, may just look to go down to the spike. Seems like that's going to be the case. A kill or a death to a player would give him the pit for the next round.
For sure. A little bit worried maybe about giving that extra charge to nobody. Getting another Nightfall online already. So, a lot of fans for both teams in the audience here today. A lot of people making the trip out to Riyadh. And it was loud in there. You could hear it. And Gen.G, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout here. I think this might be a good opportunity to pump the brakes, talk about how you want to reestablish rebel control, because that's what's gotten the EDG these last couple of rounds.
Leviathan jersey, what's that doing here? A little bit out of place. That's
wide Kong?
Very flattering. But yeah, the timeout call, maybe, yeah, it has been made here. So Gen.G wanting to bring this to an end, and understandable. This has been the point that since Masters Toronto, Gen.G start to fumble. Get up to 11, give up a couple rounds, finally get the 12. Oh no, we're now in an overtime. Look, we've lost the map.
Yep. No, I agree with you. This is what gets concerning for Gen.G, is they look so damn good for, you know, a half of a map, and then it all just kind of starts to fall apart, and their opponents start stringing rounds together, and they can't find the answers. And so I think getting involved here early, especially since you still had both timeouts as Solo and HSK, you know, just making sure that you don't give the opponents any opportunity. You keep your team engaged. You keep Munchkin thinking on his feet. Make sure that you're feeding some of that stuff that he might not be seeing over to him. Keep those comms in order. You do have to worry about Kong Kong close to his overdrive. You do have the Steel Garden as well for ZJC. Texture as the showstopper, like you mentioned, one away from a pit for Munchkin. So both teams kind of trying to get into those ult cycles. And it is going to be a bit of an answer here, pushing Karan up right behind the rocks. There's the showstopper, but everybody's already evacuated. EDG wise to that game. See what Foxy can do. Just jiggling. Should be just a fallback. Yep. Immediately, Poison Cloud goes up off of that contact. And EDG, though, it's all a little bit of attention. Try to sell this B hit. Texture does get the confirmation, though, that there are players outside of there with the Boombot, so pretty good stuff from both teams. Karan, though, might be the one called upon to come up big here for Gen.G.
The turret, swing out, Texture loses his head. Sahant coming through, Karan trying to play off that timing. Spike managed to find one, but it's just far too many numbers there to overwhelm. But now coming through, TP forward into tree, checks it out, nothing spotted, can stick it. Door gets open, Spike now being brought forward. Wall falls.
30 seconds left.
Question is, do they anticipate Ash now? Not sure if their concerns seem to be placed over towards backside, but that Steel Garden is at the ready and will be sent. Nash, no other options but the swap to the Classic. Interrupt the plant, maybe a real chance of it, but opts to play this patiently. EDG not yet really looking to explore towards backside. Swing coming through, Kong Kong dropping down. Exits over towards drop, and now Munchkin's position going to be known. EDG playing this so well. Gen.G just a step behind. This is the triple face from Tree.
Should be the save now here for Foxy.
Make it an attempt, but if he swings out, Kong could rotate up the rope quickly, but opts to go ahead and stick around at drop. It's gonna be EDG shrugging off the timeout. Closing the gap, getting ever closer now. 4 more rounds to go to tie it up.
Yeah, I like the ideas from EDG coming out of their opponent's timeout. You know that Gen.G has to reestablish rebel control, just kind of give it up and work the rest of the map. Get some of that util out, force Gen.G to have to get info on what's going on the other sides. And then they're able to win a big fight against Texture out in the open there, trying to take the tight angle into the A door. And just so ready for it is Smoggy. And then Karan has no choice but to try to go for a one and done, because he is just on an island at that point. Nobody else from Gen.G was even close. And now you got to really start to dig deep. The buy is going to be scuffed as hell for Gen.G.
Cover going now.
You have that judge for Karan though.
Outlaw in a hand for Kong. Push forward into the smoke, and well, Outlaw taken out of his hands very quickly. Karan tried to stick around for a little bit longer, see if anyone comes pushing forward, but seen a ton of damage. Ultimately has shoved them away. Outlaw going to be juggled back, making sure that nobody else can try to scoop that one up, and gets it into the hands of Ash.
Good start. Do have a Guardian here for Texture.
NHL having already been used. Texture frantically looking for a shot. Eventually he's going to be able to find one. Prowler into space. Not really bothered about that. He just kind of shrugs it off, and in the end, it's a flawless round, and one where it's a bit of a half buy for Gen.G as they get up to map point. That's going to sting for EDG.
That is for sure. I mean, that judge, so annoying. Kong kind of out on an island in that smoke and spray through, not able to clear Karan out, so they can't re-aggress towards A and over into B, where you've got a great crossfire setup. Ash there, catching him with the Outlaw. Texture and Karan gonna finish the job, so it's kind of an awkward one for EDG. Here we go again.
Smoggy considering a scale forward slide in. Karan eventually able to find that kill. Maybe look at the reposition, ups to slow it down a little bit of Texture, gonna get caught up. Karan finds his second Chichu, finding Ash. Suddenly the dust settling. It's a 2v2. Foxy, audioless, jump peek over the top of the box. Nothing spotted, snake bite there. Plays it patiently,
phenomenal
timing. It, but still eats quite a bit of damage. Munchkin at the same time approaching from the back, the sheer wall, something that can be ignored. It's very much going to be hoping they come pushing back into him, or they push forward enough to where he can recover a weapon.
It's a beautiful piece of util there.
Where are you?
They're just trying to figure out where the hell Munchkin is. They don't want to make a move. Again, showing patience though is Munchkin.
Gun barrel nearly spotted, but nobody able to find Foxy 9. And that's going to be the go signal here for them to try to push up. Still trying to get Munchkin out, trying to draw him into the open. Staying stagnant here for the moment. In all likelihood, we'll just wait until that spike gets planted before he tries to go up and recover one of these guns.
Could use the pit here if you pass the spike over to Chichu. Just trying to decide EDG what they want to do.
I'll find you.
Use the haunt. Just going to commit it to backside with
10
nobody.
seconds left.
Munchkin.
Spike planted.
Assuming, yeah, already got a Vandal. That's a pit of his own, but it's in the back, so it's going to be hard for him to get to a spot to use it.
Be a very bold maneuver to try to go for that one. Chichu maybe finding a timing. He does, as nobody also pivots back. So a 3K here from the IGL of EDG keeps their heads above the water.
Just kind of an awkward round there. Another big fight that EDG is going to win at Rubble. Looked like maybe with Karan taking that Rubble position that Gen.G was going to be able to kind of just smother EDG out of this map. And with that
Still waiting.
wide swing there from Foxy, I think checking to see if they were going to switch over to B. Gets caught out. Texture now has the op. Odin for Ash. So the money there for Gen.G. Try to shut this map out. There you go. Oh boy, that's some damage. Not bad at all. That initial spray. Gonna catch Smoggy and nobody. And a little bit of Chichu.
Tagged up a bit. Up forward, giving info as Prowler going to be spotted. Snakebite, delay, and if this door gets tapped, Texture, yes, got to slide forward. Suddenly now, a bit more at risk is the Rays. Go for a full pivot, could be in a good spot, but Foxy similarly does manage to get involved, finds EJC. Now you have the slow creep up from Texture. Watching, and it's just knife out, Spike on the floor.
Spike down, attacker
Boombot
spawn.
sent as Gen.G looks to bring this map to its conclusion. Smoggy's so far away from having that AWP online.
I have the spike.
Wary about the sport pressure. Smoggy gonna look to try to challenge in, but Texture quickly bounds back. One more blast back, potentially for an exit, but he is re-aggressing, looking for a little bit more. Finds the enemy Omen. Now looks to try to take down the final boss. Chicha will recover the spike. Pulls back away. The bite gonna be thrown. Angle not given over, but the time is ticking. They are surrounding Ash, swinging out, finding it. 13-8. Gen.G take down EDG on EDG's map pick of Lotus, setting the stage potentially for a full exit of the Chinese teams.
Yeah, this is troubling for sure. A hot start on the attacker side for Gen.G. Solid defenders end. They are going to come through with a big map win and keep that run back from occurring from EDG. Curious to see what Haven's going to look like. I mean, EDG played 100 Thieves close on it yesterday. This is a map like you were talking about that Gen.G very solid on.
I have to suspect that the read is going to be there, the knowledge is going to be there from EDG, allowing for that map to make it into the draft. Gen.G have been so clean on Haven for so very long, so certainly going to have their work cut out for them. We'll see what happens when we come back after the break.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome to EWC 2025, where we have got, for the first time ever, Valorant players on site ready to compete.
I'm going to be giving you an image. There's going to be a map from Valorant, but we have altered something in this mini-maps. It's for you to tell me what has changed.
This map is Ascent. Everything's in place right now. I don't know what that. Yep. I don't know what.
That's just not there.
What's going on there? For whatever this is, I couldn't even describe it. Just, oh yeah, 2 ways to go in this one.
Name the map and get into business.
Map, Pearl. What is that? This is not there. I wish it was there. I would take this duel every round. That should not be there for sure.
You sure?
Yes. Yeah.
Something tells me you're gonna like this one.
Icebox, here we go. Wait, I don't know what it is.
I think that this is the kind of thing that either you spot it in the first 10 seconds or you're gonna be looking at it forever.
Oh, I know what it is.
You know what it is? Okay, Brock, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to spot it.
Honestly, it's pretty hard for you.
Right here, right here.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, I like this. Okay.
What is this map?
Bro, oh, can I look?
No. You know it's split, right?
Split.
Split is already wrong. It can't be that big. This map is small.
Actually,
there is a safe thing here.
That's a tough one, and you got it.
Yeah.
That is the bit. Well spotted.
This is Abyss.
Yeah.
Looks like this.
We have.
this?
Exactly. That does not exist. Good
What is
job, Avis.
Yeah.
Excellent throw. Excellent
Okay,
throw.
I'm locked in.
Actually,
I'm locked in.
Thanks for letting us know.
I can show you.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Map.
Haven.
This.
Yes!
Loser.
Yeah, but it's closer to you, so you have more
loser.
time. Look, if it was this way around, I would say.
Okay, bro, get better.
I need you to stop fighting, guys.
Fight
You know, I need you to fight against other. Okay, well, thank you very much, guys, for joining us today for this game. Definitely best of luck in your games, and thank you very much for watching.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
In a packed crowd over at the SNB Arena, it was Gen.G coming out on top. They got ahead early on and fell a little bit further behind and then able to close it on off here. T-Gon here alongside Baby Bay and Kakuka. Gen.G for Pacific up 1-0 over the final hope of VCT China EDG.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant performance for the side of Gen.G. This is the Gen.G that wins trophies. This is a Gen.G that gets a lot of people scared because the level that we saw in this Lotus was astronomical. You might think, and after the performance that they had in Toronto, that things might go down after they face a loss. Absolutely the other way around.
Yeah, I don't even necessarily think that EDG played bad in this series at all. I just think Gen.G were just way ahead in terms of like game IQ, and they won that head-to-head chess match. It was a really a really insane game to watch.
All right, well, let's take a look at two rounds that defined that last map, and they were both on in the first half here. Gen.G in round number 7, take a punch to the face by EDG. They bounce back here, Kakuka.
Yeah, in many of these occasions, we saw actually EDG getting the first kill onto them. And this is actually round number 8, so this is a good play from the side of EDG, is to also portray the fact that EDG had very many responses. They knew how to play with the Neon and how nobody was playing with the Odin. But again, I think that the forces that we were seeing for the side of Gen.G were just too strong.
Yeah, I mean, the Odin spam was kind of crazy. Munchkin was left all alone, but yeah, it was the good back and forth that we were talking about from these two teams, and EDG did definitely fight back quite a bit on that side, but Gen.G were in control.
Yeah, Smoggy was really trying. Like some of the plays that we were seeing, like I really think that this is the top tier Gen.G that we were getting. Also, turnaround from the game against Fnatic, they couldn't even score a single pistol in that best of 3. In this Seoul map, they already got both of them, so they've done their homework.
Yeah, definitely. That was one round that kind of defined it. Here's the second one. This one's for Baby Bay. Just because there was so much technical prowess, I'm telling you, he was in the back saying, this is the high-level Valorant that you wish you could get if you were a coach.
Yes, so the start of this round, they went 1 for 1 at A, and then, you know, the appropriate response from Gen.G is to, okay, go take C. What we didn't see earlier was a bait out of the B wall, which allowed EDG to have to re-clear that space, but Foxy9's Killjoy ultimate here created so much havoc and chaos that the Vice ultimate was, I mean, it just didn't have any benefit. The Fade ult doesn't get value here. Everyone's able to reposition, get back into sight, and Gen.G are able to just take this round away in a pivotal moment.
I think that is very important when you're planning all of these rounds, and probably what sets Gen.G apart in so many occasions. We see and speak about so many teams. Oh my God, they have so many ults, they didn't get to use them. You get too focused on what's happening second by second that you lose the grasp of what you can actually do with it. They already had in their minds that the Steel Guard and the Vice ultimate was on the other side. To counter that, even though EDG's plan was like, we're going to stop them on their tracks with this, is we use the Killjoy ult and we put them in a dilemma. What do? EDG went on the route and we use it, we try and push, but the positions from Gen.G were already so aggressive that it's not successful for them.
I'm glad you talked about the aggressiveness, because Texture was actually in spawn adding an extra layer to the post plant of, okay, now you have to use paranoia on me, and you don't have that for the actual retake. It was just such a masterclass. It was a coach's dream round.
This is, for you to understand, this is the Gen.G that we speak about when we're like, they are the best. This is a very scary team to go up against.
Yeah, and remember, this Gen.G did not win Pacific. The team that did win Pacific, up right now over on the B stream. They were up 1-0 in terms of map score up against Los Niños. Or sorry, opposite. RRQ.
Oh my God, second overtime.
Yeah, RRQ were down 1-0 against Los Niños, 13-13. And this update, we actually don't know the answer here, so we're going to watch together.
I do not know it. I was checking on my phone, I'm not going to lie, but I'm not going to check right now. But bear in mind, RRQ got this to overtime. I believe that at a point was like a 5-12. We were checking on the phone and I was like, oh my God, EMEA on top. And they brought that to overtime. So, you know, really excited. Also, check that out in the B stream.
And that was after RRQ lost the first map 13-3. It was the biggest loss that we've had in best of ones so far. All right, 50 seconds before we head back to stage. EDG need to bounce back. What's the key to that here, Baby Bay?
I'm pretty sure we have Haven next, and it's got to be the Kong show. But the weird thing is Gen.G run that double controller comp on Haven as well, which is very uncharacteristic.
They were, Gen.G were undefeated on this Haven back in Toronto. As you're saying, they're running it with the Viper. Munchkin is having such a day, and he could be the difference maker. And speaking about differences, yesterday when EDG played in that Haven against 100 Thieves, they swapped away from the Neon and put Kong on the Jet. To me, and after what I've seen, and after what we like, I would say put him back on Neon.
Yeah, I feel like you need one of the world's greatest players back on playmaking here. It is Gen.G versus EDG, the reigning world champs, back up against the wall against Gen.G, who expect to be a tournament favorite. Who will win? Let's move back on over to map number 2.
Alrighty, we are back. It's time to go into map number 2. EDG falling shy of the mark on their map pick of Lotus. Now have to contend with Gen.G on their pick of Haven, which has been a very familiar map for them for quite some time. EDG backs up against the wall. An elimination here means that not only they go home, but all of the Chinese region's hopes with them.
Yeah, the group of death could be resolved here on this map, or maybe EDG can stretch it out to a map number 3, take their opponent's map pick away, like Gen.G just did to them. A lot on the line here. Gen.G looking pretty in control for most of that Lotus. Is it going to be the same here on Haven? That Viper is one of those key components to this Haven, the way that Gen.G likes to operate, the way that Munchkin likes to maneuver. Texture probably going to be on the Neon, I assume. Yep, indeed. So it is still going to be Kong on the Jet. No changes for either team here on what they've been running on Haven in recent history. And it's just all about keeping track of Munchkin, finding ways to punish him, especially in A lobby, in A main. He is really annoying if you give him that space. He'll just find these weird timings where all of a sudden he's in A link. You have no idea how he got there. So a lot of pressure going to be on to Chichu. ZJC is the breach as well. Going to need to maybe be the guy to help use that util to keep that A main control in EDG's hands, as they will not start on the defender side. They're starting on the attacker side. Gen.G going to be on defenders first, but a lot of that kind of stuff needs to be considered. Nice little fan with a texture sign there. And so far, so good. But EDG, man, they looked pretty good yesterday on Haven. Just a few little missteps, a few kind of weird rounds. Otherwise, that could have been a very different affair. I think back to that 2v4 that Thieves won, that shut EDG out in that final round. You know, that should be one that they're probably kicking themselves, thinking they should have won, maybe extended that map a little bit further. So definitely, they've got some firepower. Can really showcase it here on Haven. I think this is going to be a much closer map than Lotus.
It's a brief little pause, a brief little moment of zen here for the players before they continue to fight for their lives in the tournament. EDG, the ones at risk, needing to close out this Haven to take it over to Icebox. I think can maybe try to make Gen.G suffer the same fate that RQ just has. Confirmation, Heretics have won.
Okay.
So another Pacific team has fallen.
Congrats to Heretics. That's nice to see, though.
Yeah, big rally back, something that is very needed for them. But now we can focus in the action here as Foxy9, only one on this side of the map, and CJC gets torn apart.
I have the spike.
Poison Orb in with the Nano Swarms. Coming up with that kill, and Chichu narrowly able to escape, confirming hefty presence, wrapping around from behind. Foxy needing some backup.
They're trying to get there. Already Kong pushed out forward with that classic. And Shock Dart there to clear that angle, or try to. Paranoia at the ready. Here we go. Oh, Kong right up front. Smoggy follows up.
Dash taken down as well. Nobody finding Foxy9. Karan trying to spam something out, but just get taken down. Munchkin still healthy, now arriving. Finds the first. Wraps around, but time working against him. 3 players to still try to get through. Can certainly find some damage. We'll be able to get an extra charge with a second kill. And EDG take their first pistol of the series.
Yeah, just love the way that EDG smothers that choke away from Gen.G. Trying to come grouped up. It's just shut right down by Kong and Smoggy. Basically ending the round here. Gets ahead of the relay bolt. Catches Texture as he's trying to sprint in. Nice turn from nobody. You get to see that on screen, but that is great reaction, great awareness. That's a huge pistol round win for EDG. Couple sheriffs gonna be bought for Gen.G. Outlaw for Kong. Want to get him heated up with those snipers. He's on the jet. Ash confirming the presence. Backs off.
Looking to get back away unscathed. Drone will lead the charge. Fault line can play off the back of that. Recon ping does get a bit of a glimmer here. Kong drifting forward. Outlaw in hand. No punish to be found, though, because of the smokes. Still has the opportunity. As the Outlaw finds an initial kill to drop down. Foxy9 on the timing. Gets a headshot as well as Karen plays off the back of that, but quickly they will be dealt with, and once again it's going to be Munchkin. A quick little reposition, bit of a safer plant. Munchkin now wrapping through the A connector.
If Munchkin can find one more here, be happy with that damage.
Well, tries to swing across, but Kong is quick on the angle. Gets himself a second as EDG start things off 2-0.
Looking good. Love the coordinated chance there. Looking like there's quite a few EDG fans sporting EWC jerseys. You can purchase on site. And they look hot here to start Haven. Nice little attempt here from Gen.G with the flood. But dealt with well enough by EDG. Able to keep over most of the guns you'd want. Three Guardians and a Bulldog here for Gen.G, so the economy just a little bit off.
Clear the turret. Karan swinging out there with Foxy9, who eats the lion's share of the damage, goes down to 5 HP. Are able to find the kill and back away, but all players worse for wear. Texture's position would have been scouted, but Munchkin in position to go ahead and play off the alarm bot. Takes down Chichu.
Fantastic timing from Munchkin. Caught that perfectly. No chance for Chichu to escape. Over to B we go. Munchkin snake bite at the ready.
Spot out. Raises the wall, sends it. Not going to be able to see anything from there. Widely the door slams shut in EDG's faces. Looks like they will re-wrap over towards C long. Smoke now expiring. Munchkin doesn't spot it out, but Smoggy not really wanting to take that fight.
Gonna say Karan's got to be careful here.
Paranoia gonna be sent. Quickly repositions, just utilizing the teleports. Gets himself over to backside. Smoggy's on teleport, gonna be sent, but can't get the weapon out in time. Gets caught off guard. Foxy9 drags across, finding nobody's head. CJC now just left tucked into the cubby. Gen.G looking for a flawless. Bounce back, try to grab this forward, but smoke does dissipate. Bryson tries to go for it, and there you go. Flawless confirmed. Gen.G on the board here on Haven.
That's huge that comes out as a flawless. A lot of early damage taken, and then Gen.G doesn't take any more.
Foxy fights for 5 and still gets another kill.
Unbelievable, he gets 2 more off of 5. Again, beautiful timings. Foxy catching Smoggy, completely unaware. You know, they're trying to smother Karan out of back flat. They just don't quite account for the fact that Foxy might have stuck around. That's got to feel good. Gen.G fans with their banners, waving them proudly after that round.
Gen.G fans?
Yeah.
Thinking about dessert already.
I am.
Happy to have had dinner. Tuck back, Karon, able to avoid this recon. Repeats, and it's a ton of damage. 10 health remaining on the Omen as Ash.
Here.
He'll peek out, Texture refilling that space, now going to be noted, so. And confirmation on 3 different players here on the map, this side of the map, I should say. It's going to be a pickup on the orb. Noise cut here.
I like this anti-Munchkin lurking setup. Some of that util from Chichu there. Got the cam right outside of B. Got a tripwire as well, just in case. He's going to scoop one of them up. It might have been cleared there by Munchkin. As EDG looks to send a 2-2 hit in towards A, seemingly. Well, now they're going to regroup as 4. Just try to overwhelm, but Gen.G's got 3 players here. Pretty well prepared.
This fault line, properly aligned, could very much disrupt them. Actually, you see a pivot coming in. Texture rotating off of this one as there's the jiggle peak. Full confirmation now. Kong goes in, tailwind forward. Ash still able to find one before getting taken down. And Texture not ready for it, but still reacting fast enough. Continues to trade it back. 3v3, but Karon stuck here on site. 10 HP remaining, but now Chichu gone. Foxy9 out lingering, out lurking over on B. In the round. Push forward. They clear out Smoggy. Spike not yet planted in time. Dwindling, as is their life bars. Nobody will fall, and Gen.G tie it up 2-2.
That's a really big win for Gen.G. Didn't have to buy anything over into this round, so it's still Guardians and a few rifles. They're still able to hold on. Some good recoveries there. Ash doing a good job getting at least one before he goes down on site. Gets revealed, so causes him to fall even. Good response with the stuns. Texture there. Again, getting one before he goes down. And like you mentioned, the win against Chichu, huge for Foxy there. The counter lurk play works a treat. Now it is an eco for EDG. Wow.
Yeah, just a trip clear out, try to open up a flank, make them constantly have to look behind.
Love it.
Cheeky little setup. Clustered in position. Smoke flying towards heaven. Chichu going to be noted there. Karon dropping down. Avoids the fault line. Does get paranoid. Sends out one of his own as Hunter's Fury being sent here. Tags found as Karon and Munchkin both down to 70.
Oh, that shot
out of my way.
They're going to rotate, but look at this. Because of that trip clear, Texture can continue to aggress forward. Has the Outlaw in hand. They're watching for it, but can they do anything about it? It's a very different question. On the creep up, Jiggle Peak going out. TJC off camera, able to find 2 kills. Ash Carrot both going to be taken down. Foxy9 doing his damnedest, but they just wide swing out a little bit further, and nobody is able to collect it. Weapons now going to be scooped up. Texture, well, the flank, it will continue. Finds the first, can scoop up the Phantom here, potentially. No, falls back further away from him. No armor on Smoggy. 10 HP on the one player. There's the counter swing. Finds it, and Texture hits both shots. Gets the 3K, collects the weapon, and keeps Gen.G in this. Now gaining the lead.
Oh no.
An unbelievable clutch here.
Man, oh man, Texture. I mean, that's disgusting, but this is heartbreaking for EDG. They invest the Hunter's Fury, they get damage. Kong pops the blades. They've got sight, they've got advantage. They've got a 1v3. But Texture, just too good with the sniper rifles. Great relay bolt.
It's against the Thrifty, but damn, a 1v3 retake with an Outlaw is something that you don't see very often. Texture gets it done, and now he is put in for an upgrade. Gets himself an operator online.
And none of Chichu's utility. You know, we watched that shock dart. He hadn't laid any of his util before the round start. Looked like he was looking for some kind of post-plant play. That might have been part of the kind of domino effect there. The butterfly effect that caused that round to end up being able to go into Gen.G's favor. Chichu trying to scale forward. Outduels Foxy.
Does outlooking this time, but Munchkin's there, that second layer. never really anticipate. Now the tripwire is down. Munchkin will be rewrapping around the back, sending out the snake bite, trying to delay. It's on a bait for a little bit longer, so spike plant not yet coming through. At the same time, his way in towards garage. So there's the spot out. There's the kill. ZJC down on the floor. Player advantage now here in the hands of Gen.G. Texture collects a Vandal.
Drive cleared.
Cleared. Overdrive is at the ready if he wants to try to let it rip. Noya sent. Disconnect on the nobody. Relay bolt now sent through. Slide forward. The headshot immediately found. Kauron on the swing, finding Kong just far too distracted. Too many things going on the site. Doesn't know which way to look. Gen.G very quickly flushed him out. Texture can go back and pick up that operator once again.
Again, the coordination here for Gen.G, so good on this retake. Fast lane goes up, Texture goes super deep. Everybody else is pushing off the back of it. Nice quick scope there for Texture. Look at this. Going right past everything. That is ridiculous. So the Vandal, nonetheless, absolutely filthy.
A lot easier when you're sliding straight at him. Still, such clean movement here from Texture. Just clean calling from the side of Gen.G. 4 rounds now in a row. EDG forced back onto another thrifty attempt. Nearly 5 ults to try to contend with as well.
And you don't have the comfort of a Hunter's Fury and a Blade Storm this time. Kind of try to get this thrifty to go over the line. Have to get it done with those Stingers and Sheriffs. Now, we've seen some phenomenal shots today from EDG with the Sheriffs, but feels like it's going to be pretty tricky. Just going to try to get this B plant to go. Kong deep in the link. Pulls back. Looks like Gen.G might just be seeding over the plant, playing for retake.
Initiated.
Foxy's got the lockdown at the ready.
Spike planted.
Should open up some opportunities. Kong ahead of the curve.
Lockdown.
Hunting him down. Off your feet. Still losing a life is Foxy9, collecting 2 kills. Close to trying to find Chinchu, but can't quite make it happen. Neural Theft now going to be infested. Thing reveals coming through. CJC kind of getting lost in the sauce and spammed out of the pit. Texture sliding forward. Massacres the remaining 2 as the defuse will come through. Looking like EDG was going to be able to make a go of it here once again at the thrifty, but Gen.G once again find their footing.
Yeah, I like the ideas here from EDG in some of these rounds, but Gen.G's retakes are just too good. They're so well coordinated. And this is great patience from Foxy there. Just waiting for Kong. Saw the head. This is a great opportunity inside of the Viper's pit.
Down.
Inside of Munchkin's pit to just go for the overdrive and secure the round. They're going to do exactly that. And this is frustrating. You know, on Haven, you'd like to get some more damage done on your attacker side, so timeout has to be called. As EDG struggling to find answers. And it's just everything that could go wrong in some of these rounds just seems to go wrong for EDG. You know, Texture 1v3 clutch, just brilliant retakes most of the time. What is going to be your game plan off the back of that? You know, you've tried A, you've tried C, you've tried B. None of it has really worked out for you in the long run. And it just could be that Gen.G just has EDG's number. It would be, if you count off-season events, 4 losses. One of them's a best of 1. But you know, after Masters Madrid, get a little bit of revenge here as EDG get a Chinese team into the playoffs here at EWC 2025. And you got a Hunter's Fury for Ash to worry about. You're 1 away from 1 for nobody. Just have to wait and see what they want to do with this. Sure.
Ooh, you're playing with fire. Decides to back away. Foxy9 though, let's see if he can continue to be immovable. He's gonna be spotted out, swings it, still finds the kill, and just dips out. It's like the enemy drone is playing him in. He's gonna re-aggress, he's gonna be able to find another one.
It's ridiculous. That's all you could ask for out of your Sentinel player. Lock down garage like that. You got Munchkin shifting around using that poison cloud.
Roll the back up, gun barrel spotted. The 1-2 tap.
Spike down.
Headshots into the spray down, looking for a little bit more. Fight to stop any kind of scaling here, but Chichu, his work here is done. He hasn't even done anything.
My work here is done. You've done nothing.
Yep.
The old Batman meme.
It's Sailor Moon.
Is it? Oh, you're right. It is Sailor Moon. You're right. It is Tuxedo Mask. I forgot. For some reason, I had the cape in my mind and just thought.
Well, that's the point we're at.
Yep.
EDG, we need to see a rally back. I mean, already a timeout called, and the more that this goes on, the more it feels like they're going to have to burn the second one in this first half. 6-2. Gen.G starting on the defense.
It's completely clean from Munchkin there, too. Didn't take any damage in that 2K. And a hero rifle for Kong Kong. Nobody does have his ult, but Ash was able to hang on to his as well. They want to try to make Foxy uncomfortable, so he dumps some util in there. Trying to hide his position.
Sphery, Munchkin bounding around. All three bursts being avoided, and at the same time, they feel like they're safe, but Foxy9 is able to scale up, and he once again finds Kong Kong for first blood, and now that Vandal, that one hero rifle, is left right at the entrance of the window. Chichu will be able to swing in. Scoops it up for himself. Quick turn of the flash. Ash backpedaling. The spike is going to be planted. Now Undersphere in response. The tag is there. The kill not yet found. Worried about this potential scaling. Nobody's presence forward will get confirmed. Texture, however, lurking in from behind. Tripwire at the ready to try to block it off. Maybe in with a real chance here is EDG. Cam gets cleared. Finds the first. Gets the second. Chichu. Still a force to be reckoned with, but so too is Foxy9. Goes down 3, looking for the 4K. Share of shots, whipping around Ash. As Gen.G have all the time in the world. 7-2, continuing to run away with this map.
Yeah, they go for a play here to EDG. They call to find a way to get the pick onto Foxy to try to stop the heater he's on. And instead, Munchkin is one step ahead. He calls for Foxy to hide in that poison cloud. These are disgusting shots from Chichu. Almost finds the third. That
one enemy
comes up just short. And Gen.G is on a roll. What else can you do? Still operator. Now Munchkin even gonna grab an Odin. He's looking to spam through sewers. Stun there to back Texture off. And that Odin spam is gonna be enough to keep EDG from quickly taking space at long A, but Kong Kong gonna continue his slow march forward. Knows that Texture's there. Wants to see if he can catch him off guard. Nope, not gonna happen.
Round where he's dead off the rip. Gonna re-peek, and Texture is just massacring them. The spike is down, and if I'm EDG, I'm running back towards A site, begging Texture to get the ace at this point. It might be the only voodoo magic that could save them. Foxy9, he'll make sure that that is not a possibility. Will lose his life. Chichu will be spotted out. They know exactly where he's at, and they are already in position trying to find this kill.
Just hold angles.
Camera set up to watch it long. Seems like Gen.G at least gonna be taking their time with this one.
You know he's in link. Just gotta
tripwire destroyed.
What he wants to do.
Swing in, and there's the pinch from behind. 8-2, dominance still on display. Gen.G are looking immaculate.
I don't know what you do. I mean, Texture, again, with an operator, it's you know he's there, and you still can't stop it. You're trying to set him up for it. You don't expect the repeat. Smoggy challenges him, thinking, okay, maybe he didn't see me go up on top of the box, and Texture's flicks are just too good. Texture number 1, well, in this match, definitely.
And even then, you still have arguments to be made
for Foxy.
For many other players.
Yeah, Munchkin had a great Lotus.
Just going for the lean back here. It's nobody. Second timeout call. I think EDG expected to be in this kind of position. The loss on Lotus into Gen.G's map pick of Haven. We were talking about it, hoping that there was going to be some further preparation, some solid understanding of Gen.G's tendencies on this map. But it feels like everything is disjointed at the moment here for EDG, not just the game plans.
Absolutely. I mean, it's hard to put your finger on exactly what goes wrong. It's just sometimes you're getting outplayed, you're getting outthought. I mean, I think back to 2 rounds ago when they hit Foxy in the poison cloud right by where he's jumping around. Maneuvers like that Munchkin thinks up are brilliant and win you rounds, but you know, when you can rely on Texture on the other side of the map to just lock down long A, then you have such a strong defender side. It makes it so challenging. Have the neural theft here for Chichu. Has the hero Vandal. Again, looking to try to put some pressure here, at least keep Foxy honest. Try to lead the way with the drone.
Spots him. That hasn't done much for them quite just yet. Storming forward here at long. Foxy.
Bomb grenade out.
Spray coming through. It's tucked over back plat. Aaron setting up the smoke, and that very much slows up the pace from EDG.
And now, time is ticking, and that means Texture is going to get a move on. The longer this takes, the more difficult it feels like it's going to be. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Just not giving him an opportunity to play the damn game. Push forward, Foxy finding a second, down to 3 bullets. Smoke actually peels for him. Chichu will be able to avoid the paranoia. Foxy eventually gets flushed out. Munchkin now going to be spotted, just readjust. Nice little swing, nobody collecting the kill, collecting the weapon.
So Cypher util.
Was like the best chance for them to try to get around win in quite some time. Ping reveal 1-1, nobody finding himself a third. They both get lit up. Karen here from the back. Try to push him away. Texture slow on the approach, sliding forward, looking to try to get an angle. Karen, a pixel out of place, nobody now needing to ace. He's diving forward, and he's got the shorty. No hope, no reprieve, no mercy shown. Gen.G. They let him get close, and then they snatch it away.
Just disgusting. I mean, nobody doing everything he can to try to get EDG back into this match. Foxy, just absolutely filthy stuff. And that, yeah, that's gotta be frustrating as Hong Kong. And that, like you said, this smoke here actually kind of bailed Foxy out for a moment. Karan there with a nice wallbang on a Smoggy. Not sure if you saw a pixel out of place or not, but didn't matter. And then Texture knew he could just run him down, had the shorty in the back pocket. One more round in the half, one more chance for EDG.
Dr. Fury coming through is Hong Kong just cannot catch a break. The trade at least is going to be there, but Texture continues to just absolutely disrupt. Sliding forward, Chichu dead.
Beautiful.
They just double peek in, now nobody. The would-be hero of the previous round needing to do it all, and this time he won't even get jump-started. It's 10-2 at the half.
Just beautiful stuff there from Gen.G, top to bottom. What else is there to say?
Not much. Not much at all. So with that, we will see you guys on the other side of halftime. Dominance is the word that comes to mind when witnessing what just occurred the first half of Haven. 10-2 the scoreline. Gen.G looking to bring this match to a very swift conclusion, looking to send the last vestiges of the Chinese region home from EWC.
And, you know, you feel like a broken record saying it sometimes, but must-win pistol coming up for EDG. They got to dig deep. They're going to find some way to get themselves back into this. It has to be immaculate. It has to be near flawless. Can they replicate what Gen.G was able to do on the defender side? That's the question. They were able to get the first pistol, and after that, after the anti-eco, it was all Gen.G. 10 rounds straight is what occurred. And now you're just left shaking your head, just wondering how it happened as EDG. You're wondering, why can't we beat this team? Why do they have our number?
Big part of it has just been some incredible shooting. Foxy, Texture have been so on point. You can see it in the score, but I mean, Munchkin at 13-5 and 11 in his own right, just racking up those assists as well as the kills. They've been all over the map, reading EDG like a book, and every time EDG gets into any advantageous position, it's so quickly stolen away from them.
Yeah, somebody's just gonna step up and take the round away from you. Whether it be that guy right there or anybody else. So many people on Gen.G capable of taking rounds over. It's such a stacked roster, top to bottom. I mean, for me, when I think about Gen.G this year, it's just mental. You know, if they can keep their mental in check, they can beat anybody. You know, but at Toronto, as the event wore on, you could see that, you know, the cracks started to show in their ability to kind of keep themselves in check, kind of keep the energy good. And sometimes, you know, as good of an IGL as Munchkin can be, he does kind of start to crumble a little bit at times. Feels like he isn't quite in the zone. But today, he is very dialed in.
Yeah, I mean, aside from a couple of those rounds that started to get run back on Lotus, it's been a very solid read. Fist bumps coming through. Looks like we're just about ready to go ahead and resume this thing. Gen.G looking to see if they can just get 13 straight rounds over the top of the half.
I'll never get sick of seeing this stage. It is gorgeous.
Quite nice.
Absolutely gorgeous. It's so clean. Love the color scheme.
Well, I would love to see EDG rally back into this.
Me too.
Cat cage triggered.
A full assault forward the slide. Chichu able to find one, looking for a little bit more. Gets it. Kong arriving as well.
Down, C.
I have the spike.
Will eventually fall. Spike going to be recovered. It's going to be Karan and Munchkin now. Try to see if they can keep the win streak going. Bit of damage on Chichu as well as EJC. Nobody with a half armor and classic in hand. Be able to go down in the garage and find a ghost for himself.
I was kind of curious if maybe they just think about the full rotate over to A, but Karan down here.
He's about to be at risk. He's about to be dead. Yep, shots flying. Spike now drop. Munchkin scooping it up, running, sprinting. Gonna try to at least get this plant down to find some extra money. Looks like they're not gonna go chasing directly. They will re-wrap full three-man squad together. Taps it. Ooh. But then looks to fake out.
It's got time.
The drone does go forward the check. It's got time, but not that much of it. 23 seconds remaining. You can see already the pivot coming through. Nobody saying, all right, I will take point. I'll rotate over. Never got that ghost. Does have the classic, but it's going to be the B site, a resting place right in the middle of the remaining forces.
10 seconds left.
Now he's going to have to commit to it. Fault line just a bit too shallow, but nobody arriving right when he needs to. EDG find the pistol that they so desperately needed.
Okay, that's the start. See if they can keep it up. You win both pistols, and you usually feel pretty good on these maps, but not right now. Phenomenal stuff from here from Chichu. Able to take Texture down as he comes jumping and sliding through. Gets the follow-up, a 3K with the kill on the Karan. So, okay. What else do you got? Karan actually buy up a bit here. Or Gen.G took a stinger and a half armor. So he's going to be down to 0 creds behind this for their anti-bonus. They're fully anticipating off that trip.
Cleared out. Fast lane goes up. A little bit of pre-fire here from ZJC, going to be forced away from the angle by the relay bolt. But now site control here in the hands of Gen.G. Khan entrenched with that Singer. First line coming through here. Foxy9 finding the headshot, can't get the kill. Smoggy survives. Paranoid goes flying. The Texture will hold the line for 1. They'll be around the back. Reads the lurk from Munchkin incredibly well. It's Karan trying to get some damage in, but it's only going to be good for the 1 kill. So 3 players surviving. Bulldogs carried over. EDG find themselves another round win.
A little bit scary there for a moment, but all's well that ends well for EDG. Keeping the bigger weaponry for the follow-up here for their bonus. Curious what Gen.G's buy is going to look like. And the Gen.G fans getting fired up as we go into this. What is Karan going to buy? A Spectre and a regen shield. Well, I feel like, you could just scoop up a gun if somebody dies on the way through. Just looking like there's some pinks coming down. They're setting up to counter this, our EDG.
Texture is able to find one off the rip, though. Nobody picked apart. Tailwind popped here from Kong. Pushing forward, looking to try to find a timing here behind it. He will be able to find it. Munchkin going to be taken down. That sends Gen.G into a little bit of a spiral. Uncertain now if this is where they want to try to end up with a spike. Start finding one. Foxy9 held back, though, by the tripwire.
Trying to decide when he wants to try to clear it. Chichu going to stick around, though.
Might try to get the players a little bit closer if they want to actually contest that angle, then clear the trip to try to turn some sights back to C. But it looks like everybody from Gen.G is just going to quietly slide forward. Look to very quickly take the C site. 3, 2, 1, go. They now go pushing forward.
No, Chichu's back there. That's where the lion's share of the attention is.
Taking out the cubby.
Planted.
Now should be very confident in the knowledge that he slid further back towards his attacker's spawn. Cam setup. It's going to be heard. Foxy shoulders the wall, swings out a little bit wider, finding him. Smoke well read here by Smoggy, realizing that there's likely a player lingering within the window. But now they're starting to fall apart. And Smoggy, well, the backstab from Texture won't even be necessary. Bonus conversion cannot come through. 2 rounds away from sending EDG home. Gen.G are back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, just love the way that Gen.G is using that aggressive positioning from Chichu against him, waiting out behind his util, using that against him as well. And then Foxy gets the kill to boot. Ash here.
1 enemy remaining.
Fearless behind the spike. Holds the line, and Foxy9 gonna find the final kill. Gen.G does not allow the bonus conversion for EDG. And they only have a couple more lifelines here in this map, in this match, in this tournament. It's gonna be a quick hit towards B, or just a quick tap, okay.
All about the fall. Kong right there into the open. The re-swing in from ZJC. Kong fighting one, but Munchkin getting them both. And the forward lurk out at Sewers, swiftly dealt with. Just Chichu and Smoggy left alive. And realistically, I think they just have to try to go for the save.
That's what it should be. But are they just gonna go for it because they feel like they have no other options? They feel like they can't give up any rounds, but coming into that next one, you're gonna be broke. You do have Kong's Blade Storm.
They're holding close. Spams in. Lick of damage there onto Smoggy. They'll be able to go ahead and shut down Texture from finding more. There's just no time. There's no real way. Has to back off. The hero rifle, plus whatever else they can try to scrounge together, as EDG will need to run back 8 consecutive to force an overtime. Gen.G, they are looking hungry for the win.
They're just so clean. Every time EDG tries to do something, Gen.G's just ready for it. And then when you need someone to step up and have that big time play, it's Munchkin this time again with this crazy Vandal transfer. Knew he was there and just held it down. Oh, Texture, my goodness. Got the dink, got the wall bang. He's gonna die here, but not the end of the world. Round was basically done. Blade Storm. Gonna be important. Oh my.
It looks like we might have a little issue. But fist bumps are quickly coming out, so maybe a very temporary one. Typically the go sound, so yeah, okay, we are gonna be good to go. So we'll go ahead and get right into this one, see if this is gonna be the conclusion of the map, or if EDG can try to pull off this thrifty attempt here, knives in hand. Two sheriffs, the carried over rifle, and already it's on the floor. Smoggy dead. Hong Kong looking for something, for any kind of kill that he can get in reply. As Ash trying to reposition, but Hong Kong finds the kill, gets the reset.
That's the win condition in this round. It feels like for EDG is this Blade Storm. He's going to position himself nicely to counter what Gen.G wants to do. Haran doesn't have his ult.
Beats the sewers, but Hong Kong comes away with the kill. A second here for him. Lurked up onto the C site from Foxy9. Does get noted, quickly backing away into Cubby.
Oh, this is so smart. It was just Munchkin. And so you know that he's usually on his own. Yep. This is so smart.
Yeah, even though he loses his life, they're just playing around with the information. So Plant now to come through. Foxy9 quickly trying to join in with the rest of the team. Maybe even intercept them if they try to push out of B. Chichu right now, working his way out of garage. They're taking their time, so this doesn't mean that EDG are back in position. Potentially go for a flood retake. The knives are still available here for Hong Kong. Texture once again in the smoke. This time trying to spam him out. They will get that full confirm. Fault line going to be sent. Reposition from Karan, gets now into the corner. The Aftershock to try to force his spot. Pushes up into the smoke, finding one, finding himself a third. As Texture cleans up Kong Kong. The neural depth going to be sent here in desperation. As Chichu now the last one standing in the 1v2. Swaps the weapons, the overdrive popped. The fast lane in his face. And Chichu needs to find the shot and cannot. 13-4, Gen.G replicate their scoreline from Icebox, the BO1 phase. This time, they send EDG home for good.
And Pacific will send another team into the playoffs to join Paper Rex. Dominant performance here from Gen.G. Looking to have a different result in the playoffs than what they did at Masters Toronto. Man, oh man, do they look good sometimes. EDG not going to be able to make their way through, not going to be able to get a team from China into the playoffs here at EWC. Fist bumps go through, but some good friends. You know, a lot of respect on both sides. Man, oh man, Gen.G today was inflappable.
An incredible performance from an incredible squad, rebounding after the previous loss to the hands of Fnatic. Gen.G looking a lot more like themselves, a lot more like the team that we expect them to be when they take to the stage. They reinforce the Pacific ranks in the playoffs alongside Paper Rex. See if they can bring that EWC trophy back home to the region. For EDG, still off the back of some recent changes. This tournament, our second real sighting of ZJC, just recently joining the team. We'll see how they end up faring. But for now, we're going to send it down to the stage where we have Fancy standing by with the IGL captain, Munchkin.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are here back on stage after a win from Gen.G against EDG. They're fourth in a row. And with that, they head to the playoffs, to the quarterfinals. So Munchkin, I do want to ask, after your loss against Fnatic, you guys have just flipped the table around. So can you tell me what happened to the team mentally that got you to turn the table to your advantage?
일단 먼치키 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 승자전에서 푸나틱한테 지시고 나서 결국에는 또 탈락의 위기에 계셨는데 그걸 또 극복하시고 이렇게 또 8강에 오르게 되셨습니다. 지금 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 저희가 플레이오프에 올라가게 돼서 일단 기분이 너무 좋고요. 푸나틱이 강팀이라고 생각을 하고 강팀한테 진 게 부끄럽다고 생각은 하지 않기 때문에 저희가 진 거에 대해서 배운 점이 많아서 좋은 경기력으로 보여드릴 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, we're not down at all. Fnatic was a great team, and we're not feel embarrassed about losing to a great team. So all we're going to do is prepare for the next.
That's amazing, but you guys have beat EDG in the group stage in a best of one, and then you were so far away from what they were doing in a best of three, and historically, you've won 4th time in a row. What is it about EDG that brings the best in Gen.G?
이제 EDG 상대로 오늘 또 그저께 1대0 승리를 거두시고 또 오늘 2대0 승리를 또 거두시면서 현재 4연승을 달리고 계세요. 그렇기 때문에 EDG 상대로 좀 뭔가 좀 남다른 비법이 있는지 좀 그거 좀 여쭤보고 싶네요.
일단 EDG랑은 아시아에서 연습을 서로 많이 하기 때문에 서로가 서로를 너무 잘 알고 있고 일단 저는 인게임 리더로서 EDG가 저희를 잘 알고 있는 부분을 최대한 피해서 어떻게 게임할지에 대해서 계속 머리를 써가지고 그 부분이 잘 통했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, because we scrim each other a lot. We both know each other so well. So as an IGL, I wanted to play a mind games about what they would not expect from us. So I think that worked well.
That's absolutely fantastic. Well, Munchkin, you're about to crush your first key in the tournament. And it's not just any key, it's the World Champions key. Are you excited?
이제 처음으로 이렇게 키를 또 부수게 되실 건데 그것도 마침 또 현재 월드 챔피언이 EDG의 키를 부수게 되실 거예요. 좀 기분이 좀 어떠신가요?
너무 기분이 좋고요. 저는 EDG 말고도 다른 모든 키를 부숴버리고 싶습니다.
Yeah, definitely very excited, but this is not over for us. We want to crush every single other keys.
Absolutely, and that's amazing. Gen.G are heading into the playoffs, so if you would join me to the Key Crusher to finalize the group stage, as ladies and gentlemen, this is the final key to be crushed before we head into playoffs. So it's a big moment. We'll let you enjoy it.
바로 키 부수러 가시겠습니다.
Munchkin.
Great translations there from our translator, Maddox, as it was Munchkin getting to push the button and put EDG to the death. It was a great series here by Gen.G. Not really threatened at all because of the level that they're on here, Baby Bay.
Yeah, it was a dominance from start to finish. I mean, they just looked untouchable, as they did in Toronto group stage as well. They're just the masters of group stage. Hopefully they can win that first playoff run and try to rewrite a little bit of history there.
Yeah, absolutely. The first half that we saw, that 10-2, where we see an EDG that gets those first couple of rounds, the pistol and the next one, and then just a 10-round streak for the side of Gen.G. I expected a good performance from them. This was off the charts. The amount of clutches that we were seeing, the openers, the confidence that they had when they were taking those picks. Foxy9 absolutely unleashed this tournament.
Yeah, he's looked so clean. I mean, with the Phantom as well. It's not even like he's using a Vandal, but he's making the Phantom look like it is. He's getting 2 taps across the board.
Yeah, Foxy, Texture, Munchkin, all firing at cylinders here that we expect them to. And Gen.G, they've got championship aspirations, championship wanting fans here in the crowd over at the STC Arena. And EDG, the hope was there. The fans showed up, and unfortunately, team couldn't really get themselves rolling, especially after, stepping into the server after map 1.
It's EDG. They will come back stronger. I don't have a doubt in my head that will happen. Maybe they need a little bit more time. We know that, things have not been the easiest for them lately. It makes me kind of sad because it's been a while since we've moved on to playoffs for any tournament and we've had no Chinese representation. But on the other side, I like the fact that we have so much EMEA representation.
How many teams do you guys have exactly?
4 out of 4. That's
4 out of 4. I have 2 at least. Okay,
Yeah.
I have 2, but I think you have better odds right now.
Yeah, double, I would say.
Oh my
I
gosh.
was in math.
But yeah, just to go back to EDG for a little bit, I definitely think they need more time. They've had that revolving door on that 5th spot for quite some time, and although this was the first international for ZJC on the roster, and they gave us a little bit of hope against 100 Thieves. It just wasn't enough.
I really think, and I hope that when they go back to the region throughout the stage, like they played the first game and it was very, very good again back in China.
Yeah.
I really know that with the time we're going to see the same progression that we once they were very surprised to see.
Yeah, well, EDG became really, really close, and right now they're standing by on stage with an interview. Let's take a listen.
I'm here with EDG's Kong, and we just saw Battle of the Trophy Winners, battle of 2 of the best teams in the world. With that said, Gen.G, there's something about Gen.G because they have bested EDG every single time. Kong, what is it about Gen.G that you just can't figure out?
就是 EDG 呢，在国际舞台上也对战了 Gen.G 战队非常多次，但是呢难求一胜。就想问你能不能跟大家分享一下 Gen.G 战队到底是有什么特点，让他们如此棘手，如此难以处理呢？
我觉得在他们对战我们的时候，他们可能针对我们的默认，就比如说我们在做默认的时候，他们可能就会选择主动去 pick 吧，但是我们这一点没有去做好，然后可能那种时候我们在沟通的时候，他们就组织了一波反清，所以说我们就可能没有把这个问题解决掉吧。
I feel like it's mostly because Gen.G has really figured us out. There are a lot of times when we try to lay down our default strategies and some of the basic foundations to spread the map out. They are very aware of our movements and they are able to counter us. They are able to pick through smokes that we don't expect to be picked and just clean us out completely. So I think we ourselves have not adjusted to kind of all this work that they've put in to make sure that their strategies can work against us.
I see, and this is also the very first time we're seeing your adjusted roster, your new roster on the international stage. Is there anything you guys have garnered from your experience here at EWC?
这也是我们第一次看到你们新的这个阵容在一个国际舞台上面出场，就想问你们这次来到电竞世界杯有没有就是你们这次经历有学到一些什么吗？
我觉得我们这个新的阵容可能还要更加的磨合，然后在沟通上，在技能互换上面吧，就是这一次学到了很多，就可能下一次要做的更好，就是在沟通方面，对。
We've definitely learned a lot in terms of like communication, in terms of team chemistry, in terms of just overall strategy. I think there's a lot that we still need to work on, but we've certainly picked up a lot of lessons, a lot of areas that we could improve on. I think, for example, just the usage of the abilities, the exchange of our abilities, and all these sort of things can be much better coordinated in the future.
Well, that sounds great. And I don't want to call it a Champions Trophy curse, but there's something about it. No team has won it on the international stage twice after winning that trophy. But even after winning it all, losing doesn't get any easier, does it? Is there something you can tell your fans what it's like to lose at this level, even after winning champions?
虽然不是说什么迷信啊，但是就是这个卫冕冠军的这个诅咒好像确实有点存在的这个意思，因为目前为止没有任何一支冠军战队能成功的第2次夺冠。就想问你，能不能分享一下，作为一个卫冕冠军，就是当你们达到了这种高峰之后，后面是有多么的困难呢？
我觉得曾经的那个 自己可能更多的是在打比赛的时候，可能更想追逐曾经的那个我吧，就可能没有想的是去就是做到最好的那个自己，或者是做到最全新的自己。对。
I think the biggest difference is in the change of mindset. I think previously it was all about achieving new personal highs, but now like once you've actually reached that high, the mentality does change a little bit. It becomes more like reliving that high, trying to re-attain that peak that I've achieved, and I think that does change the mentality a bit and makes it more difficult.
Now, we have a lot of fans here from China, a lot of EDG fans, a lot of Kong Kong fans. Do you have a message for your supporters watching from home or here in the stadium?
我们在场也有很多 EDG 的粉丝，很多康康你自己的粉丝，就想问你有没有什么支持给所有的在场以及在线观看的观众呢？
就很抱歉嘛，然后下次赢回来。
I'm very sorry that I've not being able to meet everyone's expectations, but I will do better next time.
Well, I'm hearing the fans here. They forgive you, and we believe in you, Kong Kong. And that's it from us at the stage.
Thank you so much for that interview. And Kong Kong, again, humble in defeat and really detailing what it's like trying to scale back the peaks of the mountains that he once climbed and how difficult it can be against a team like Gen.G that came so prepared for the default strategies that EDG brought today.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Kong Kong has been very honest with us throughout his entire career.
Yeah.
When he won Champions, I remember like him looking back at it, and especially when the year was beginning, maybe they were not performing to people's expectations. He, again, was very honest in saying we reached a high that was our goal, and now we have to look for new horizons, and we also need your drive has to be different for when you want to reach those heights again.
It's almost impossible in this game to win back-to-back. That's why so few teams have done it. And I mean, he just explains it. Yeah, which team has done it?
Fnatic.
I set you up for that one. I set you up for that one. But yeah, it's just so hard, not only because of the game constantly changing, but exactly what he was talking about. There's so much mental battle that you have to go through to keep up that motivation. And I think we did see a little bit of energy in this tournament here at EWC for EDG.
It's exhausting,
yeah. And beyond the motivation, when you have someone like Texture on the opposite side popping off like he did in this highlight here, it just makes it all that much more difficult, Kakuka.
In so many occasions, it was a clutch, a 1v2 like this one in round 5. And it's just Texture. 2 shots of the Outlaw, and he's just probably running at you. The usage of the utility is beautiful, and I think that this is a very good showing of the confidence that they went in onto this Haven. Time and time again, this man opens the round playing with the operator. You think he's locking down a side, and it doesn't matter that he's the last one to join the show. He will get that clutch. All of those 2v1s are always going to go in his favor.
Yeah, other than that round that we just saw, I think EDG did a good job of maneuvering away from the operator, but he was still finding value because he was solo pushing flanks on the retake.
Yeah, and it's like, man, it's everywhere. Please, Texture is alive. Someone find him.
He's just a menace, and when you're not dealing with him, you're dealing with Foxy9 anchoring Garage. It's just so hard to play against, man.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G firing on all cylinders here. 2 stars stepping up in this one. I think it was Foxy9 and Texture that we wanted to highlight in the head-to-head. Both of them just kind of popping off here, and look at that ACS, almost identical between the two.
It's absolutely ridiculous. I think that also during Toronto, every single time that Foxy9 had a good map, you could definitely show. Every single time that you saw Gen.G winning, Foxy9 was having a very, very good day. So I love to see that for this tournament, they're able to keep that up. They're able to defeat their demons in the not being able to close up the matches, being, having a very big advantage and not taking advantage of it.
When I saw 10-2 for a second, I was like, is there a way that he didn't bring this
Is there a way?
Is it possible? But nah, Foxy9, he's done such a good job on that Sentinel role, shutting down star duelists like Hong Kong, or in Toronto, it was Osboss that had to get some of that heat. So he's just been exceptional for Gen.G.
Yeah. Well, here, the Pacific I guess the entrant was able to get it done here. On the B stream, the Pacific champs had their backs against the wall. Last time that we checked in, it was overtime against Team Heretics. And then Heretics were able to get the job done. A 2-0 victory over the Pacific champs to lead to what Kukuga was talking about. All 4 teams from EMEA making it on through, and their keys were crushed. We'll take a look at that in just a second. But Los Niños getting the victory here. Like, what did you think here?
I think that this was very necessary for them. Like in Toronto, they didn't get a single map, and they have to. It really feels like every single team has a different demon to defeat.
Yeah. All right. Well, standing by now on that recap is Victoria. Let's hear.
And I'm back at the B stream, joined by Pilsky, the B stream host here. Now, we had a lot of action going down in the very first matchup of today. We had an EMEA team and a Pacific team facing off.
We did, yeah. RRQ, unfortunately, starting a little bit slow in this tournament, and Sunset was the same story. Heretics are looking so good on Sunset, and Icebox, look, they started to come back into it a little bit more for Pacific RRQ, but Heretics were just a little bit too strong in the end. Too much momentum behind them, and they will be the 4th EMEA team to head through to the playoffs here at EWC.
Yeah, well, good on them, and that's the report from the stream.
Great update there. And again, just a huge victory for EMEA as a region here as we take a look at the key getting crushed for Pacific. The championship key, again, VCT Pacific Champs, RRQ. You felt like they had a great opportunity to make it on through in their group. And unfortunately, fall a little bit short. And yes, we are getting used to this feeling here.
Oh, I actually wanted to see if one of the players was going to crush it, but no, because they were playing on the B stream. But I would have loved to see someone like Benji Fishy, crashing the key. I think that he would have really enjoyed that moment. But it's Riaz. Okay, Riaz. I think that they all battled for this, because I saw them yesterday. I was like, guys, there's a second prize here. If you win, you get to crush the key. It's actually a very cool process, and of course, he's enjoying every second of it.
The crowd was there too. Oh yeah.
Yep. That smile was perfect.
Yeah, not quite over the top like Celsius earlier, but Rian's enjoying every little bit of that one.
That's in my top 3. I'll put that in my top 3. It might be number 2. Celsius still has the first spot, but he's definitely got my second after that.
I love the fact that also like the guy next to you, like the operator, was like not expecting. Like the first time that you meet Celsius is such an experience for everybody. But that's just him.
Yeah, again, with that victory, all 4 teams make it on through with the MEA. So let's take a look at the brackets after it's all said and done. 16 teams tried to enter, 8 qualify on through. Here in Group A, this was Paper Rex's group, alongside with what was expected to be BLG, but Carmen Corp, the French outfit, flipped the script today earlier and win 2-1 over Billy Gaming. Here's that key getting crushed, and probably like one of the big surprises so far.
Honestly, I know we had...
Not for Mitch, apparently.
Not for Mitch.
Them in the top
Actually,
one.
yes.
In his top 1, by
Shout
the way.
out to the Mr. Man. Mitch Man did say they were the number 1 team with his vote, so congrats, Mitch, for getting that one done. Here in Group B, it was DRX getting the early victory over XLG and Sentinels dropping to BBL. Then BBL took care of business against DRX, and then Sentinels battled their way on back against XLG, and then earlier today against DRX, and probably the best key crushing of them all.
He knows how to work a crowd, I can tell you that.
Oh, wait, we got a little audio in there. Yeah. Oh, it's just so satisfying every time.
Oh,
Wait. I wish we had the mic on the whole time. Wow, he absolutely enjoyed that. I mean, that was so much better the second time around.
Yeah. I was going to say, that now that he's done it once, he's going to be like, I want to crush every single key. Just get me on that stage again so I can go one more time.
Well, they'll have the opportunity to. So will NRG, probably the biggest surprise out of the tournament. Everyone ranking them somewhere in the bottom quarter, maybe bottom half for sure. They go 1-0 against Heretics and then 2-0 against RRQ. That meant Heretics and RRQ played today in that qualification qualification match like we talked earlier, and Los Niños took care of business. They will qualify on in as the second place team. And yep, there's that RRQ key getting crushed again.
Yeah, just in case you're from Pacific and you want to suffer again just a little bit.
Yeah, that's why Big Time's not here right now. He's crying in a corner.
Yeah, but for Team Heretics, I think that I want to go back to my point of how important it is for them to overcome that mental block that they had. Very high expectations. They had a very, very good season back in EMEA. And then when they lost that final on stage one, the way that it was, that 3-0, getting to Toronto, not even being able to win a single map, like people were like thinking it was going to be the worst. Now they get into here, they lose their best of ones. And let me tell you, the Spanish community was not having it. They almost also lose against Tech. So I really like to see, especially the way that things closed out, I like to see RRQ putting up a fight, taking things onto that overtime. But to me, like Heretics being able to close it even with everything against them and them getting so many losses in a round means a lot.
Yeah, and finally, the group of Death Fnatic qualified earlier, which meant one more slot between Americas, China, and Korea. It gets picked up, as we saw earlier on the mainstream. Gen.G 2-0 over the reigning world champs EDG, sending them home early here, baby babe.
Yeah, let's talk about Fnatic a little bit in the form that they were in, though. Like, Fnatic looked insane on this run. I mean, they were the ones that bested Gen.G, right? And Gen.G, they looked really solid today.
Yeah. They look very solid. I want to see also now that we jump onto the playoffs. I feel like, obviously, the teams that had that very, very long and exhausting day, but it was very rewarding because if you were to win both of your games in the opening, you get 2 days of rest. You get to see everybody else have to battle day by day to even get to the same spot. And you're in a very good position because your opening battle in the playoffs is going to be against one of the second seeds.
Yeah, and I love that call out, baby, because it's almost like we took for granted how dominant Fnatic were. It's just a good reminder. They were scary. Them, Paper Rex had to work for it a little bit. Fnatic, they were just on another level.
Yeah, Crashies looked phenomenal. Kayak.
Yeah, like a kayak, you know?
Yeah, Kayak looked great too. Like the form that Fnatic are in, it looks like they want to prove that, okay, we're going to make this final again, and PRX, if we see you, you might get the smoke this time.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very exciting. I agree. Like Kayak, everybody thought after he's filling out Dirkish shoes that it was not going to be an easy task, but my man's putting out numbers. He does not clench. He does not have any single doubt going up against any opponents in the tournament.
All right, and so we showed all 8 teams through the brackets there. There will be a draw later on offline with all the teams and owners. We will have that update for you on our socials, so keep your eyes peeled. In the meantime, if you're still hungry for more EWC action, there are other titles happening right now, and we have our reporter standing by over at Rensport.
Yes. Hey, I'm just next door at Rensport, where there's a lot of stuff going on, joined by Chris, the reporter for Rensport over here. Now, we're watching from Valorant. Can you explain it to us like we're idiots and we don't know what's going on?
Oh, sim racing. Just think of F1, but obviously in the sim racing side of things, these guys have been really committed. They know what they're doing. They're big time racers. A lot of them race in real life. So they're literal, actual cool people, not just gamers like us.
Oh, they get out.
They get out on the track. Grass and everything like that. It's crazy.
Oh, that's really cool. Now, can you tell me, you guys are down to the last 2 days here. Is there any reason for Valorant fans to come and watch? Like, what should we be tuning in for?
Oh, I mean, the finals are going to be crazy. We have a team-based sport here. There's 4 teams, 4 players per team. And, I mean, there's 2 teams who are very much at the top who have been going at it all year long, and it really is a toss-up between them. So the final races are going to get really crazy, especially when it gets to the latter stages. There's going to be plenty of opportunity for teams making some bold moves, that kind of thing. So it will get crazy towards the latter stages of tomorrow. So if you're about, it's definitely something worth catching.
Ooh, okay. Well, Valorant fans, I'll let you make that choice. Thank you so much, Chris, and Rensport over here.
Thank you very much, y'all. And, you know, one thing that translates all different titles are championships. And so we have championships all the rest of the weekend here at EWC. Every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday across EWC, we'll have championships. So the grand final for Rensport is tomorrow. The day after that, we have Fatal Fury, FGC, Rise On Up, and then Apex and Valorant on Sunday. Again, the Esports World Cup Club Championship is a long, long marathon, and getting points for your organization is important all the way on through. Speaking of tomorrow, That's quarterfinals for us. What is a dream draw that you want to see here, Kukuk? I'm putting you on the spot because you got 4 teams to pick from.
So I will take anything that is not EMEA versus EMEA twice, please. That's all. Yeah. Otherwise, I'll be happy because, you know, having, for example, like a PBL Heretics, no, that will break my heart. Please don't.
I mean, I don't think this is possible to draw, but I would love to see NRG Fnatic. Just to
No, you can't.
I know you can't. I know you can't, but I just want it. I just want to see Crashies versus NRG.
Next round. Okay, next round. I think that the seed ones are looking definitely very scary. I think that obviously the outlier is Fnatic and PaperX. I think that whomever goes up against those two is not going to have a good weekend.
All right, baby. Final question here for you. We talked about the seed 1s. Who's the seed 2 that you don't want to face? Like, who's the most feared seed 2?
Gen.G all day, especially after what they did to EDG. Oh, no way. I don't want to play Texture. I don't want to play Foxy 9.
I wouldn't want to play
talking about?
Sentinels because if you lose, like, Celsius is never going to let go. You're never hearing the end of that.
The rules for this one, I believe, are 1s can only play 2s, and they cannot pick the same team from the same group.
Yeah.
So you can have that inter-regional rivalry if you are one of those
This is
regions
what
that has
happens when
4
you have
teams.
so many teams in the playoffs, I guess.
Yeah.
Price to pay, suffering from success.
Yeah.
Is what we do in EMEA.
Also, thoughts about having the crowd here. Like, we had the first couple days with like a little bit of crowd out there, but then we had a packed house. I feel like it changed the dynamic of not only the tournament, but the gameplay itself.
Yeah, I think that especially like so many teams are so used to having it, they really enjoy it. But I think it's going to be even more special for the teams that have not been to an international in a while or have not been to an international ever.
Yeah, imagine seeing NRG playing in front of a crowd. What?
So rude.
At an international? It's going to happen, though.
Yeah, it is.
All right, we'll see what happens. All the action will be here tomorrow again. Check the socials to see how the draw goes and which matches are on the A stream and the B stream. 8 teams left, and it is best of 3s single elimination. You won't want to miss it. On behalf of everyone here at the Esports World Cup, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for quarterfinals.